There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone doing well out there? All right. All right. All right. All right. So, hi, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, SoCal. Oops, sorry. I shouldn't be cursing this early. I mean, whatever the frick I want. Hello, everyone. Okay, it's Friday. So, hi. Let me see who's here before we get started. Let me see who's here. Let me take a look here, see who's here. We have hello, Jay Williams. Love having you here, Jay Williams. Everyone check out Jay Williams art. If you join our Discord, type exclamation point Discord in the stream chat, and it'll give you a link to our Discord. Recommend you join it. Find Jay Williams' profile, open it up, see what his social media links are. Check out his art, and he takes commissions. Hope you're doing well there, Jay Williams. Hope you're doing well. Okay. I know you're going to be starting your new job here in about a week or about 10 days. Fun, fun, fun. All right. Hello. Who else? What else do we have here, guys? We have let's see here. We have Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. By the way, how the hell do I make it so that the fucking Discord stops changing? The link stops changing because every time I make a new one, I say I put it as never expire and unlimited uses, but then suddenly it changes. Is it because anyone can access it and make a new one? Is that what it is? Maybe I need to make it so that only I can make copies of the link. I don't know. It just drives me crazy because I'm worried the link that we have set up. One second. The link that we have set up in the Twitch will force me to remake it here soon. Let me double check. Let me see if that's true. Okay, it's still working. Good. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Just to get curious. Hello, Chairman Bart. How are you? Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? So glad you're here, SoCal. As always, another classic. So glad you're here, SoCal. Love having you here, SoCal. Always did. Always do. Always will. You're the best. Okay. And you got your new place, which is great. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Roar to you too, Mayflower Kid. Roar to you too. We all love Mayflower Kid, the great totalitarian over on the Discord server. Everyone go check out our Discord. You can join the writing club, which is what Mayflower Kid does. Mayflower Kid being one of the two glorious leaders of our community. Love having Mayflower Kid here. Hello, Chairman Bart. Chairman Bartholomew, happy Foo Fighter Friday. What does that mean? What's Foo Fighter Friday? I don't even know what the fuck that is, but hello. I mean, frick, that is. So glad you're here, Chairman Bart. So glad you're here. As always, love having Chairman Bart. We're going to be yucking it up. Please, if you're on YouTube, please hit the like button. It'll help get more people in here. Deeply appreciate you. Let's see here. One second. For those that are over on YouTube, I'm going to actually pin the Discord link so that I don't have to keep pinning it over on YouTube since it doesn't pop up when I do the thing over there. Give me a second here and click this button. I know I'm okay. There we go. All right. So who else we got here? We got SoCal. Hello, SoCal. Hello, Elevator Lady. Hello, Elevator Lady. How are you doing? Always glad to have Elevator Lady here. Always glad to have Elevator Lady as always. Everyone check out the Writing Club, which is also on the Discord, which you should join, which I've mentioned 1,000 times now. Hello, AMA, another classic waving at me with that chicken. I almost said another word for the chicken, but it's too early in the stream. Too early in the stream for that. But did I say Writing Club, Book Club, whatever the fuck? Okay. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. How are you, Matt Sai Guy? How are you doing, Matt Sai Guy? Always glad you're here, Matt Sai Guy. Looks like you're eating something because of the little emoji. When are you not eating something, Matt Sai Guy? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I don't know how much you eat, but anyway, how are you doing, Matt Sai Guy? So glad you're here. As always, another classic, great supporter of the community, Matt Sai Guy. LaQuabwa, another great person. LaQuabwa, one of the two people who do film club. Join the film club in the Discord, okay? Hello, hi diddly ho Chatterino. Hi diddly ho Chatterinos. I can't even do his voice. I can't do Ned Flanders, but I'm so glad you're here, LaQuabwa. Let's see here. Jay Williams. Yeah, more nonsense from Jay Williams. Hello, Fetty. Hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? Fetty says, good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Fetty. I know you got a lot going on. Yes, but I'm glad you're doing, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay, Fetty. Glad to see you here. Let's see here. Okay, let's speed this up. Let's speed this up. Hello, Louise. Another classic in the community. Another classic in the community. Hello, Louise. Love having you here. Unfortunately, uh, what's this? Faraj won. So that's unfortunate, which was kind of expected. Hopefully, though, he will continue to be investigated and won't be able to keep the seat anyway. We can only hope, right? SoCal, don't stick your finger up at us. I'll do whatever the fuck. Okay, I already said that. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? How are you doing, Alyssa? Always glad you're here, Alyssa. Alyssa, one of 2 founding members of the community. So glad you're here, Alyssa. Sorry, yeah. So glad you're here, Alyssa, as always. Okay. Who else we have here? Me when I'm an Australian. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Did I miss anyone? James Nordoff, hello, another classic. Another classic here, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? So glad you're here. AMA, Matt Saigai. Drew Zillow, another classic. Hello. Hello. I already did do that, Mayflower Kid. I set it to no limit and I set it to no, it never expires. So I don't know why it does. But anyway, hello, Drizella. How are you doing? How are you doing, Drizella? Always glad to have you here. Okay, always glad to have you here. Okay, are we done with this? Jesus, we're done. Okay. So this morning I had to get up super early to go get my tooth looked at for a follow-up appointment. I am so fucking tired. I swear I only got like 4 hours of sleep. So forgive me. I'm a little bit tired. We will make it through, though. We will make it through. I have a new shirt. Do you guys like my new shirt? Ooh, look at the new shirt. I got 2 new shirts. You guys would be proud of me because it would be annoying to I always wear the same clothing, so I'm like I really ought to get a couple new shirts at least. So I used some of the money I made for stream to get 2 shirts. So thank you everyone who contributed. You allowed me to get some 2 new shirts, which is nice. Okay, thank you. There's some texture to it. I also got a green one. Okay, thank you, Laquaba. Thank you, Laquaba. I also got a green one, which I will show you. And it doesn't look like this, it looks different. But I just wanted to show that off to all of you because I got a cute new shirt. Okay, anyway. So let's so I have some things that we can do. It is, of course, a Friday, which means I'm not going to torture you too much. I'm hopefully not going to watch anything well, we might watch something depressing because it's the nature of how things are, but we'll try to keep it fun, right? We'll try to keep it fun. I was expected for CBF to lose, but there's always another time. Yeah, exactly, Louise. There's always another time for sure. Okay. It was fun to watch though. All right. He got something like 9,000 votes, which is still pretty good. Still pretty good. Good job, Count Binface. You put up a good fight. All right. So, okay. And then Faraj actually refused to go to the victory announcement because someone told him he'd be embarrassed, which is funny because he's a little coward. So he didn't even go to the victory announcement because he's like, I'm going to be humiliated if I'm there. Okay. Anyway, so that's a different thing. But guys, so I thought we could do a few things. First thing is we were talking about humans and something that I enjoy doing. And so I thought we could watch a video with each other. Now, we're going to do a tiny bit of education, barely. Okay, only for the sake of watching the video. So bear with me. It's going to be very brief. I don't even have a presentation. I'm just going to tell you a couple things. I don't even know why I'm telling you I'm doing education. It's so short. Regardless, and then we're going to watch a video. That's what we're going to start with doing. So, because we're going to pretend to be anthropologists today. All right. So let me pull this up for y'all real fast. Okay. All right. So, and it should be kind of fun and interesting, etc. So 2 things here. Now, this is technically cultural anthropology. This is not the kind of anthropology that we've been doing. Regardless, we are going to watch a video of a YouTuber who goes to a relatively isolated hunter-gatherer group in Peru. Okay, they live in the Amazon rainforest, and he goes and hangs out with them. Now, you do your teeth today? Oh, no, yes, Drizella, I had an appointment this morning, but it was very quick. They just had to look to make sure that the implant is working out, and then I got to leave. It was very quick, but I had to get up super early for it, and I couldn't go back to sleep. So anyway, so There are so listen, this guy that we're gonna be watching isn't I don't think he's an anthropologist. He's a content creator, so it's not gonna be perfect. Regardless, that before we watch this video, okay, I love seeing what other places and people do and how they survive, the kind of cultures they have. Thank you, SoCal, for the happy poop. I appreciate you. Okay. So, and there is kind of a dark history of this, which I will tell you about, that we have to be careful about. Regardless, a few things. When we are like looking at another group of humans who remember what kind of makes us human is the fact that we have such cultural diversity that can be used to adapt to different environments. We don't have to change biologically. We just adapt with how we approach things and the culture we develop and the tools we develop and things like that, which means that human beings have a very, this is kind of physical anthropology, but then we'll do so. Okay. Have a really wide range. We have a really big macro environment. Macro habitat. I'm sorry. Macro habitat. Okay. As in, we can live almost anywhere. So wide, big, I say, diverse, wide macro habitat. We can, on a large scale, we can live in almost any habitat, almost any environment. There are a few that we can't live in, obviously. You can't really live in it. Well, even in Antarctica, some people can live there, but it's not, there's not really any permanent people living there. Okay. We can, we can live almost anywhere else. Maybe not in the middle of the ocean. Okay. That might be difficult, but we're actually developing ways to even do that. All right. So, like, we can't really live in the water in the middle of the ocean unless you have some kind of yeah, we have so many cheat codes, right? So human beings have a wide macro habitat, all right? So we can live in almost any environment, but we also have a limited micro habitat. This is kind of true of a lot of species, all right? It's not all species, limited micro habitat. Wide macro habitat, limited micro habitat. So within within any of these within any of this wide number of environments we can live in, we have to kind of create a space for ourselves that has to have certain parameters, essentially. Okay. It can't be too cold. It can't be permanently too hot. So we have to have like shelter generally, depending on where you live. You kind of have to have shelter so you're not exposed to the elements. You have to have certain foods you can eat and things like that. Not, or you have to have access to certain food and things like that. Okay. We have to have access to water. So we have a limited micro habitat. Air. We need air. There you go. Okay. Like there's certain things you need biologically, which limits where you can live in like having a place, the exact place where you live, right? Luckily, because of our ability to adapt culturally to things, we can literally create living spaces in almost any large environment, right? So yeah, you can have a you can have a good microenvironment if you live in Alaska or in the Arctic Circle. Okay, you might have to make like an igloo, or you might have to make if you're living in the Sahara Desert, you might have to set up a tent of some sort where you can live in micro. But but that doesn't mean but we can do that in practically any macro habitat. Does this make sense? So you could do this in a swamp, you could do this in a savanna, you could do this in a wherever, okay? As long as you kind of have a controlled microenvironment to go back to regulate. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's the first thing. So we're going to be watching a video of people who live in Peru in the rainforest who are hunter gatherers. This is the macro environment is the rainforest, which is the rainforest, and you're going to see though they still have to create somewhat of a habitat within that macro environment. So there's the first thing. Second thing, when we're looking at how other people live, all right, it is very easy to fall into something called ethnocentrism. ethnocentrism, okay? And it's almost impossible not to do this, even not to do this, okay? You're going to um, no, this is not Maddie. This is a different group. Okay, this is a different group. This is, but yeah, okay. We are not Maddie Holmes. You're gonna see. I haven't actually seen the whole thing yet. Okay, so but okay, ethnocentrism is where when you're looking at how someone else lives, you center your own experience and culture and beliefs. Okay, and you judge what they're doing based off what you're used to. Okay, so one thing you have to do if you're looking at another culture and you're trying to look at it academically is you have to try and shed as much of that as possible. And trust me, it's not easy and you will not 100% succeed. The key thing here is to recognize, okay, and to be open about it and to understand that you will you have judgments that you're making. So, and then to kind of combat it. So, what anthropologists do, cultural anthropologists, now again, we're going to talk about some of the issues with cultural anthropology eventually, is how they study and look at other ways of doing things amongst humans that they are not used to is called participant observation. Okay, participant observation. Um, so they will literally go and live with whatever group that they're studying, and they will participate in the cultural norms and activities of that group while also observing the group, observing how they feel about what they're doing. So observing how their ethnocentrism is affecting what they're doing, and to try and kind of make sense of how another group lives and understand it holistically. Does this make sense? Now, there are issues with this, and I can promise you, Maddie Holmes can tell you some of them. Okay, automatically, historically, it's almost always been white Westerners that have gone and done this, which has led to, of course, a lot of analysis of non-Western groups. Okay, being ethnocentric towards the West. Now, uh, that of course is bad. A lot of these folks did not have bad intentions. Some of them did early on. Modern day anthropologists don't have bad intentions and they acknowledge that it's not perfect. But so we're going to be doing several things when we watch this video. One, the guy that is going to this group isn't an anthropologist. So while we are going to be seeing how this group lives, we're also going to be thinking to ourselves, what is he doing that is either good or bad or like judgmental and ethnocentric versus what is he doing that might be changing what they're doing because of his very presence. All right. So you have to do all these things at once. And it's not easy, but we're going to practice because I have found it's very useful in your day-to-day lives. Okay, if you're in a different environment that you're not used to, you can use these things to help yourself understand the environment. It doesn't even have to be like a completely other place of the world. If you go to a new organization that has a different way of doing things than you're used to, a new job, a new church, whatever the fuck it is, okay, I hopefully not a new church, but you kind of participate, observe, try to understand what's going on, and take into account what you're used to versus what you're experiencing. Okay, so and there are to add on to this, yeah, yeah, you know it, Maddie Holmes. There are a few bad apples out there, that's for sure. So another thing to think of is Edic versus Emic. So Edic. Let's start with this Emic. So when you are looking, no, Lacroix, that is not possible. Okay, that's one of the issues. Lacroix, you say, how would you be able to study a community like this without altering how they may act by your presence being there? You can't. You will always alter it at least a little bit by your very presence. So, what anthropologists do is when they do this, they try to take into account how it might be altered by their presence. So it's never perfect, okay? And there are other ways to do this. If you have an insider, someone that is from that group doing it for you, that might help a little bit, but even that has some issues because there might be biases. Regardless, it's not perfect. You do the best you can, okay? So, EMIC. Uh, the EMIC perspective, when you're looking at a group, is where you try to understand a different culture from their own perspective, okay? Yesterday in the chat, there was someone in here who some of us, um, okay, there were some of us. It absolutely does look wobble. It absolutely does. It makes it almost impossible for because you're always adding a variable that can't be accounted for when you do this. Okay, so it's not perfectly scientific at all. Okay, so in emic perspective, when you look at yeah, when you look at society from the perspective of people living in the society. Yesterday we had someone in here who did not like our notion of where humans came from. Okay, uh, this person was likely from an indigenous group and had a different cultural idea about the origins of humans in the Americas. So, if we were to look at that person's worldview from an emic perspective, we'd have to accept it from their perspective and understand that from their perspective, human beings were always in the Americas. Okay. And there's probably an origin story attached to that. That is the emic perspective. And you have to do that when you're going into someone else's culture. Try to accept the culture from an emic perspective. You can also look at it from the other perspective later. Okay. That's the etic perspective. Um, yeah. Okay. Uh, the etic perspective, which is where you look at it from an outsider's perspective. So the ideology or the idea that human beings can, the Western idea based off archaeology and science and things like that, um, that human beings came from East Asia and into the Americas. That is an etic perspective. That is what an outsider's perspective is on this local cultural belief. Okay, so we have to understand that regardless of what we think about the scientific method and things like that, it is still imposing a different worldview on a group that has a different worldview. Do you see what I mean? So you have to look at it in both ways, the emic and the etic perspective. And especially when you're doing participant to participant observation, don't push back mentally against everything they're telling you, okay, or everything you're seeing. Try to understand it from an emic perspective and an etic perspective. Do we get it? So let's watch this together. And I'm hoping it'll be interesting and kind of fun. All right. So again, this is called, now I'm already annoyed with a few things here because you also have to take into account economic motives and things like that. And to be clear, folks, there's not a single group of people on the planet these days that haven't been touched by capitalism or haven't been touched by Western capitalist society. Even these so-called isolated tribes, okay? Yeah, you see it, Mithril. Mithril, you got it, okay? Even these so-called isolated tribes have been impacted. So there is no such thing, unfortunately, anymore as sort of a pristine, untouched cultural group. All right. So regardless, so that's something to be aware of. Also, so notice the title he puts on this: 21 Days with Hostile Peoples of the Amazon. Okay, well, we'll see about that, right? This is probably to get clicks, but you notice that he is automatically reframing something because he has to make a profit. So his own cultural economic incentives are making him alter the reality possibly of what we're going to see. Okay. Okay. So that is his culture affecting his perception of what he's about of what he's saying. Okay. So we don't know now. I don't know how well he'll do otherwise, but just something to note. Okay. So here we go.
See this black stuff on the tip of this dart? This is curare. It's a neurotoxin so powerful that it'll paralyze a monkey 100 feet up in the canopy in a matter of minutes. It stops their lungs, it stops their heart, it's lights out. This is the exact same weapon used by the hostile, uncontacted tribes just miles away. But it gets even crazier. Tonight, I'm gonna eat the meat that this poison killed, and I'll be perfectly fine.
Okay, so hostile, notice the wording there. He's saying that there are hostile, uncontacted tribes not far from them. Again, there's no such thing as an untouched. Oh, thank you so much, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much for the gift, really. Barbara, I deeply appreciate you. Thank you for the 440 jewels and the uncle alert. I love that. Thank you so much, Barbara. Okay. We don't know, first of all, if they are uncontacted, even if they haven't spoken directly to people from Peru, that there definitely have been touched by capitalist societies in some way or another. And okay, if they're hostile, let's say they are hostile, maybe they are. Maybe they have had bad interactions with this group of people. Why? Just to say they're hostile, there's probably a reason for it because they're humans. So, all right, let's keep going.
Which raises the question, how is that scientifically possible? And why are the neighboring tribes so afraid of the outside world that they'd kill to stay hidden? I have so many questions. Welcome to the Waorani. Welcome to the Amazon.
Touched by an angel. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, probably. Yeah, Lacroix. I mean, him being there means they've been touched by the absolutely Lacroix. Now he's saying that it's the neighboring tribes, but like I doubt that they're untouched. Okay, like I hate when people say this is an untouched, uncontacted tribe. No, they've all been touched or contacted in some way. It makes it sound more mysterious, right? Some of them are more isolated than others, but okay. Jonas, kill to stay hidden? Probably, Jonas, because that would be my guess, is that they don't want to interact with the outside world. Likely they've been persecuted and killed by people from the outside world, so...
Es el comido, el jaguar ha vomitado.
Yeah, Maddie. By the way, on a side note, I have found from my own research into like just looking into different groups around the world that hunter-gatherers are actually smarter than most of us. There's this like racist idea that groups like this are less educated and like, they're not modern and whatever. Trust me, they are almost smarter than us in a lot of ways because they know how to navigate their environments. They're in tune with their bodies. So they're like extremely brilliant. They have like an excellent sense of direction. They are like, they're brilliant. Okay. So hopefully we get to see some of that brilliance. Some of the things I think is super interesting.
We are deep in the Ecuadorian jungle, living alongside the Waorani tribe. For the next couple weeks, my good friend Tom, our guide Pente, and myself are embarking on a traditional expedition to hunt their absolute favorite food, primate.
Oh, blow darts. That's cool. Oh, so it looks like they take curare, the poison, and put it on blow darts and then blow the darts at the... That's really interesting.
Rain's been coming down for a few minutes now in typical Amazon rainforest fashion. It hasn't touched us yet. Actually, you know what? The first few drops are coming down, but the canopy is so dense, it eats up a lot of that rain before it even makes it down here.
jungle. Aire, no me.
So they're harvesting some of the strips of this cookright, or whatever palm this is, and I think they're gonna make this into the darts. The darts that they're using are black, so maybe they cook them in the fire or something, or like heat treat them. Oh my god, they're like making them like straight up, right out here. They're not even bringing them back, they're just doing it.
Yeah.
We'll get back to hunting with the Warani in just a sec,
100%
but for now, a quick word with today's paid partner, BetterHelp.
Okay, so great. We get to have an ad.
Watching the Warani move through the jungle,
Alright.
you realize that they live their entire lives in the present moment. Believe it or not, that's something that I've struggled with.
Okay, this is an ad. I'm going to skip it.
But one of the things I learned from my time
Okay, ad.
probably be this one. I am so grateful to be back to the Warani.
Okay.
If I was a kid and I could imagine the coolest life that I could
Notice
ever live,
barefoot. They're
it'd probably
barefoot.
be this one. I am so grateful to be out here. This is so much fun, chasing these guys around the jungle, hunting, and just filming them with my camera. Just living the life, man. This is great. We're
Alright.
extremely deep in the Amazon jungle, but our journey actually began days ago. It started with a 3-day trek downriver, pushing through countless obstacles. Along the way, we hunted a caiman before finally arriving at a remote hunt camp.
Okay. My God, they're deep in the Amazon there.
This is our setup. We're in one of the, I would call it almost like a longhouse type hut. We both
Okay,
have our
micro
Hennessy
environment.
hammocks. Not sure where the Warani are going to sleep. I think there's 3 or 4 of them out here on this hunt camp with us. So excited to see what we get up to. What's interesting about the older Warani is pre-contact, they would stretch out their earlobes. But once missionaries came into the picture, they banned that practice. So if they have the stretched out earlobes, it means that they lived at a time before the Western world had any hand on their lives.
That's unfortunate. Fucking missionaries. Let them fucking stretch out their earlobes. Why did the missionaries say that was a bad thing? Okay.
So we're currently making curare, which is a neurotoxin poison, which is used to shoot monkey. Apparently they have different types of poisons for different types of animals. This one's meant for primates. So in order to make the curare, they find the curare vine and they scratch it and smell it. And it has to smell a certain way in order for it to be ripe. They crunch it up, grind it up, put it into this leaf and use it as a
Whoa.
coffee filter. Pour water in it, let it drip out into that black tarry substance, heat it up, put it on the end of these darts.
Oh, that's so
and
fucking
you got
cool.
yourself a poison dart. Here's one of the darts. Doesn't have the curare on the end, but he
They
put
just like make a filtration system and like create pure poison out of it. And then they have different poisons for every animal that they're trying to hunt because they know which ones are the most effective. That's really fucking cool.
a little notch into it using a piranha jaw, and that allows the curare to break off inside the animal. They use this cotton-like substance, I believe it's kapok, that they keep in a gourd, part of their kit, which they wrap around the base in order to make it nice and tight fit in their blow dart gun. Really cool technology. This one doesn't have any curare on the
That
end,
was so sharp.
but once it goes into the animal, cracks off and lights out. You know, it's pretty easy to feel tough out here when you have things like an InReach GPS communicator or a 5-watt radio, but then you actually remember where you are. This is the deep Amazon jungle. You see, in 1541, the Spanish conquistador Francisco de
Ew.
Orellana became the first European to navigate the length of this river system. His expedition was looking for El Dorado, the city of gold. Instead, they found what they called green hell. They were decimated by disease, starvation, and constant attacks from the indigenous tribes defending their homes. For
Based.
centuries after that,
Based. Well, no wonder some of the fucking tribes don't want to be seen because they probably, had to deal with the fucking Spanish. Okay, so they're like, no, we're done with this. If no more white people, we're gonna go into hiding. Okay.
this specific part of the Ecuadorian Amazon was a blank spot on the map. Nobody came in here or came back out. And the reason for that are the people I'm living with right now.
That's true refocus. Yeah, right. Real life Catchy, very friendly for a quote unquote hostile tribe. Ooh, what's
The
that?
alligator's been
Alligator.
smoking on the fire all night, and sure enough, it's breakfast this morning.
Nom nom nom.
All fried up. Honestly, it tastes a little bit like chicken. It's delicious. So Ronaldo, Christian missionary here, was telling us a story of a
You, they have that's a Christian missionary. Go home. Why are you there? Leave them alone.
local hostile tribe, the Targari, and their encounter with a logging crew that ended up in tragedy. This logging crew was harvesting some very desired wood in the area. There was 3 people working this small logging crew. There was a guy on
Okay, listen. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, he said that they were attacked by a local hostile tribe. Yeah, I hope they were. If you're cutting down the fucking rainforest that is their home, I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for this quote unquote hostile tribe. I hope that these loggers get impaled or like hit by poison darts or whatever. Okay, yeah, you're destroying someone's home. All right.
the chainsaw named Rambo, and then the 2 other helpers who were kind of organizing the planks, moving the wood around. One of the crew looked up, and all of a sudden there was tens of Targaryen around. The logging crew
Targaryen,
member
okay.
shouted to the guy in the chainsaw, "Rambo! Rambo!" But Rambo was and he couldn't hear anything. Finally, he looks up. Spears, multiple spears coming from the Targaryen, the hostile tribe members, right at Rambo. The other 2 crew members go running for the boat.
Oh my God. Okay, he looks like a. Those are all spears sticking out of what looks like a body. Oh my God, they are very accurate with their spears apparently. Okay, yeah, looks like a fucking porcupine. Great hit, Targaryen. That is some coordinated spear throwing, I'll tell you what. Yep, that's what you get.
One of them gets a spear right in the leg. They look back. Rambo is already down. They make it to the boat. They make it to safety. But their buddy, Rambo, he was killed by the Targaryen tribe. Later they go back to recover the body, and Rambo had over 25, 30 spears peppering his body. It sounds as if the tribe's pretty close. They're about
Oh, look at that spear. That's so
3
cool.
days
Look at that. Look at the end of that spear. That's so cool.
walk from here, and these encounters happen every couple of years. So let's just hope that our stay is a peaceful one, because these people are absolute masters of the woods, and if they want you dead, they'll have it their way. All right, we're just leaving our Warani hunt camp. We're gonna
Yeah,
go
so are you gonna tell us why they may have done that?
check out the main Warani
Which is that you're destroying their home?
village. It's about 2-hour commute up the Sear River.
And the music is so fucking annoying. Okay, like
Bomino is very unique because it's the last settlement and right on the edge of the intangible zone. There's nothing downriver from here until you reach Peru, and then eventually Brazil and the Amazon River and all its tributaries. While other villages have been forced to make deals with the oil companies to survive, Bomino has fought to stay independent. They're trying to build a future on their own terms, usually with things like ecotourism, bringing tourists like myself in here to show them their old traditional ways and keep the
so
spirit.
that reveals something to us too. Remember, we have to be aware of how these people are affected, or how they are, how they might be acting differently for the camera. They are trying to survive by bringing in ecotourists to experience the environment and stuff. So, are these actually the traditions they would normally engage in, or are they playing it up for the camera because they need people there to survive? Right? We can't be 100. Like, for example, this dance. Do you see what I mean? So that is something to be aware of. We can't be 100% sure.
of the Warani people alive. And there's a woman in this village with a very special story.
otra. Iba bien acá, está en Boqui, pues. Cogí, coge, después jale duro. Arrancó nomás.
He screamed
como
and let me
solito.
go, but I was able to escape.
Sí, llorando se fue dejando a mí.
Her and her husband were attacked on the riverbanks by a Targaryen warrior. 7 spears were thrown at them. One struck her husband in the heart, killing him instantly. She dodged all but one, which struck her in the leg. She pulled it out and ran for her canoe, but the man
Ow.
grabbed her before she reached it. She reached up, grabbing his stretched ear loops and tearing them off his ears. The man screamed and she managed to break free, barely reaching her canoe to escape. Only later did she realize that she had another spear which pierced her in the back, puncturing her lung. She survived and escaped with one of the Targaryen's spears, but she now lives as a widow with only one functioning lung. That story of that woman defending herself against the Targaryen happened upstream from here in the direction of which we came. So while it is rare that we might encounter a hostile tribe, the chances are non-zero, which is unsettling.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. It's so fucking annoying. Stop calling them the hostile tribe. Okay, like, come on. All right, he's trying to get the clicks and stuff, but
2 of the locals shot this tapir 2 hours
tapir.
away and hauled it back here in half on their backs.
yum. Good meat.
Sí, yo pienso que
The
los
Targaryen
Targaryen
family. Look, see, even this group that he's with, they don't use the word hostile tribe. They say family. Isn't that interesting? If this translation is right, I think that the Targaryen family doesn't want to be around people. Yeah. Okay. So let's see what their perspective is from an Emic perspective.
Parece que no quiere estar con la gente. Parece ellos quieren vivir muy libre.
They want to live freely and without thinking. No phone. I mean, phone. No.
Sin pensar, como tú decías, en teléfono, no. Solo ellos quieren
They
vivir
want to live with the jungle, with the arrow, with healing, with the spear.
con la selva, con la flecha, con curar, con la lanza, su cultura,
Their culture, their crops, their jungle.
su cultivo, su selva, recolectar,
To
vivir
gather and live
sin
without
preocupar.
worry.
Por eso parece ellos
That's why it seems they don't want their land destroyed. Shocking! Shocking! So there's the real perspective there. Well, yeah, they want to live free and independently. They want to continue their way of life, and they don't want their land destroyed. So, of course. Okay?
no quiere que también que la tierra que no destruya, pero el gobierno
But the
no
government
sabe
doesn't know what the
qué quiere el
secluded world
mundo
wants.
aislamiento, porque el gobierno Targaryen por eso sale a matar.
The Targaryen
no
government
mata
goes
por
out
matar.
to Targaryen.
Targaryen mata por
Wait, I'm sorry. What they say there? Sorry, this
quiere
is
que
super
también
interesting to
que
me.
la tierra que no
They don't want,
destruya,
okay, they don't want their land
pero el
destroyed.
gobierno
But the government doesn't know what the secluded
No
world wants.
sabe.
And then what they say?
que quiere el mundo aislamiento, porque el gobierno Targaryen por eso sale
To the Targaryen, the government goes out to kill. No, they don't kill for the sake of killing
a
anymore.
matar.
Second.
No mata por matar.
Yeah, no.
Targaryen mata por
Oh, no. He's saying that the Targaryen don't kill just for the sake of killing. See, like, he's a human and he knows how stupid it is to, like, judge them. And he says the Targaryen kill so no one comes to damage his jungle. Of course. Okay, yeah.
que nadie venga a dañar su selva.
Yeah, sounds so
Targaryen quiere
hostile,
que
right?
deja
Sounds like
su
human beings.
tierra
Targaryen wants his hand left as free as the jungle.
libre como selva.
So a tapir wandered into the village today, and we're gonna go check it out. It's right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, it is. It's defense against extinction. That other group, guys, is Hamas, right? The Targaryen are Hamas. We should ask them. You know, that'd be funny if he ever meets them in this video and he gets to ask them a question. He should be like, "Do you condemn Hamas?" He should say that. Oh, it's a tapir. It's so cute.
All these scratches are marks from
a jaguar attacking
This
a
time,
deer.
Nhiều ấy. Con ăn nhầm. Chưa đi con tập bình đây quá mình không bằng mà con này năng vui bao đi.
I was quite confused about the story of this tapir, and apparently it was raised by some locals here when it was very little, and now it wanders off into the woods, eats, enjoys itself, and then it'll come back to town occasionally to hang out with the Warani, eat some food, and that's why it's a little bit docile. It is a wild animal, and these things do bite, and this one bites as well, but this one bites less than a wild tapir, so stay away from wild animals.
Aw, you have a little buddy. Okay.
I think there's a lot of people that come down here with a specific image in their head, looking for that National
life.
Geographic look. Tribesmen running around in loincloths or completely naked. And when you see a pair of Crocs or a soccer jersey, part of you thinks that they've lost
Listen,
their
guys,
culture.
I'm sorry, but it almost seems weird to be wearing clothing for these folks, because I wonder if that's a missionary thing. A lot of times, nakedness was viewed as immoral by missionaries and by like groups, Western whatever, okay? But it makes sense if you're in the middle of a fucking rainforest where it's massively humid all the time and you don't really have to worry about too much sun burning your skin. You might as well keep the clothes off. Otherwise, what's going to happen? The clothes are going to get really wet and you're going to be uncomfortable. Your skin is going to get, it's going to be bad for you. You're going to get sick because of it, right? Like, but if you're running around in the rainforest, you might want to be naked. And there's not really a reason to not be naked. I mean, unless it's like super cold out. Yeah, so it almost seems more normal to me that they don't wear clothes like that. Why would you need to? It's hot, you're running around, okay.
Or something has changed for the worse. You
Yeah,
feel
it's
a
going to slow you down, right?
little bit disappointed. We think, oh, they're not real anymore. This is a huge mistake. You have to remember that the Warani are the ultimate survivalists, and the first rule of survival is adaptation. If you live in the jungle and somebody offers you a machete or a Mora knife instead of a stone tool, you absolutely take it. If somebody offers you a 15 horsepower Yamaha motor so you don't have to paddle
There, okay, do you see that? He brought them gifts. So that's interesting. There are a lot of, looks like he actually brought them that steel knife and things like that. So I suppose that's a way to get in good with them so that they will let you hang around. But that's also interesting. I wonder if he would have tried to offer money, they may not have accepted because that's not as important to them as like a knife or something. Anyway, yeah, bribe them to join the Nailed God cult, right? So fucking weird. Anyway, it's just interesting. Okay.
upstream for 3 days, you take it. They aren't losing their culture by wearing t-shirts. They're just doing what humans have always done, using the best tools available to survive. The Warani are ultimately just...
Hey, I agree with him there. That's very good insight. Yeah, they're doing what they can with what they have, and they're using the best tools they have to survive.
very pragmatic. You can put a Warani hunter in a pair of Nikes or some rain boots, but they'll still out-hunt, still out-track, and still out-survive anybody else on the planet.
Listen, but also I also think it's funny. I hate like videos like this or anthropological studies that do things like this, fuzzing out their genitalia. That is our problem. That is literally ethnocentrism on the screen. They don't give a shit about their genitals being out. It's us that do. Because our culture is like super weird about that, right? These are human bodies and they don't have the same these folks clearly don't have the same aversion to nakedness we do. So why the fuck can't we, I just wish people were comfortable enough to experience another culture and not be so like, oh my God, they're naked, that they feel they have to cover this shit up. Anyway, like, all right. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's just like, yeah, exactly. We've all seen it before. Who cares, right? It's not like I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see their naked body. It's just like, I feel like it's not genuine to do that.
I couldn't tell you how Pente's leading us through the jungle right now. He must have an amazing dead reckoning sense where you just know exactly the direction you're heading at all times. Because we're not following a trail right now. He's just cutting his way through the jungle. There are absolutely no landmarks.
That's interesting. See, that's from his perspective. He says that this guy appears to be just knows exactly where he's going. And I've read that too about hunter-gatherers. They often have a very good sense of direction, like almost superhuman, okay? But he's saying that there are no landmarks. I would bet that there are. He just hasn't had his eye trained to see those landmarks. They're probably more subtle than he has noticed. It all looks the same to him, but to this guy who has been hunting in the forests for years, it's obvious, okay?
Been hiking around for about 4 hours now. Had no action for the last 2, but it seems like we're finally back onto something.
Yeah, refocus, just like other animals. Whoa.
Penty's onto something. I'm not sure what, but I never know. You guys see
Yeah, Jonas. That's actually not even you're actually exactly right, Jonas. There have been cases where people have been taken from hunter-gatherer groups and oftentimes in very unethical ways and brought to like the United States or to Europe or wherever. And they've gotten lost and confused because they're like, all the buildings look the same. Where am I? They don't know because they're not used to it, right?
I really enjoy this style of hunting. It's quite active. We're just trekking around the jungle looking for sign and calling out for animals and then moving in
So I see they're trying to kill primates, it looks like, with their blow darts.
in order to keep listening to them. No sitting in a deer stand. No putting bait out to wait on a unsuspecting animal. Nah, man, we are in the thick of it.
Conocemos la fruta es como aquí, carga como similar peludo.
As we know, the fruit is like this. It's similar to a hairy lemon.
Limón, pero la hormiga es como ácido que tiene es como limón y poco de sal, más o menos. Es como una energía cuando estás cansado.
Wait, I'm sorry, go back. What did you say?
Ácido que tiene es como limón.
But the ant is like acid. It has a little bit of salt. Eating an ant, I'm guessing. I've actually eaten ants before, folks. They're citrusy. They taste good. I know whatever. I know you all think it's weird, but a lot of people eat ants. Ants taste really good.
Expecting animal.
I've had a chocolate bar with ants on it. It was kind of like lemony chocolate.
Nah, man, we are in the thick of it.
Conocemos la fruta es
Okay,
como
so
aquí,
as we know, the fruit is like this. It's similar to a hairy lemon.
carga como similar peludo es limón. Pero la hormiga es
But the
como
ant
ácido que tiene es
It's
como
like
limón
acid. It has a
y
little bit
poco
of
de
salt.
sal, más o menos. Es como una energía cuando
It's like energy when you're tired of the jungle and there is no water. You mix it with a little saliva.
estás cansado de selva, no hay agua, o sea, coger poco de agua en su boca, saliva, mejor eso como una energía. Mira, hormiga, está riquísimo como un poco de sal. Puede probar.
Oh yeah, just like lemony, salty.
Yeah, lemony.
Ants.
Literally, it tastes like that's what it tasted like when I had ants. It's kind of a lemony, citrusy flavor. It's really delicious. Yeah, crickets are good too, Repo. I've had a cricket flour is pretty good. I'm not a big fan of like the consistency of crickets. They taste like almonds, so they taste fine. It's just that the consistency is a bit. I want it ground up. Let's put it that way.
No hay palmera.
So I know it looks like Penty's completely naked right now, but he has a little string belt wrapped around his waist with the foreskin of his penis tucked up and inside that belt. So you still see
Yeah,
the
they're not showing us that. I'm gonna show you guys. Fuck it. I hate how they're so puritanical about this. So what these folks will do, they will take the foreskin of their penis and then they'll tuck it underneath a belt so that their penis is held up and protected. Okay? So like if you're not wearing clothes, you might want to protect your penis by if they don't do circumcisions because they're not weirdos. So they, I know. Okay, I'm joking when I say that. Okay, so the foreskin acts like natural protection. Okay, let's see here. This is common in a lot of I can't find a good picture of it, but this is common in a lot of hunter-gatherer groups. Men will actually use their foreskin essentially as like a natural clothing, as like clothing to protect their penis when they're in the forest. And I can't find a good picture. It's not the end of the world. You guys can kind of guess what I'm saying here. It's not like it's gross or anything. It just looks weird to us. But anyway, okay, let's go on.
His, all his junk, but there's a little bit of ornate decoration going on there. And this is the traditional way the Waorani men would dress when they go out hunting. Makes you think, was it like one day that all the Waorani hunter were out, and then one of the hunters wrapped a vine around his waist, tucked his foreskin up and into his belt, and all the other hunters were just like, that's pretty cool. And then the rest was history? I sure like to think so.
I am curious, real life Cat DJ.
Crazy enough, Ecuador is the most biodiverse per square.
We only briefly have seen women. I am curious where the women are. We saw them dancing a bit, but I wonder what they do normally. I wonder if they are I wonder if they're out gathering also. If the men do the hunting and the women do the gathering, or if the women are just back in the camp doing other stuff. The gender relations, I don't know about how their gender relations work.
Kilometer country on the entire planet. There is life everywhere. Ooh. I'm betting something like this tree here with all its little moss and tiny little growths and vines and leaves and canopy probably has more biodiversity than all of the Arctic tundra.
We're heading to the hunt camp, where we're going to spend the remainder of our stay here.
Right? Boys, that is possible, real life Cat DJ, seriously. There's one of the women. So they got some eggs. Oh my God! See, look, they're even hiding her breasts. Like, okay. Anyway.
Definitely vibing here. For hundreds of years, the outside world didn't call them the Waorani. They called them Aka, which means savage or enemy. The Waorani world changed forever on Sunday morning in January 1956. 5 American missionaries landed a float plane on a river beach hoping to make first contact with the tribes that had never peacefully spoken to the outside world.
Yeah, Jonas.
That didn't go as planned. All 5 missionaries were speared to death by Waorani warriors. It was international news.
Oh, that's pretty fucking funny. Well, that's what you get. All right? That's what you get. Have fun with that. Right, bozos? What do you like? Leave them the fuck alone. Stop. I like how he made it seem like that was their goal. They just went there to try and make first contact. They went there to convert them. They went there to change their way of life. Okay, hilarious. All right, so I'm curious about what their gender relations are. It'd be interesting to see, but
Life magazine covered it. It was called Operation Aka. But the story didn't end in violence. 2 years later, the sisters of one of the pilots and the widow of another walked back into the jungle to live with the tribe that killed their family. That contact opened the door. It brought medicine and education, but it also brought the oil companies and the end of their nomadic freedom.
That's very Western framing. What do you mean brought education? These people don't seem to need education. Okay, they seem to be perfectly able to exist and survive well without education, whatever the fuck that means. These people, in some ways, are more educated than us because they can survive in the middle of the fucking jungle. So, like, I don't know. Do we see how, like, that's sort of an ethnocentric notion? Bringing education to them. Well, for what purpose? Okay, like they have their own way of learning and figuring out how to do things.
It's a complicated legacy, one of peace, but also of loss.
Yeah, they learn from each other just fine.
All right, blue egg. Oh my God, it's exactly like a chicken egg. It's delicious.
Yum.
Good.
Yeah, egg is egg. This is kind of
I just saw a
relaxing, isn't
mosquito
it?
cruise by.
Are we having
and
fun?
I just remembered that as we were putting on the river on day one of the Christian missionaries said, "Mucho malaria," in reference to this place. Mucho malaria. Fortunately, I haven't seen too many mosquitoes.
Yeah, real life
'cause,
gadget, Jay.
I don't even want piquito malaria, let alone mucho.
Yeah,
If you
they
ask
seem
a
very
scientist
happy.
where the
Jay
Warani
Williams.
came from, they'll talk about the Bering Strait. They'll tell you that humans migrated down from North America 20,000 years ago. They'll tell you that the Warani are linguistically isolate, completely separated from the rest of the world thousands of years ago. They are genetic mystery, hiding in the gaps between the rivers. But if you ask a Warani where they came from, they're not going to talk to you about maps. They'll tell you about the
Good. He's doing the Edic and Emic thing. He just told us the Etic explanation of origins, which is the coming out of East Asia. Okay. It looks like he's now going to tell us the Emic explanation of origins.
El jaguar
The jaguar appears when a person
aparece
dies
de
on
una
the earth.
persona cuando muere, entierran de la tierra.
During the night, they believe the jaguar comes to the grave and claims the spirit of the deceased. The earth actually opens up, and what emerges is something small, like a child. The jaguar takes the young spirit and helps it grow until the two become one. Through this connection, the spirit communicates warnings or guidance about what's coming for the community. In their world, the jaguar isn't just a cat. It is a sacred bridge between the living and the ancestors. Whether they came from the stars, the mud, the jaguar, or the north, for all of recorded history, they've been the ghosts of this jungle.
That's so cool.
Good morning, everyone. Today is a new day and we're heading out on another hunt. This time, we have a shotgun.
It does, Loiso.
Heading back into the jungle. Not exactly sure what the plan is. I'm pretty much on a need-to-know basis, but it's always fun to follow the locals, so let's see what kind of stuff we get into.
Hitting the...
So it looks like we're pulling out some grubs from this tree. Pente already ate one. It was like a big, grubby, white thing. Threw it immediately in his mouth, so it looks like we're gonna eat some bugs.
Ooh, yum. Yeah, I agree, guys. So as I said before, the music is kind of fucking annoying. Okay. And I also don't like it. Partially, he might be the only one there that can speak English, so he has to be the one that does all the speaking because he's trying to cater to an English-speaking audience. But there's also this like sense of being like an observer that is like above it. And like, yeah, exactly, Loiso.
My girlfriend and her friends think I love eating bugs, so I'm not gonna let them down today. Got a whole handful of massive grubs here that seem like it's gonna be a nice,
Jonas.
tasty snack. They're not bad. I think it's just like a little bit squeamish, like eating a.
I think you get over it. You'd be all right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get into this guy a little later. I don't know how we plan to cook it up.
Yeah,
but
Jay
it's
Williams.
wiggling and wurgling and looks delicious.
Nom 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 nom. Honestly, I don't know if I'd be able to eat a grub. This is my ethnocentrism coming out, but I've heard they have a kind of weird texture. I can eat a lot of bugs, but the idea of like a squishy big grub in my mouth kind of, I don't know. We'll see.
I just learned that while first contact was made to the Warani back in 1956, that happened in the town of Tolwino, which is like a 2-day commute by boat up this river. Pente's village wasn't made contact with till many years later. He actually lived at a time before first contact. It's so cool to think about.
God, how old is he?
We're into something. I don't know why.
There you go, Louise. Jonas also got a wildfire warning. Yeah, outer signal. I bet it does have high protein.
Turns out that rusty gun isn't very reliable.
So is it a dart gun or is it a shotgun? It looked, I guess, okay, they're going after some primates. Oop.
He got one. Yeah, I dropped in the water right over there.
Yeah, you're right, you said shotgun.
Yeah, quem vai ver, Kevin?
Got one, yay! Spider.
Fendi aja gua ke
Seems like so much work to process this bird, considering you can just go to Costco and get a rotisserie chicken for like $10. Pente's making a traditional Warani spear out of black palm wood.
Okay, wait, what are they doing? They're making... Ding, ding, ding. Yaliquabble. Full of antibiotics and chlorine washed. Yum. Right, Louise. Okay. That was a good moment. I like that. The guy laughing at him like, you fucking idiot.
There's something you have to understand about this specific part of the forest. We aren't alone out here. Within Usani National Park, there are two related groups, the Targheri and the Tromanane. They are the uncontacted relatives of the Warani I'm with.
They're
they
not
have made the
uncontacted. They're not fucking uncontacted.
conscious choice to remain hidden. They cook at night to hide their smoke from planes. They plant crops under the canopy to hide them from satellites. Why do they hide? Well, because their cultural memory tells them that contact with the outside world means death.
Therefore, they're not uncontacted. Can we also point out, how the fuck do they know that they're satellites if they're not contacted? Okay, so...
by viruses they have no immunity to, or by violence from illegal loggers. Though the contacted Warani I'm with now are fighting a different war. Their spears are now lawsuits against international oil companies that are trying to drill on their land. They're fighting to protect not only their own future, but the future of those invisible relatives hiding just over that next ridge.
Chicken, or whatever it is. I don't know. It's not chicken. It's something chicken-like. Looks tasty. Ooh, they have straws.
The esophagus of the bird and some broth.
Oh, it's the esophagus of the bird. So they turn the esophagus into a straw.
All the big
Interesting.
chunky grubs from earlier. Cooked.
I agree, Laquamba. I'd be willing to try the grubs if they were cooked. Okay, I don't know if I'd be able to do it.
So
raw.
word on the street is that when a local Warani warrior dies, their spirit wanders the forest, and it makes it so the poison from the Karari darts is ineffective. So that's why we were unable to kill anything the last couple days. But seems like we're still ramping it up. They got 2 blow guns getting ready to go out for another hunt today. Hopefully that makes a difference, because I want to eat some monkey. You know, they're cute creatures, but I also hear they're very tasty.
Whatever, eating monkey? Is that what you're saying? I agree, Gwen. I agree. I've had chocolate-covered grasshoppers. I haven't had bees, but yeah. So it looks like they're having some issues hunting this time around. That's probably why they went back to using the gun.
Pig skull that a jaguar
No, that's awesome,
killed.
Tater Tot. Yeah. Hi, Tater Tot, by the way. Okay, blow darts. Let's try it again. We're on to monkeys. So these, what kind of monkeys are these, folks? Are these New World or Old World monkeys? Correct.
This is
New World
absolutely a place of nightmares to be lost in. Yeah, if like we lose our guides, oh man, we are screwed.
Did they get it? What is one trait that we might find these monkeys have if they're New World monkeys? In regards to their locomotion.
Things have really heated up.
Thanks, Loico. No. That's okay. They're arboreal, yes, so they live in the trees. What about their limbs? Or what about one part of their body? Did they get it? There you
They're shooting
go.
like a dozen darts up in the canopy. A few have hit the monkey, others are just getting lost up in the air. Honestly, it begs the question, where do they all go? What the heck?
They have a prehensile tail, so they can actually grab with their tails, right? So if they almost got him. Looks like they've hit him with a few darts.
Oh! I saw a move.
It's amazing how accurate they are with those darts.
Hey, they definitely hit it. Oh. All right, the monkey's just up in this tree here. Seems to be hit, but does not seem to be falling. There you go.
Oh, yep, it's dead, or at least it's paralyzed or whatever. They finally got it.
Whoa!
Let's see if it has a prehensile tail.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they're not going to show
Well,
it.
this
Come on.
is
Oh,
pleasant surprise and also an odd one. Never
and it-
seen a monkey this close. Never held a monkey like this,
And it has a
still
prehensile
sad,
tail.
but it's
Yep.
part of the culture. They've been eating monkeys for thousands of years, and while it seems a little different to us, this is right in the cards for what they do on a daily basis. So amazing, sad at the same time, but it'll be a nice, tasty meal.
Yeah, guys, that is ethnocentrism, right? I get that it makes us sad, but you know, there are people who think it's weird that we fucking eat cows, for example, and think that that's bizarre, or will think that if we eat, you know, there are various things that we eat, that people will be like, ew, why do you do that? Okay. So, of course, us being sad about it, that's obviously, we don't eat them. So it's easier for us to be sad about it.
So behind me, she's singeing off all the hairs off the monkey, getting it right down to the skin and getting rid of all the fleas and kind of parasites on the outside and just getting it ready to cook. Not something you guys want to watch though.
Yeah, okay. Oh, come on. We can't even see the monkey cooking. All right. Well, he had no problem showing the meat of the fucking crocodile or like, you know, or the dead bird.
Yeah. This is a monkey forearm. Just give him props. Doesn't taste like anything I've ever had before.
Me too. I do wonder what monkey meat tastes like. Oh, the little skull. Get all the shit out of there.
I came here looking for an adventure, to hunt with the masters of the jungle, and I definitely got that. But I got a whole bunch more too. I've been thinking a lot about their name. They call themselves the Warani. In their language, it translates to the true humans. For centuries, they called everybody else on the outside the Kaode, which translates to the strange ones. After spending time out here and realizing just how disconnected I am from the natural world and just how woven they are into the fabric of this forest, you realize their name isn't arrogance. It's the truth. They are the true humans, and we are the strange ones.
Okay, well, that was a stupid ending. We're all humans, but okay. All right. Okay, so that was his trip with the Varani. Interesting. It wasn't like, yeah, it ends with the noble savages nonsense. Of course it does. Regardless, that that was not like great. It was interesting to watch. We got to at least see some of what the Varani do. But now that we've talked about like what we saw the wide the habitat, that they were in a different habitat. They had a limited micro habitat. We saw some ethnocentrism, didn't we? What kind of ethnocentrism did we experience? I know I experienced some where I'm kind of like, I don't know about grubs. All right. You don't have to say so, guys, but like, it's just something to always be aware of. And it's interesting. Or like the monkeys, for example. The monkey, there you go. Okay. And that's fine. Like, all right. The bugs, there you go. Or like, for example, we saw the idea that, what was it? Even the fact that there was sort of the need to like cover up all the private parts and things like that. Them being naked, there you go. Okay. Okay. Then barefoot in the jungle would drive you crazy. Me too. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I'd be too worried I'd be bitten or something. All right. And then we saw admittedly, he did do participant observation. It wasn't the best participant observation. It was sort of classically, noble savage type shit. All right. And then, of course, he did do some things that were Emic versus Etic when he talked about the origins of the Varani and like um, the Jaguars versus the coming out of East Asia. All right. And he even mentioned that one thing where they said that they couldn't get the poisons to work because there was a spirit wandering the forest that made it so that it wouldn't work. And he didn't question that explanation, which good. Okay. So like different way of thinking, Emic versus Etic perspective. I also, the beginning was interesting because the the notion of like they're it's a hostile tribe. Okay. They're a scary hostile tribe. Well, at least we got to see that, yeah, I don't blame them for being a hostile tribe or quote unquote hostile tribe when their land is being taken from them and they're like it's being destroyed. So that was an interesting perspective when the one Varani was actually said, yeah, they're aggressive, but I don't blame them. Their land is being taken and that's their land. So okay. Yeah. CR, what if I hide camera? You can't do no, Drusilla, bad. You can't do that. Okay. So bad, Drusilla. So Gwen, it was unclear to me. If I were to guess, Gwen, so Gwen says I was late. Was there any hierarchy in the tribe? It looked like they had a big man. So there's sort of a common kind of hierarchy, if you want to call it that, in hunter-gatherer groups. They have very limited hierarchy, but there is sort of a big man. So they will have someone called a big man. Big man, okay, which is they're not the official leader, but they're an older person in the group that is thought to have a lot more wisdom and knowledge, and their opinion is deferred to, but not always listened to. Okay, so like it's like the elder that knows the most, okay, where they might get an opinion from and then kind of decide collectively. So that I don't since we didn't really look at it, we didn't really get that close of a look at their hierarchy. I do think that bigger guy, the older guy with the earlobes, was sort of like the big man. So he was more of an advisor who just has good advice. Okay. And they're also typically the ones that keep the lore of the tribe, the oral history of the tribe or the group. And you notice that they were talking to him when they were asking about the Jaguar and stuff. So he may have been sort of that. But overall, it looked like pretty horizontal. Now, I don't know about gender relations. That was kind of unclear to me. Just because the women weren't hunting doesn't mean that it isn't a horizontal power structure. Okay, that I don't know, Louise. You can have a society where there are separate gender roles, but it is not a patriarchy or a matriarchy. Okay, it's a literal case of separate but equal, without but without and it is true generally. It's hard to describe, but so like if women are involved in decision making and stuff, it's but I don't know. I'm not sure. We didn't see women doing hunting. Let's look it up. I'm curious now. I'm not sure how to spell it. Varani. Yeah. Varani. Oh my God. Varani tribe. Okay. That's possible, Luis. So I am not sure. All right, here we go. So Warani. So it's W-A-O. I spelled it wrong, obviously. W-A-O-R. Warani. Let's see here if Wikipedia can talk about their gender stuff. Oh, well, it says here Warani leader Alicia. So it looks like they have a woman who has power. Let's see here. But let's see here. Humans or men. Oh my God, they drink what is it? Ayahuasca? What is it called? I can't pronounce it. ayahuasca. I can never pronounce it. It's that DMT. So they actually drink that's pretty based. They also do psychedelic mushrooms. Okay. So Wa-Orani gender. Yep. Yep. So I was basically right. According to the Global Green Grants Fund, whatever that is, here they are. That's literally the same guy we saw. Yeah, so men are the hunters. Women delicately so women work in the home basically. They're like they manufacture things and create things in the home. They maintain an egalitarian society in which the genders are treated equally and food and goods are shared freely. They're fucking communists. So they're fucking communists. All right. So okay, men and women kind of are treated equally, and they share. Okay, they share everything. Yep, and they look happy. Interesting. Okay, well there we go. We found it out. All right. I know, right? Peck on back. Don't say that because the U.S. might attack them, right? Yeah, they're gonna bomb the communist Iran. Yeah. So, but that's very common, guys, in hunter-gatherer groups. They're very often egalitarian. Very often egalitarian. It looks like the current kind of rep of the group is a woman. So, okay. All right. We got that. So that was interesting. So I love watching things like this. I often have a lot of critiques. I even had another one that we could maybe watch sometime. He actually goes and visits. He goes and visits the Osa. Okay, the Osa. I think that's how you pronounce it in Africa, which are a hunter-gatherer group. I think they're in Namibia. I can't quite remember. But we could watch that sometime too. Okay. Yeah, that was fun, right? Let's see what else we have to look at, guys. I do there was some other stuff I saw that people sent. Oh, that looks amazing. Let's watch that. Laquabwa, thank you for sending that to me. So let's watch. There's a few things here. Oh, the cargo cults. Yes. Inbred family, the Whitakers. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna watch the one Druzilla sent for. Well, you know what? Let's watch the one Laquabwa sent us real fast. Well,
hello. I've been told that my video needs more fun, goofy.
Reverse dominance hierarchy.
Interesting.
I'm just still testing, looking at some of the videos here. How long is this one? An hour? Oof. Okay, then there's the Whitakers. So, okay, this one is shorter. Let's first do a shorter one. Okay. Let's first do a shorter one. Okay. This is, I haven't seen this. Inbred family, the Whitakers. Now, I gotta tell you, I might not want to watch this. Okay. There is like, I often find videos like this to be exploitative. Okay, I got to tell you. So if I feel that it's kind of exploitative, I don't know if I'm going to want to watch it, right? So we'll see how exploitative it is. So so let's see what it says here on the first page. I first photographed the Whitaker family for my first book, Created Equal, in 2004. That visit was interrupted by an angry neighbor with a shotgun who threatened to use it if I didn't leave the Whitakers alone. Okay. Doug, I'll see Doug. I'll decide if it's done well. It's basically my personal preference. I'll see if I think it's done well enough that it's not taking advantage of people who may have okay, we'll see. By angry neighbor with a shotgun who threatened to use it if I didn't leave the Whitakers alone. After explaining what I was doing, he calmed down and allowed me to photograph the Whitaker family. Okay, well, they have a good neighbor. That's pretty base that the neighbor's looking out for them. Okay. Let's see here. After I explained what I was doing, he calmed down and allowed me to photograph the Whitaker family. The two portraits shown is that, yeah, that's really base, Loy, so that he did that. Okay, the two portraits shown in this video are all from that book. I have returned to visit the Whitakers. Okay, I've returned to I've returned to visit the Whitakers when I've been in Appalachia for other shoots, but on this visit in July of 2020, I recorded a bit of video. Of something many of us have heard of but never actually seen. I strongly discourage anyone attempting to look for the Whitakers, as their armed neighbor and the Riley County deputies both make it clear. Well, why would you want, listen, maybe don't look for the Whitakers because they're people and they're not circus animals. I don't like don't look for them because their neighbor might kill you and the deputies will come after you. Maybe don't look for them because leave them alone. Okay, we'll see. Again, I'll see if I feel this is, I don't know if I want to watch it. We'll see. Yeah, just don't fucking harass them. They're human beings. So guys, for those who don't know, people are asking, this is a family from West Virginia that is deeply inbred, okay, of which in Appalachia, there are these things called hollers, which are valleys that are pretty isolated. And so a lot of times people in these valleys will interbreed with family members, okay? And because the government also doesn't have much reach in these valleys, they're often, I mean, there's no one to monitor this, or there's also people can get away with sexual assault a lot more too, if you want to view it that way. So, yeah. So I guess it looks like he's going to interview some folks in a family that are inbred. Okay, well, let me quickly, I'm already kind of bothered by it already. Okay, let me just quickly see. Do we know what is his purpose in doing this video? Is it just to this has 47 million views. 47 million fucking views okay. So we'll watch a little bit.
So what are your names?
Ray, Lori, Timmy.
I'm sorry. Who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray. I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago.
And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy?
Yeah.
Now, you guys grew up here in Odd, West Virginia. How many years have you lived here?
All her life. All my life.
You're you guys, I mean, did you go to school? You did? Some of your brothers and sisters probably didn't go to school, or how much schooling did they get?
They didn't wish school long, but he graduated.
You graduated from what?
We were from high school.
You went to high school, Timmy?
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, I think I'm not gonna watch it. It's not terrible so far, but the more I think about it, I just don't even want to touch it. Okay, you can watch it on your own if you want to. There is yeah, POB. What's POB saying here? It's exploitation, regardless. Yeah. Like, listen, it's okay if you guys watch it. I'm just saying I don't want to. All right. I don't really understand the purpose of videotaping these people. Like, what is the purpose of videotaping them and then putting it on the internet for everyone to look at? When for what, 47 million people to watch. I don't get the purpose of it. And I'm actually kind of frustrated that this guy is doing this, if this is what he spends his time doing. Like, can someone explain? Like, honestly, does anyone have a reason why we would want to have these people videotaped like this? I think we know, right? There's only one reason. Yeah, they're not hurting anyone. And if in fact, like, okay, exactly, POB, do we even know if they have the capacity to agree to this? Like, if we were to take a camera into a psychiatric hospital and videotape the people there and post it online, okay. Regardless, we're not going to watch it, okay? Let's see what else we have here. What's this one? What's this? Asking degenerates why they are degenerates? That's funny. You know what? I have a different idea. If we want to watch something about West Virginia, I have something else we can watch. I have something we can watch. So there's a guy who I really like. He isn't an anthropologist, but he does anthropological type videos. I travel to West Virginia, and he will go around interviewing people various places, seeing how they live and things like that. I can't remember his name, Sir Bart. This guy. Yeah. Is this the same person you were thinking of, Sir Bart? Okay. I like him a lot. He might not be perfect, but I like him a lot. So let's watch him. Let's see here. I'm going to go back. I saw him up here. Yeah, let's do that one. This one is, I really like this guy's videos. Peter Santinello. Let's watch one of his. Inside Maine's Forgotten Company Town. Let's find a good one here. Pakistan, Appalachia live stream. Oh, that's live. Okay. Oh, Madawan's really cool, Maddie Holmes. We've talked about Madawan before. We've talked about Madawan, and we've talked about the Battle of Blair Mountain. So we'll probably won't do that again now, but maybe some other time we can talk more about it. Let's see here. He lived off the grid in Appalachia. Deep South. Inside Appalachia. Okay, let's watch this one. Now, we probably won't get through the whole thing.
The way I'm going to take you is through the mountains.
And that's where it's deep, deep Appalachia.
Deep, deep Appalachia. This was like the hub of the community.
When they started shutting the coal mines down, it just...
What was up here? You're doing your own thing out here. No sheriff down here, no cop.
That's right.
This is really hard to wrap my head around because we are in the middle of nowhere, and then people have money for this out here.
Oh, yeah.
You can make 6 figures.
It's very, even those big houses, though, in Appalachia are less expensive than elsewhere in the country.
At 18 years old?
This is your holler people.
If a husband got killed in the mine, she had 7 days to remarry.
Steak cooked perfect.
The coal industry died here, and then everyone just left quickly.
These electric cars are getting charged off the grid, and that's mostly coal.
I guess West Virginia people are just so used to having a negative shadow cast on us, and it's not that way at all.
Good morning, guys. Here in Bluefield, West Virginia, deep in the heart
Let's
of
see here. He's definitely a conservative. Who's a conservative creator? Who's a
Appalachia.
conservative creator?
And today we're meeting up with a local named Jimmy. And Jimmy said he can get us out to the surrounding area here. Some of the former wealthy towns with old money and some towns that have decayed to only a few people living there, and bring us into coal country, because that is what built this part of Appalachia. So let's do this, get in with Jimmy, get a better understanding of what life is like here.
This whole entire block's coming down for economic development. They're going to tear it down, I guess, rebuild new buildings here. There's so much asbestos, and they're ready to come down. These things are old.
They're beautiful, though. Like, from the front side, that one's beautiful. So this was just thriving, what, 30, 40 years ago?
Yeah,
there were
so
people
guys,
everywhere.
Appalachia was of course, is a very big coal part of the country. Okay, like it used to be full of coal mines. This is where the Battle of Blair Mountain happened and stuff. It's a very poor region of the country, okay? A lot of the coal left. Even when there were coal mines there, coal miners weren't paid that well. It's a very suffering area. There's high rates of drug addiction there, high rates of poverty. Yeah.
The biggest hubs in coal country to come through Bluefield, because you're finally getting kind of out of the mountains, and it's easier to get coal out this. If you look down that way, you can see coal moving still yet.
Oh, coal moving on the railway?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still happening.
You still get some coal.
That's for sure.
Not like it was, though. I mean, even back in the day, the horse and buggy, it's coal mining town was just full of people and life.
Some people are
And it's
hanging on.
places like this, guys, that are partially responsible for electing Donald Trump, because these are where some people are suffering some of the worst conditions in America.
Yeah.
Furniture shop. Okay, so Jimmy, fair to say this is the heart of Appalachia, where we're at.
Yeah, this
Look,
area.
you can see the shop back there is boarded up.
Appalachia's a big mountain chain. It's one of the oldest in the world.
And here's the thing, it's super hard to define, because technically you can say it's from Georgia to Canada, right up to
Absolutely.
Quebec. Like, technically I grew up in Appalachia in Vermont.
Right.
But I don't look at myself as Appalachian.
Right.
But when you look at identify as Appalachian, that would be these states, right? West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee,
Right.
North Carolina.
Eastern Kentucky, southern West Virginia, parts of Tennessee. But I'll show you in a little bit when we get up here.
Yeah, because they want change, Loiso. They absolutely do want change.
West Virginia line is, and
So
you can
that's why they like Bernie and they like Trump, because they thought Trump was presenting change too.
see the difference. If you want to film some of this is actual coal coming through. When we get on down here, you'll see how many railroad tracks were side by side. They've ripped out a bunch of them because we don't have the coal we used to. But I remember coming over here, you could count like 23 or 24 sets of rails all the way across. My father was a coal miner. He for years until he
everyone's a fucking coal miner. I swear
just
to God.
couldn't do it anymore. He's eat up a black lung now, so he has breathing
black lung. So for those who don't know, if you coal mine long enough in unsafe conditions, your lungs will get coated with fucking coal dust. Okay, and it will kill you in the long term.
problems. Like a lot of people in this area have breathing problems.
Just being down in the mines year after year, your lungs take it in.
Yeah. A lot of the people that I see come through the hospital I work at have breathing problems. Not even being in the coal mines. At one time, there was so much coal that it's in the air, it's in the water.
That's one good aspect of
everywhere.
the industry declining,
It's
right?
actually very toxic, and it poisons everyone. Okay.
Yeah and no. I think it's more of a catch-22.
You're
We
right,
relied
Lizzo.
so much on it in this area. It's just devastated now, and you have a lot of just wasteland houses and things where nobody live.
Right.
But
it was by far the main economic
oh
driver
Lord,
here.
yeah.
It was
yeah.
everything.
It was. I don't think anything wasn't affiliated with coal.
This is beautiful.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
Gwen.
What are the prices of some of these houses here?
They run anywhere from 60s to 100,000.
$60K for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath.
3-bedroom, 2-bath, basement.
It's just because so many people have moved out that the
It's
value
just
came down?
Well, they never went up.
Okay.
This right here, this is the West Virginia state line where we were at down in Bluefield.
Yep.
Down in that area.
It's
Now the way I'm
beautiful
going to take
country,
you
though.
is back around.
I mean, it's a beautiful state. The blue mountain ridges and all that other shit. Okay.
And we'll go
As a
through the
matter of fact, there's parts of it that are very isolated. They two things kind of generate very cool cultural innovation. Isolation and poverty both have a lot of generate a lot of really cool cultural stuff. Yeah, Roshi, our community member Roshi is from West Virginia. So there is like a very cool culture in Appalachia. This is where you hear a lot of bluegrass music, and like they have a really vibrant musical culture, oral history culture. It's a really cool place. By the way, back when the government was involuntarily sterilizing people through the eugenics program, some states around West Virginia would literally go up into the West Virginia mountains, kidnap West Virginian children, sterilize them, and then take them back to their parents, because they viewed people from West Virginia as like these inbred hicks who are degenerate. So even the white people in West Virginia have often been viewed like they're not white. So, which isn't, okay. So they're like, a lot of times, even the white people of West Virginia have been treated like they're not white in America, which is okay. Anyway,
mountains into Wyoming County. They may be 2,000 or 3,000 people live in a small town, but on the outskirts of it, there's 10 or 15,000 that live in the mountains and hollers. And every 100 yards, 200 yards, there's a place where you turn off and go up a holler or up on the side of a mountain.
And that's where it's deep Appalachia.
So the hollers are like the valley. So there will be these big valleys, and then there'll be mountains around the valleys. In between the mountains are hollers, which are more isolated communities where people live in Appalachia.
People out there, a lot of them never even leave, right?
Right, they have no reason to leave. This is Matoka. I don't think revitalizing this would do any good. It's pretty rough. Now, there's some good people from Matoka, don't get me wrong. There's some excellent people from down here. This place was really hard hit by the coal industry. See one of the coal bridges going across?
Yep.
The bigger homes down here that you'll see on the main street right
beautiful.
here, they were the boss's houses, and one of them was probably medical. My grandpa's house was a doctor's office. So they were bigger like these are. But then you get into the smaller houses as most of your workers.
Okay.
There's the sheriff's department. I mean, it's just a little tiny building.
I gotta say, Jimmy, it doesn't
also big history of having horrific cops in West Virginia. They have historically allied themselves with the coal companies and actually been one of the biggest groups to suppress strikes and to suppress unions and things like that. Not always. There have been cases where there have been pro-union sheriffs, but the police in West Virginia are well known to be some of the worst enemies of the working class.
Too bad.
Most of the town and stuff was over in here, and it's gone, most of it. See all the old buildings and stuff?
Oh, right. Let's cruise over there. Downtown Matoka.
So Dion, honestly, not really. This town is worse off than a lot of America is. That's not to say America's doing well, but West Virginia is doing particularly poorly in a lot of ways. Now, it depends on where you are. There's other places that are doing as bad as West Virginia. There are parts of West Virginia that aren't doing as bad. Like we could talk about how Mississippi is probably worse than West Virginia. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, what's left of it.
The coal industry died here, and then everyone just left quickly.
A lot of people left. Some people stayed. Like I said, everywhere you look at, though, nobody really lives in towns. They all live in the hollers that branch off.
Right.
It's kind of like
look at there's one shop up here.
Yeah, Mithril.
Kind of like a ghost town, ain't it?
But then this one looks great.
1978 coal soft.
Hilarious, Dion. No, but that sheriff's department in the street looks so much like freedom. Hilarious, Dion.
Where?
Oh yeah. What's the story? That one's doing well. Everyone else.
It should be a old computer place where they make computers and stuff like that.
Oh.
They just recently shut it down. The man that
Do you live?
it used to be pretty.
You can tell. Till a month ago.
Yeah.
The people in town destroyed them.
Oh. We're making a video about Appalachia. You mind? Sir? Okay. Thank you. So you live out here?
My mommy lives up on Bailey Street.
Okay. So how long ago was it when this was just thriving? Is that like 30 years back?
I'd say the 80s and into the 90s. There used to be like some bars and used to be like 4 or 5 bars, and like there used to be a movie place and
wow.
a pharmacy and a Piggly Wiggly and all kinds of stuff. And then like when they started shutting the coal mines down, it just
Real life cat DJ, you're awful.
Just died off.
And then for the past, I'd say 7 years, drugs took over. Everybody, my boss, they own the old school. They're trying to redo.
Piggly Wiggly. Piggly Wiggly are fun. I'll show you guys a Piggly Wiggly. Piggly Wiggly. It's a supermarket chain, particularly in West Virginia. There's also some in Southern Ohio, where I am, is partially in Appalachia, so it also has a lot of these same issues. But a Piggly Wiggly is a grocery chain. Okay, there it is, Piggly Wiggly. Okay, yeah, okay, Piggly Wiggly. It's a grocery chain. All right.
Do everything right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
And
right.
try to bring back something to the community. You know.
Yeah.
Kind of happens that way, I guess, everywhere.
So you're saying this was just destroyed not long ago?
They just shut these buildings down a month ago.
What was
Remember,
in 'em?
guys, so
It's apartment buildings right here. All of them was.
So remember, guys, who's to blame for all this destruction, right? Or what is to blame for it? I'll let you guys answer.
The Colonas owned them. They started doing that demolition thing to tear
Partially,
down stuff.
there you go, Sir Bart. Partially, the coal companies, the government, capitalism, right? Communism, hilarious, Ponder Monkey. Capitalism generally, right? Because these coal companies have a lot of fucking power, and they can literally just decide to up and leave whenever they fucking want, because they are private tyrants and they can decide what to do with their fucking business. So if they find that they can make profits better elsewhere, or they're not making profits anymore, they can just up and leave and unemploy everyone that they've been employing. So fundamentally, the issue here is unregulated capitalism, okay, or just capitalism generally, mixed with the failure of the government to provide for people after they've been abandoned by these companies, which kind of goes back to capitalism too, because then the government has been bribed. So there's a lot of shit to blame here. I think fundamentally capitalism is to blame, okay? So anyway.
They shut them down so they could tear them down.
Okay.
And then everybody just...
So then the question becomes, folks, what do these people blame as the reason why they are suffering? because this is where we get into politics. Because when you have people suffering like this, it can be easy to convince them to point the finger in the wrong direction. Okay, so we'll see what some of them say the reason is.
Gravitated to it to, like, you know, the copper, the wood, and all that to
Gotcha.
make their money, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be a really nice town. Like, my whole family was from down here, and then it just
Yeah.
fizzled out. There's still good people here that try,
I bet.
but it's kind of hard to try when you got other people.
Did you see that license plate? New York.
Yeah, they're visiting their family right now. They're really nice people. We just talked to them.
She knows everyone. Do you hear that?
You guys know everyone.
She's like, yep.
Here, huh?
Yeah,
Everyone knows everyone.
yeah. It's a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing because everybody knows your business.
Yeah, I bet.
But I got to get back to work.
Yeah, no,
All right.
thank you. All the best. That's interesting. So this one place is still here.
With it being a Friday and it's not open, it kind of makes me wonder if it's still there
Right.
or not.
AC units on, so someone's living
Yeah.
up there.
I'd say residentially, there's probably a lot of people that still live in these buildings.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's interesting what she said. They just
That's
destroyed
fascinating.
those in the last month.
Smile, you are too.
It is Matt Saigai. Remember, this is where there was a lot of violent militant labor activism and stuff.
Look at this.
This is where
Your
the Battle of Blair
typical back alley.
Mountain took place.
Yeah. So you can see how people are very defensive over coal.
Yeah.
Like when that goes away, then you get
Well,
this,
it's the only
right?
thing. This is exactly what you get.
The alternative out here is what? Outside of coal. Where we started today in Bluefield, you're working at the hospital.
Right.
There's something. But out here,
You'd probably have to drive to Princeton.
do you
to
tater
work.
tot?
right.
Because as you know, it's only a little bit down the road. A lot of people live here, work at the hospital. Very small percentage still work in coal mines. At AT.
So, Sir Bart, you say capitalism is a part of American culture. Get rid of it and you destroy America. You destroy America as it currently is. Yes, Sir Bart. But it was the same that was true in, let's say, Cuba before the revolution, or or in Russia before the communist revolution. If you upend the fundamental economic system, there will be issues at first. There will be issues at first because the ideological structure. Okay, I know, right? The ideological structure. All these structures that have been created out of the economic structure will still be with the old structure. So it takes time after you've changed the economic structure for it to ripple up into ideology and things like that. So yes, okay, it would destroy America as it is now, but over time, there would be a new America. And you can ease that transition by making reforms in the short term so that society can start moving ideologically in that direction. I know you were kind of like you weren't actually saying that, sir, but it gave me an excuse to talk about that, okay?
TVs are the way to go here to make quick money or to put up people that are coming from out of town. See the side by side?
Yep.
Those are legal on the highway now, anywhere. So they're trying to make a transition over to making that one of the biggest industries here.
Okay.
See, listen, guys, if we did what I've said that my kind of view of what our new socialist society would look like, if those coal mines were owned by co-ops, so groups of workers who also own the companies, they would never have left. Because there's no profit in leaving if you're the workers and you're the ones making the money off the mines, right? You wouldn't be able to hire cheaper labor elsewhere because that cheaper labor would be the owners of the company. So you see what I mean? So if those coal mines were actual co-ops, they would not have left, okay? And the workers would have had control over them and would have made all the profits from them and would have been able to decide what to do with the profits. But that also would mean that the owners would also be the ones that live in the neighborhood. So the money that was the profits or the wealth generated from those coal mines would stay in the neighborhood, would stay in the community. You see what I mean? So now, obviously, there are other things to consider here. We as coal, we shouldn't really have coal. We should probably, have wind or whatever, other kinds of green energy or whatever. Okay. But do you see how, like, even something as simple as having a co-op in a coal mine would have ended this problem for this community? Yeah, elevator lady. All right. So, okay.
Side by sides and like Airbnbs, cabins, rentals. Lots and lots and lots of people come from out of state to ride because it's some of the best ATV riding in the world.
Yeah, that'd be great, Gwen, to have a co-op lumber mill. Absolutely.
There used to be houses all over the top of the hill and all over this mountain. It's all grown up and gone. I remember seeing like 50 houses through there.
How does that make you feel?
I hate it for the people that live here because the people are so good. I mean, when your buddy came here to film this, he said, "Oh, everybody's kind of won't talk to you and stuff." That's probably further from the truth. Especially probably if they see you somebody that they know or something, they'll probably be crowding you around you when we get to Mullins. This is Wyoming County. We're topping into Wyoming County. There's not a traffic light in the county.
Well, that's confusing. Why would you name a county after a state?
We don't have red lights.
Fair to say this is one of the most remote parts of the state?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
This and McDowell County probably your two most remote ones. This is the old
Is everyone
football
okay with
field.
this? I know it might be boring for some people. I think it's fascinating, but I know not everyone enjoys watching people drive around in new places and interview people.
Field and
You're
high
good,
school. Hell, most of the high school's gone.
Look,
But
that's
that-
a high school. I mean, come on. That is such bad. Like, this is okay. I guess you don't need that large of a high school if it's a smaller neighborhood, but that doesn't look great as a high school. Yeah, right. Interesting accent, right, Drusilla? Gwen, I hate that 10 people in America could solve all of Appalachia's problem, as could their congressional reps. So it's a little more complicated than that, but yes, politicians could definitely ease a lot of the suffering here.
Was part of the high school there. But they consolidated. It looks like somebody lives there and got a dog.
I'm right,
tied up.
Mithril. Did you see him, Mithril, crossing the center line and stuff and going around? Okay. Oh, thank you, Jay Williams. Thank you.
In the high school.
Elevator lady, how dare you?
It looks like it. Oh, damn.
For sale by owner. Okay.
This is where all the four-wheelers and stuff come in. And this is how they've actually made money doing this. They got extra gas tanks.
Okay.
They got big screen TV, indoor dining. It's got bathrooms and all that
So
stuff.
these are for all the tourists
These
here
are for
on
the
four-wheelers.
four-wheelers and stuff that come in, yeah.
Okay.
And then some people rent out little cabins and stuff here and there. This is kind of like Bud Holler. It doesn't go that far back in here, but this is kind of like a holler.
It's like a mini holler.
Yeah, everybody here knows everybody. It used to be really
Okay, so this is a holler. So again,
beautiful
very
down
isolated.
here. I mean,
So the church is still functioning?
I'm not sure if that one is or not. This used to be the elementary school. When I was a kid, it was in perfect shape.
Oof.
We used to play here. My cousins grew up in that little white house right there.
So when you grew up out here, say in one of these haulers, you finish high school, are most kids getting out or most kids staying?
They're going.
They're getting out of town.
Yeah, there's a lot more opportunity outside. You'll
Yep.
see some of the remnants of the coal industry. See that?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, right.
Who were the
Jonas,
big
right.
players here?
Oh, God, there were so many of them.
But of course, Jonas, that would require, because companies have so much power, the government can't direct companies to go set up here, right?
But that's a lot of people they stay a little bit upset about the way the coal companies did. They came in and
Yeah.
they pretty much robbed everybody of the resources. The coal, they took it out and they took it with them.
Yep.
And they didn't leave anything in return for all.
Yep.
People made a decent wage and stuff for years, but Then after that, you know, they pulled all their health care. You couldn't get black lung. They didn't take care of the people, but all their money was spent elsewhere, New York and big towns and cities.
Of
and,
course. And the coal was running the power plants in the country, right?
Absolutely.
A lot
Yes.
of them, right?
The coal from here. There's all kinds of different grades of coal. The hardest being anthracite. Anthracite's the hardest coal that you can get, and it's mostly mined in Pennsylvania, northern West Virginia.
Yeah, some dumb beats, they will. Partially. We can hope that they might change their minds if they're, you know, but there's also another. So it's easy. You see how small these communities are, folks, how isolated and small they are. Everyone knows each other. It becomes very easy to demonize outsiders if you live in a tight-knit social community, okay? Because anyone who doesn't belong or that you're not used to sticks out like a sore thumb. And because most of the people around you, you know very well, it's easy to not trust people you don't know as well. We've talked about this before, how like small communities have high trust amongst themselves, but very low trust for strangers. While like urban areas or cities, there's a lot fewer connections between people, but there's less fear of the other generally because you're around so many different types of people. So it becomes easy, especially in like rural areas or in Appalachia, to demonize minorities and things like that because you know, you're not used to that. Yeah, some dumb beats. It's shame to see what happened to Appalachia was such a stronghold for the labor movements back in the day. Yeah, they were literally militant labor activists. Okay. Yeah, Tater Tot. So Appalachia used to be a Democrat stronghold too. Recently it changed. And of course, I'm not saying that everywhere, of course, is not every like mining town or whatever is red, but this Appalachia recently voted Republican. So they've been voting Republican for a while now when it comes to presidential candidates.
Places like that, it's really, really hard coal. Okay, the next grade down is bituminous, and it's a little bit softer coal, but it's the best burning and cleanest coal.
Isn't it interesting how much everyone's talking about coal all the time?
Or not, it ain't cleaner than anthracite, but it's clean coal. It's not dirty coal, and it all comes from here. And that's what this country was built upon, is bituminous coal. So they came in and they made all this money off this coal, and then when they left, here's what you get.
Okay, so do people feel like they've been forgotten? Or
absolutely, yeah.
They were fueling the country, basically, right?
Absolutely.
Once where they weren't needed.
This is what you get.
Okay, and your lungs are toast for the rest of time.
That's exactly right. This is where my mom and dad want me to put their ashes. My mom was born right down over the hill here, and my dad's from Bud, so they want their ashes spread off this bridge. There were a lot more tracks coming in than that right there. They used to be stacked all the way side to side. I was going to turn right here. My grandpa, that's his old house. It was the hospital for the coal mines at one time.
The hospital for the coal mines?
Yeah. And this is Itman. This is the coal mining camp. This is a lot of the original houses that were here, and the coal mines are still here.
It is kind of
like all these houses are coal mining houses. This is the old company store.
Oh God. Okay, company stores. So in a lot of coal mining towns, the company literally owned everything. They're the ones who would give you a house, there'd be company houses that you would have to live in, and they would take the rent out of your paycheck. They would own the store you bought goods from. And by the way, they would typically pay you in company bills. Okay, so you wouldn't even get paid in money, you get paid in company bills. And then those company bills you would then use to pay for your house or pay at the store that was also owned by the company. It was massively evil and manipulative. All right. So, and then what they could do, like, let's say you went on strike and you demanded a raise in wages and they gave you a raise in wages. Well, then they would just raise the prices in the store or the prices of the rent so that money would go back to them anyway. It was evil. No wonder there was an armed uprising, right? no wonder the Battle of Blair Mountain took place here.
And now when we get out, I'll show you around to it.
Oh, wow. That was the old company store right here?
This is the company store.
As in grocery store, hardware store, everything?
Yeah, it was owned by the coal miners. Ibman Coal Company owned this. My grandpa worked for him for years. The coal companies would print their own money, and it was called script. And you couldn't just go anywhere and spend your money. You couldn't go on Myrtle Beach vacations or anything like that. You had to spend your money at the company store. That's the only place your money was good at.
Your salary comes from the coal company.
And they printed their
I don't
own
blame him,
currency.
Tater Tot. I don't blame him. I'd be anxious too.
And you had to use it here, or you couldn't buy, you just couldn't go anywhere else to buy it.
It was useless.
You're stuck here, yeah. Each coal company paid
That's
you by that
criminal.
script.
That's criminal, huh?
Yeah, it's criminal.
When did that stop?
That was way back in probably late 1800s.
So that's when you had a lot of immigrants coming over doing it.
Again, guys, he used 1800s wrong. Okay, again, he means late 19th century, not late 1800s.
Right, and so they're stuck.
Yeah,
they're basically
you're pretty much
Chairman Bart.
almost I guess enslaved. You would have to spend all your money at the coal company. They printed their own, so they're not out anything, and you had to live in these small houses that he built for you.
Would they do anything like do community?
Now, I've always thought it was interesting, folks, to compare the modern day Appalachia with the plight of Black Americans. Why am I saying that? So, chattel slavery is obviously worse, but if you look at 400 years of chattel slavery and how Black folks in America have not been able to pass down wealth at all from generation to generation before the end of chattel slavery, and then after that, there were a bunch of barriers to doing it anyway. That is one of the reasons why there's still so much poverty in the Black community. You can see somewhat of an analog in Appalachia, where they were being paid, but it was very little. Oftentimes, you didn't have any money to pass down to the next generation, and were often massively deprived, mistreated at work, paid very little, violence done against you. And where is Appalachia at today? Not doing well. So after generations of being treated and exploited economically, Appalachia's not doing well. Is it because they're white? No, no one says that. They say that about Black people. Oh, well, it's because they're Black or whatever. It's because Black folks have been targeted and have had to endure slavery, and therefore has caused this multi-generational economic struggle, okay? Same thing in Appalachia. It doesn't matter if you're white or Black. If you deprive people economically generation after generation after generation and make their lives living hell, it's going to be hard to get out of that because you have had no chance to build wealth. Do you guys see what I mean? And we also have this notion, too, this kind of racist notion that, that Black Americans are all on drugs. You guys know that notion that, Black Americans are all selling drugs. Okay, you know the racist shit, okay? Appalachia has a massive drug problem. You see it a lot of times also in low-income Black neighborhoods because drugs become an escape when you're living in dire conditions. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're Black. Okay, if you do that to people, this is what you're gonna see happen, right?
Events, trying to make you feel proud and really happy about your community because this is a nice building. I mean,
yeah, absolutely, Jay Williams.
I think they did back then. I think it was pretty much just work, live, and die.
How you guys doing?
Y'all want to be on film? Are y'all guys from here?
We live in Florida.
In Florida. Oh, right.
Me
well,
too.
Your neck of the woods.
Yeah, happy camper. Virginia? Yeah. How do you like the best Virginia? West Virginia.
Oh, I like this better than home.
You do?
I'd move here in a heartbeat, never blink an eye.
I grew up here. Matter of fact, right up on this hill.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I was telling him about the script. I remember this. I caught the tail end of this still being open. I remember coming in as a kid, but the script was over by then. But still, yeah, they had everything here was jacked up twice as what it was in Mullins when you go to Mullins.
God.
So if you bought anything from the country store, you're gonna pay out the ass for it.
What got me is you're sitting there, and if your miner gets killed in the mines, they had 7 days to remarry, and it's like, Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Wait.
Or they had to move out of
Or
the
leave.
house.
Yeah.
So they're
Yep.
in their houses, and the coal miners own those houses. The coal mine owns those houses, so
Okay.
everything goes.
Isn't that crazy? I forgot about that. If your husband, because misogyny and shit. Okay, so women, if your husband was a coal miner and you were an at-home wife, if your husband died, you only had 7 days to get remarried, or they would take away your house from you. The coal mine company would. Like, come on. This is what I mean. Like, this is horrific conditions. So we understand why there's poverty there now.
through the houses, and that's what you do. But if a husband got killed in the mine, she had
And
7
this is the land of freedom and democracy, folks. The land of freedom and democracy.
days to remarry,
Or she was out.
or she was gone.
They took all their.
Because
They wanted a man in there
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
mining.
They packed up all their stuff and they took it to the city limits and left it.
Yeah,
That's how they
freedom,
done it.
right?
Exactly.
Free
Yep.
focus.
It's sad. I mean, but that's the way it was.
I
It is
barely
wet.
remember when they last had businesses in here, but I know
Yeah,
about
Sharon
9 or
Hart.
10 years ago they had a post office there in that building.
Okay.
But I don't think this one's ever been redeveloped or anything. But I was really young, probably 5 or 6 years old, 7.
Cool building.
They had a homeless shelter in that too for a while. They had an elevator in it.
You remember when this was all functioning?
Yeah, we'd come in here and buy stuff, yeah.
Like what?
Just milk, bread, eggs.
Do you remember the workers that worked here?
Yeah.
Were they in uniforms or how'd they look?
No, they just wore like coveralls, and everybody came out. I mean, everything was black except for their eyes and their teeth.
All the coal miners
Yeah.
coming in here.
The
There was
black
a
as your
saying
shirt.
because there were black and white coal miners. It was actually very diverse. The coal mines, it was often black and white people working next to each other. And the saying amongst the miners was everyone is black in a mine because you're treated, even the white coal miners were treated like shit. And yeah, literally, you're covered in black soot. So, okay.
Just covered. I mean, everything in them.
So this place was busy.
Oh, this place here, when I was a kid, it probably was more busy back in the older days, but as a kid, there was people in and out here all the time. This was like the hub of the community.
Yep.
I remember people up on this balcony here would do the books, and there were desks up there, and they would do the books for the mining companies and stuff, and you can hear them up there chattering along on their typewriters and stuff.
Right. I mean, you're not that old. What are you, 42?
I wish.
No, that's okay. What do you mean? Does this have to do with what James Earl Jones movie? Forgive me, refocus. Which one?
Yeah, I'm 42 for the camera. I'll be 49 in July.
Yeah, so it's really not even that old. And this looks like it's been out of business for a long time, but it's not that long ago.
Well, yeah, probably.
I mean, it's just crazy how fast things
probably
decay
40
here.
years, 35, 40 years.
But things decay so quickly
They
here
do.
because of this climate. It's so humid.
Yeah. It's really hot.
Wow, that's old.
What was up here? You get a postcard?
Yeah, that was our old governor, years and years and years ago. Gaston Caperton.
Look at him.
That's funny how it was found there.
Was the coal company for people sort of a love-hate?
Well,
Like, as in, it was their income and their livelihood, but then it was, hey, get your, what do you call it, script?
Uh-huh.
And you can't go anywhere and use it anywhere. And
Oh, probably refocus. Probably. If it's about a Battle of Blair Mountain, probably. Okay.
you probably hate the person that's doing that to you.
I'd say they probably weren't too fond of it, but that's what choices do you have when you're enslaved into something?
Yeah.
You don't have a choice. Go to work.
Yep.
It's the only way you're going to feed your family.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, what else do you do?
And it's not an exaggeration, guys. The coal mines hired private murderers, literally, who would literally murder miners who were thought to be unionizing, would beat them up, would burn down their houses. I'm like, yeah, union organizers were lynched. Yes, refocus. This is exactly where the movie Mattawan. Yeah, so this is the part of America where this happened. Okay, that happened. Mattawan, the Battle of Mattawan, and the Battle of Blair Mountain. So, he's not exaggerating when I say it's wage slavery. I'm not exaggerating here. It's not the same as chattel slavery, but it's basically a form of slavery. All right. So, guys, give me a second. I gotta go pee. I know. I gotta pee. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. And we're back, folks. Let's continue, shall we? All right, let's continue this. Nice, relaxing Friday. I like it because I don't have to talk as much. I'm so fucking tired. So, all right. Right, let's go.
You can hate or complain about it, but they probably just shoot you.
Yeah, Siri. Oh,
So
you can't
now
even
I'm trying
see
to
it, can you?
understand
There
if
we
I
go.
grew up here, if my family was here multiple generations. My father worked in the coal mine. He endured that, let's say. Now we're in 2023. And I have people telling me, like, looking down on me for being from coal country or being involved with coal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's got to be tough.
I'd say some people it affect. I mean, I guess West Virginia people are just so used to having a negative shadow cast on us, and it's not
Yep.
that way at all. I guess it would be hard knowing that everybody perceives you as inbred or
And I don't think everyone does. It's just
backwoods and uneducated.
Right.
So the people are different. It's a different vibe.
Totally. Yesterday I was at a little place off the side of the road for dinner, spaghetti and meatballs, homemade meatballs. I sat and talked with a local.
As you can remember, folks, the phrase redneck came from, Jay Williams, right? And you're not wrong. As I said, there's actually a famous book, guys, if anyone's interested in it. It's called White Trash. It's a really good historical book. And I recommend everyone read it sometime in their life. White Trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America. And Nancy Eisenberg is a really good historian, and she talks about how it's not an exaggeration to say that certain types of white people in America from certain places have been treated like they're black, or maybe are slightly better than being black. You see what I mean? So like, it's even in our language and in our mindsets. Come on, guys. Come on. You guys know it. We all have this image in our head of like a white trash, backwoods hick kind of figure, right? Come on. We know it when we try to think of it in our heads, we can see it. And I would bet that we might even feel comfortable using those phrases against some certain people that are white that present in that way. As a matter of fact, okay, we talked about the word redneck. The word redneck is because the miners who took up arms, hello, Freedom Mevy, how are you doing? Okay. The miners that took up arms against, yes, Freedom Mevy, correct, Appalachia, against the coal company, wore red bandanas around their necks so that they could be recognized by their fellow coal miners when they were literally in combat with the coal company. And national American media talked about, armed rednecks attacking the coal company, these violent revolutionaries. And so it stayed in the popular consciousness that rednecks are these violent armed white people from Appalachia. And it has a negative connotation, but it should be something to be proud of. Seriously. There is a reason, by the way, why some people who we would call rednecks are proud of being rednecks. They don't really know what it means, but I don't blame them for having pride, because at least historically, being a redneck is like based in resisting authority and shit like that. But because of this class, this notion of lower class white people being, should be inferior or whatever, we still have it in our popular consciousness. Okay. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that overall white people are like targeted. Obviously not. it's class based, right? So if you're low class and you're white and you come from certain parts of the country, you are kind of treated no better than black folks in a lot of ways. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, poor is poor. Now, I will say, if you're black and poor, that's an extra layer on top of it. You see what I mean? Okay. Let's go on here. Okay. Yeah,
He got up to leave. He had to leave earlier than me.
Yeah, Tater
When I went
Tot,
to
literally look up redneck because it is, you know what, for you guys, to show you here, redneck, I'm going to show you the newspaper article. Rednecks, Blair Mountain. So, yep, 10,000 striking coal miners wore red bandanas around their necks to show unity. The Redneck Army fought the largest armed labor uprising in U.S. history, giving the term powerful association with working class solidarity. So they literally fought against the coal company. And if I can show you an image here, here you even have an image of one of them wearing a red bandana. It's bad slang for a great revolt. Yeah, okay, for a based, violent revolt against a coal company. To be clear, guys, also, if they had been more organized, Chairman Bart, they also, guess what? This was an interracial revolt. Here's a picture of some of these coal miners. You can't see it very well on your screens. I'll move it over. That is a white guy and two black men. These coal miners were white and black, and they all wore red bandanas in solidarity. There weren't racial boundaries there. They worked together in solidarity against the coal company. So you could also say that black people were rednecks because they wore red bandanas too. But in the popular memory, the black people get ignored because that's what we do in America. We ignore what black people did, and we focus on the white miners. So the word stayed that, okay? But this was this is like, the reason I love the Battle of Blair Mountain is because it's a perfect sign of what would happen if we had class solidarity and stopped dividing ourselves on the basis of race or anything else. If especially white people stop taking the bait of like, oh, you can't ally with black people because they're black, or, men can't ally with women because they're women, or whatever the fuck it is, okay? If we ignored that shit and had solidarity, all working class people, you could do shit like this. Anyway, so I can even show you I wanted to show you the newspaper article from the time. Redneck's newspaper, Battle of Blair Mountain. Battle of Blair Mountain. It also shows you why it's so useful for elites and stuff to kind of use race as a wedge between people and things like that. Battle of Blair Mountain. As a matter of fact, I think I told you this guy. Here is an article from the time. They literally, by the way, the coal company literally hired private airplanes to drop bombs on the striking workers. And some of those bombs were gas canisters. They dropped poison gas on the miners. It was an all-out war. It was an all-out war. I can even show you the coal miners stole machine guns. They had coal miners stole machine guns. Coal miners stole machine guns from the Battle of Blair Mountain. Yeah, yes, they had an armored train. They actually stole that armored train, Chairman Bart. Coal miners stole machine guns. Battle of Blair Mountain. Yeah, and no one learns about this in American history classes. Here you go. Here it is. Here you have an image of a black man and a white man sitting next to each other with a water-cooled machine gun at the Battle of Blair Mountain to fight the coal company. Now, there's a reason why this probably isn't taught in a lot of American schools, right? So it was the largest uprising in American history next to the Civil War. The largest uprising apart from the Civil War. Anyway, so it was an all-out war, all right? So moving on. Let's go back to this video. I know we've talked about Battle of Blair Mountain before, right, Freedom? Now, Freedom, you asked what the book is. It's called, what is it called? The name of the book was White Trash, A 500-Year History of Class in America. I think that's what it was called, okay? So let's go on here.
They were like, he's already paid.
You'll get that.
Like that type of, that's like some, you don't see that much these days, I gotta say. What is that?
It's a roll of paper. This could be the kind of paper they printed their script out of. But
you think that was the currency?
Most
maybe?
of their currency was coins, though. That's what people kept are coins.
Okay.
And each one of, if I had some, I'd show you, but
that's
each
literally
one
where
of
they
them had
printed
a
the
hole
scripts.
punched in it. It's like it was the size of a quarter, but it'd have like an A or a moon or something punched into it, so they knew it was authentic and it came from their coal mine. Very hard to, reproduce it or counterfeit it. This was all shipping and receiving, and when they would bring everything in, it was kind of protected from everybody. They could leave stuff out overnight and stuff and lock this main door down here, but this is...
Was it wild back in the days, like Wild West type stuff, gunfights, or it was pretty nailed down, like...
I'd say you had a few people that were wild.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna mention no names or anything, like my dad. But my mom was a deputy, and my dad met her. He was incarcerated.
Oh, God.
Poor God. Your dad met your mother,
and he was a prisoner. Yeah.
Oh my
he has not
God.
been in any trouble since then, but since
he's got
Mom.
skills.
Dad was a little wild back in these days, but
what was he in prison for?
He wasn't in prison, just jail.
Oh, what was he in jail for?
Probably fighting or drinking or something. It's until.
What was this?
Right, Bob.
This was a post office and a
Okay.
bank at one time. This is where you come in and get your script or whatever, get paid. They give you a pay slip, I believe. I'm not sure on how it's the way it actually went, but they give you a pay voucher, and you came here to get your script, and then you went there to buy
there
your
is,
groceries
Jonas.
or whatever you needed. This is still in pretty good shape.
The basic idea here, Jonas, is that a jail is like a local holding cell for a police department, and a prison is either a state or federal facility where you get sent for extended periods. Okay.
Now, this was they had a homeless shelter here, I think, up in 90s, 94, 95 maybe.
Yeah, Paul.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Why is nobody squatting this now, do you think?
Not a lot of homeless people want to live in West Virginia. I mean, if I was going to be homeless, I want to be near somewhere I could get something to eat, somewhere I could,
Right. I've seen zero homeless people here.
We have them.
Yeah.
It's just
You don't see it though.
you don't see it. It's
Right.
not as common as like big cities and stuff.
Yeah.
West Virginians hate mountaintop removal. It's the people that own the land, the outside investors. They sell a whole mountain. They come in and just rip the top off of it
Yep.
for coal. And
They tried to do that for where the Battle of Blair Mountain took place. The coal company tried to purchase it later and then blow the top off of it. But historians fought it, and they finally got the mountain preserved.
usually a cheaper coal, and it burns a lot faster and a lot nastier.
So is there a lot of that outside money coming in, buying the land, and then
Well, they bought it years ago.
like that one up there?
That's a small piece of it, if that is one. But it scars the land permanently.
Yep.
When I was a kid, this river used to almost be black all the time. It's finally, over the years, has cleaned
Ew.
itself out and gotten rid of a lot
Yeah.
of the sludge and stuff in it.
So how is the environment out here overall, or that's tough to say? Or
Now they're running raft trips on this one, or
Okay.
canoe trips. It's a lot better than what it used to be.
Yeah, the coal company, like, it is so fucking polluted. They literally fill it with dynamite, real life Cat DJ, and blow off the top of it in order to get any leftover coal that's in the mountain or resources. So they literally, step by step, blow the top off the mountain. to get down to the coal veins and things like that, whatever's left over.
So
Which is
that's-
good.
That's the good aspect. I mean, coal. I don't know much about it. It burns dirtier than natural gas, obviously, right?
Well, I have two views on that. Everybody wants to go electric, and oh, it's going to be so good for the community and the world and the environment. But where do you think that electricity's coming from?
Right.
Coal and gas.
Right.
Is still.
That's true.
That's where we're still getting our
It's a
electricity
problem.
from. Now, if we were
Because we need to go switch to renewables.
all solar, or even with dams and rivers and stuff, it still doesn't make enough energy.
So that's what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Just someone comes in, blasts off a mountain. That one's in operation though.
Yeah,
So the truck
that's in
going.
operation. It ain't that old.
Okay, so it's really
Yeah,
hard
Barb.
to grasp. Like, you're destroying the environment for the economy, obviously. People have to live. If I
Right.
grew up out here and that was my only option, I'd be driving that dump truck too, or doing whatever it took, right?
Look how dirty it is.
Right.
Coal's terrible for the roads, and just everything stays
Yeah, Ponder
dirty all the
Monkey.
time.
Right, so
But the
world's better with less coal, fair to say?
Not really. I mean, West Virginia's not. I mean,
right.
Yeah. See, that's the problem, though, folks. If you don't have a welfare state and you have private tyrants who can build coal companies and then fire everyone whenever they want, and if there's no longer a demand for the coal, all those people that were working for those private tyrants won't have a job or won't have any prospects because the government doesn't offer anything instead. Which is why capitalism fucking sucks. All right? And we need to fix some shit because this is ridiculous that we allow these private tyrants to get rich off people and then abandon them and then offer those people nothing to replace those jobs with. It's like, I don't know, anyway.
I guess that is your double-edged sword, you know.
Like, I
Coal's
don't-
good for the people, but is it bad for the environment? Well, yeah, it's bad for the environment, but the way they're doing it now is a lot dirtier and harmful to the environment than what it was when you had coal miners underground pulling it out from 4 miles deep.
Interesting. So this mountaintop stuff is actually worse.
Oh, it's a lot worse. I don't know a lot of people that
Chairman Burke
are for that unless you were rich and you had a stake.
So why is that allowed?
Because your politicians,
Okay.
they allow it.
That's how it works.
Yep.
And nobody knows about it. Nobody cares about it but us. And you're never going.
But see, the politicians are bribed by the coal companies. I mean, they literally are. Joe Manchin, by the way, the monstrous piece of shit senator from West Virginia, who's a Democrat, owns his own fucking coal company. And he's the senator from fucking West Virginia. So do you think he's going to do anything that's going to hurt the coal companies or punish the coal companies? No. And he's massively out. Is he still the senator? He's gone now? Okay, well, he was definitely the senator for a while. That's fair, Ponder Monkey. But like, it goes to show you that most of these politicians, Democrats and Republicans, are corrupt and are bribed by the coal companies,
want to hear anybody say anything about it either unless you come here.
including Donald Trump, who won West Virginia during the last election.
Now, coming up here, we have one of the new coal tipples. This has been here less than a year.
What's a tipple?
A tipple is where the coal all comes together and it gets processed and sent out to other places.
Okay, this thing here.
That's it.
So that's servicing that mountaintop we just saw,
Yep.
probably.
That's all brand new. A year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, none of this was here. Now, this high school here is the consolidated one.
Consolidated, as in there were many. Now there's just one.
There's just one. This is where I would have
Yeah.
graduated at if I were to graduate 99 or later.
Now, think about that, guys. So they've had to shut down other high schools and then consolidate them into one. I would bet to you that also means that the teachers at this school have larger classes because they probably didn't hire that many more teachers. Larger classes with more students, less room, which means now most of those students are going to get not as great of an education because there are more students for every teacher to deal with. And by the way, teacher salaries in West Virginia are some of the worst in the country. Teacher salaries, West Virginia. Virginia. Christ. Okay. Yeah. First year at $44,000 a year for a first year teacher. Now it's less expensive to live there, but they have very low salaries. Yeah, the average salary for a teacher is $18 an hour. $18 an hour. Okay. Let's keep going now.
But it's a good
Yeah,
sized
I
school.
believe
There's
it,
a lot
Tater
of kids
Tot.
that go there.
So how far out does
Oh yeah,
the,
elevator lady. Absolutely, it is like McDonald's pay, but that's teachers for you, especially in West Virginia. Or if you go to the deep South, or even the Southwest, or like I don't know, Oklahoma and things like that, teacher salaries are horrific.
Is this stretch as far as kids from what, 10, 20, 30 miles out come to this high school?
Yeah.
They can have a commute of how long?
An hour, hour and a half.
School bus?
Yeah. A lot of times, if you live in a holler, your parents will take you to the end of the holler, and there's a bus stop there that you'll kind of wait in.
Okay.
That's the way it was in, any holler I've been around, that everybody drops you off at the end of the holler. You walk. A lot of kids walk. Now we're coming into New Richmond. It is actual coal camp too. It's just where people's left, and but I mean we still have people live. I have a cousin that lives here.
So this is one of the
because
hollers.
they're in
This should
Appalachia.
be
They're so
interesting.
deeply rooted to family and land.
Right.
So you don't want to go, even if you see it going downhill.
Oh, that's the way most people are here. They don't like. I mean, they don't mind you coming in.
Yep.
As a stranger, they'll open, have open arms for you. But
yeah, Ponder Monkey.
for us to go somewhere, it's not so much. The people would rather stay here.
Now, if you grow up in a family that's
freedom
been here many,
a holler is it's like a valley between two mountains in West Virginia. So it's like an isolated valley where people live between the mountains, and these are very isolated places in West Virginia that are not as easily accessible.
generations, you leave, say to New York City. Do they look down upon you at that point?
No.
Yeah, Promethean Rebel. I'm, of course, overgeneralized. You say living in a holler can be nice. I just never got along with most of the people. There you go. Some hollers, though, there are issues with some hollers. There's a lot of poverty in hollers. There's some other issues, too, of course.
I don't think people are as judgmental here. I mean, people have been through so much here, living here,
Yeah.
that I don't think anybody judges anybody. Now, they do look down on drugs and people that are strung out and stuff, but I think it's everywhere. I mean, I think society's just getting to a point where they're tired of the drug problem and stuff, and the problems that it carries with it.
Yeah.
But it's hard to take a West Virginian out of West Virginia. But if you get them out, a lot of times they can show up.
But I know one guy. I know one guy, Jimmy, that has a girlfriend down in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And you might have to just leave West Virginia.
Yeah, may have to. We'll just see what happens. Put me on the spot, didn't you? But she's worth it, though. She'd be worth moving to West Atlanta. This is where I grew up at. You have a huge courthouse in the middle of nowhere.
Beautiful.
This is the jail. They built it in 1930s, and they built this in 1916. This is the place where I played at, and I did my homework at the county jail every day.
I mean, we're really deep in now.
Yeah, this is
very deep.
This is about as deep in as it
About
gets.
as deep as you can get.
In Appalachia, where you're removed. Well, Kentucky has some places too, right?
Yeah, Kentucky and Eastern Kentucky. This was a hotbed for politics back years ago. If you landlocked or got Wyoming County, McDowell County in your pocket, you had all southern West Virginia tied up. Even though it was just a few electoral votes, still a lot of money down here that they wanted a hold of.
Right.
They all
And
know
so
about
it's really
the corruption.
interesting cruising through all of these different towns, how they all have some have decayed to that one where we saw the lady, right?
Yeah, me
that
too,
was
real
like
life cat
gone.
DJ.
This is coming back. So that's just how it is in Appalachia,
That's just
huh?
how it is. Some make it and some don't. This being the county seat kind of
Absolutely.
Oh,
But
that's
I've
awesome.
been to West Virginia. It's lovely. There are some great things to see in West Virginia. That is true.
Yeah.
So there's some government money coming into here.
Yeah, probably.
And do you notice with drugs, like it gets a hold of some people and then that
It
sort
is
of like
freedom,
grows in friend networks, family networks, and then like some towns will have a lot more of a drug problem than other towns?
I think so, yeah.
Does that work that
Yeah.
way?
Again, guys, so what is the cause of the drug problem? You see how there is an underlying issue here, right? So, but from the surface, people see it and they probably assign blame to individuals partially. A lot of people do that. Oh, that person's a drug addict because there's something wrong with them, right? They're weak or, you know, they're just bad people or whatever. But that's not the issue, right? The issue is like, you know, yeah, boredom, fear, lack of opportunities, like lack of opportunities, lack of a feeling of hope. Okay. Drugs become an option when you have nothing else left to lose. All right. When you're completely unsatisfied, you're in poverty. Okay. All right.
When it hit here, the
Despair.
town next
That's a great one, Ponder Monkey. Despair.
to us in Oceana,
Uh-huh.
the pharmaceutical companies are being sued for pumping drugs into that. Big pharma. Oxycontin problem.
Oxycontin, right.
They were selling more in that one town than any place in
Sadness,
the
yeah.
whole state.
More Oxycontin there than anywhere in the state.
Any place in the state.
And that was the pill mill situation,
Yep.
stuff coming up from Florida.
And would come here and the people here everybody was on drugs over there at one time.
And that's gone down?
Yeah, it's gone down. They've cracked down on it as far as law enforcement and stuff.
okay. But all the doctors were in on it? Or how did
But
that?
I think everybody was in on it. That was cash cow.
Different reasons, Mayflower Kid. Different reasons.
And when was that the biggest? Like 10 years ago, 15
That was
years
probably 2000, yeah.
Yeah,
around
Promethean
2000.
Rebel. That's the despair are preventable.
2005, 2006, somewhere around there.
Okay. What's crime like out here right now, do you think?
Well,
Yeah.
if it's related to drugs and stuff, I'd say, I know it's on a decline. I don't think it ever really got out of hand much.
Okay.
I mean,
I've seen a lot of sheriff's cars and a lot of police cars
Yeah.
around here.
I think they've stepped it up a lot.
In God we trust. How important is religion out here these days?
See,
when I was a kid,
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but why the fuck do we have "In God We Trust" on the fucking police vehicles? I fucking hate the police. Fuck ACAB to begin with. But like, why the fuck do we have "In God We Trust"? Like, in theory, there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. I don't want to fucking pay taxes to a police department, any police department, but especially one that has "In God We Trust" on their goddamn police cars. Anyway. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine.
Kid, it was
whatever.
big. Everybody went to church.
God is a big dick.
Not
you're
so
right.
much anymore. I think religion's kind of fell everywhere.
right,
though.
elevator lady.
It's not just here.
But even you consider yourself the South here?
No.
Okay. What do you consider yourself?
West Virginian.
Yeah.
You're your own.
Yeah, we
You weren't Confederate. You weren't Union.
we wasn't
calm,
Confederate
Chairman.
Union. We kind of got caught in the middle of it and pick a side. So the Mason-Dixon line went under us and went above Kentucky.
So when under you meant you're a Union.
Yeah, we were considered Union.
But you
when
didn't
they
think of
split.
yourselves as Union?
I think we were just West Virginians, man. We were still coal mining, being used by coal companies. We didn't really care.
Yeah, Promethean Rebel.
You said no internet.
That's what it said.
What's that like out here in these parts?
Yeah.
You just get used to it.
So there are a lot of towns here without internet?
Yep.
A town like this has Wi-Fi internet in it, or?
You can get Wi-Fi in it. It's probably
Yeah.
sky high.
When we go remote here and you're saying these haulers where lots of people
Oh,
live
you
out
will
on-
not get no cell service and you will not have internet.
So people, what did they watch TV out there?
Oh, they ride bikes or ride motorcycles and four-wheelers and build fires and drink beer and.
Right, but they're not online
Me
at
too,
all.
Promethean Rebel.
Now I come over here and go riding with one of my friends for the weekend, and I have no cell service from the time I hit Wyoming, the top of the.
It does.
Herndon Mountain.
Jonas, they have a lot of fun in West Virginia. They have like these big cookouts and shit.
From the time I hit that in the Wyoming County, I don't have nothing all weekend, which is kind of nice.
I hope they show us more of that.
Come on,
It's
somebody's
an
got to
just
go.
going to see him for the rest of
intersection,
this
huh?
time because
Well, we don't have any red lights, like I said.
No red lights, no internet in a lot of the county.
Yep. There's even a place in West Virginia called Green Banks that
Let's
has
see
these
here.
huge telescopes, and they look like satellite dishes.
Promethean
In
Rebel,
the
right?
whole entire town, you're not allowed to have a cell phone on at
It
any
is
time.
now, Jonas. It is predominantly white. Yes, it is predominantly white. West Virginia is.
I guess they're reading stuff from outer space and all kinds of stuff. But you're not allowed to have a cell phone. It's against the law to have a cell phone in that town. This is a Key Rock. It's a holler.
So hollers, for those that don't know,
Okay,
how would you
holler.
explain it?
It's just a road off the main road where people live at. And inside of a valley, you'll go between the mountains and it stays right in the bottom of the valley until you run out of valley or it comes out somewhere.
I'm really surprised we're super remote. Look how good the pavement is.
Yeah, they paved this about a year ago. And my uncle lived in this house, my dad's other brother. That's his
Yeah.
garage, but he lived in the house behind this. Now this we'll have to turn around, but this is a holler.
This is the real holler.
This is a holler, yeah.
So a lot of people doing their own gardens and whatnot.
They do their own gardens. They maintain their land. You'll get up
Yeah.
here and you'll be like, they're so far up in here. Why do they mow their grass? Nobody's ever going to see it.
So everyone knows everyone. People,
Yeah.
here we go, some deer.
Yeah. That's why I don't drive new cars. It's right there.
Right.
Yeah.
They're everywhere here. Huh?
You
Well,
don't
it's
believe
delicious.
what?
You
What
hunt
did
them?
they say,
No.
guys? I hear someone saying it's against
But,
the law.
you're
to
not
have a
allowed
cell
to have a
phone. Mayflower Kid says, "I don't believe." Don't believe what?
It's against the law to have a cell phone in that town. This is a Key
I
Rock.
can't tell
It's
if
a-
he's joking, like he's like, well, no one does, or if it literally is that town has passed an ordinance banning cell phones. It's possible.
holler.
So hollers, for those that don't know, how would you explain it?
It's just a road off the main road where
Sorry, we just saw
people
this.
live
I'm
at.
gonna go-
And inside of a valley, that's why I don't drive new cars. It's right there.
Yeah,
Right.
animals
Yeah.
right
They're
there.
everywhere here. Huh?
Well, it looks delicious.
Do you hunt them?
No.
Okay.
I did when I was younger.
Look at these big gardens.
Yeah.
So would you say it's a good community back here, or
Oh
it just
yeah,
depends the
everybody.
holler?
No, everybody in this holler knows everybody. They know who they are, when they come, what time they work. If they work outside of here, what time they come home.
So if someone comes in from out of town driving up here, everyone knows it's not
Yeah,
from here, and they're like, people look out for each other.
yeah, they do. Now, probably
Yep,
not so
it's-
much
it's
now,
real.
but if we were back 20 years ago, and we were
It's
in
real.
an unknown car coming up this road, they were most of the time on the
There are
what they call it.
there are towns in West Virginia where cell phones are illegal. Yes. So to be clear, there are literally communities in West Virginia of people who are hypersensitive to cell towers. Now, some people would say it's not real. I happen to believe them because it appears as though there are some people who are like hypersensitive to cellular devices or whatever, and it makes them deeply uncomfortable. It's not like a conspiracy thing. It's not like they're like, oh, there's a cell tower. They can actually feel it in their bodies. So they literally move to places where there are no cell towers, where they don't have to feel the discomfort of feeling the radio waves and stuff in their bodies. Yeah, I agree, Philly cheese. I think there are some people who lie about it. But Matt's like, what do you want to say? I'm not ignoring you, but you're not contributing anything. You're just complaining about me not saying anything. But if you're not going to say anything, what am I going to say to you? All right, God, okay, Jesus, elevator lady, like how they feel the power of Christ in their body, right? So let me. Okay. Well, we'll go back. I promise you, I've
the
seen a video
landlines that
before
everybody's connected.
of
Party
people.
line.
I've seen
Sorry,
a
couldn't think
video
of it.
before of people of one of these communities in West Virginia.
But the party line, if the lady at the beginning of the holler was on the phone, and the lady at the end of the holler wanted to use it, this lady had to hang hers up so she could get through. It was all party line, so everybody had the same phone number, but it rang different.
So the name of the town is, I just saw it. Here it is. It's Green Bank. Green Bank is the name of the town. Green Bank, West Virginia. Green Bank, West Virginia. Yeah, like listen, it could be that they're not that it isn't a real thing. But they're experiencing something, whether it is a fake feeling they have or a real one, enough to literally upend their lives and move into the backwoods of West Virginia. So, okay. Where do we go here?
Different. Like the woman at the beginning would have 1 ring, the next guy would have 2 rings, the next guy would have 3.
That's just 20 years ago.
Probably 20, 30 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, Ponder Monkey, that's
All right, so we had to turn around quickly up there.
We probably couldn't have went much further than that.
Okay.
Most hollers aren't real long. Mile,
they're not?
A mile and a half. Now, the Key Rock, the one we're going back to and finishing up, coming out.
Sure. So that's the one I read about, but there are other places where there's little cell service. Let me find, because I just pulled up one I found really fast, West Virginia. So I could be misthinking of something, but there are towns where they're banned, whether it be because of an observatory. Let's see here. Communities. Hypersensitive. Sensitive people, West Virginia. Yep, yeah, so oh, okay, it's both. So in Green Bay, West Virginia, a lot of people who are hypersensitive move there because cell phones are banned. Okay? So a lot of people move there because cell phones are banned to protect this observatory, but a lot of people who are hypersensitive will move there for that reason. Okay, so they're not banned because of the hypersensitive people, but hypersensitive people move there for that reason. Okay, so we could also, yeah. There we go, that makes sense.
About 3, 4, or 5 miles through.
Okay.
But it's a holler as well. It's just a little bit better paved holler. And this one ain't bad. A lot of them are dirt. There's some people that never leave West Virginia. I mean, there's some people that goes out of their holler maybe once or twice a year, and that's it.
Yeah, you think some of these people living here would leave once or twice a year?
Yeah, they probably go to Myrtle Beach.
Oh, really?
Myrtle Beach is the West Virginia, Hawaii. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Everybody's like, well, let's go to the beach. It's Myrtle Beach. I'd say a good percentage of people from West Virginia have never been on planes, have never really been outside of the state of West Virginia.
Yeah.
I mean, if they do, it's usually Tennessee to Gatlinburg, or they go to Myrtle Beach. And besides that, they don't go nowhere. Some people go to D.C. every once in a while. If you want to see a big town, go to D.C.
So if you grow up here, you spend all your life here, and then all of a sudden you go to New York City, that's got to be a massive shocker.
Oh, man. I tell you what.
It's like going to another country.
Right. For me, when I left here, I'd been out of the state a few times.
Yeah.
Quite a few times as a child, but living outside of West Virginia, like the first place I was in was Texas, and that was for basic training.
Yeah.
And then I went from there to South Carolina, to Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina, and I met people from all over the world. It's a culture shock.
You glad you did it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I'm glad I got to travel the world. But I tell you, it's definitely a culture shock, because you're used to people being one way all your life, and then all of a sudden people ain't the same, you know, when you get in a crowd of different people.
Right.
This is your holler people.
So what are people here, just for example, what are they doing for work?
They don't. They live on checks.
Like, food stamps?
Food stamps, government checks, some of them. And some of them don't. I mean, some of them own their own property up here, and some just decide not to leave Key Rock. I mean, they want to stay here. But
yeah, I mean, it's their home.
Usually, if their house is pretty dilapidated and stuff, usually they live on a check. They're disabled or older. Or
they can live off how much up here, do you think?
Oh, shit. If you own the property,
I
mean, hell, you could live off $100, $200, $300 a month. Easy. I figured you were thinking, you know.
That sounds pretty awesome, actually.
All run down and everything.
Yeah, it was, especially out here. I thought the further out we would get, the more rundown it would be.
That's just a stereotype. Now, there's going to be some rough spots, but it's like that everywhere.
That's beautiful. Look at all
Yeah.
this grass.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
That's why I kind of wanted to bring
I'm
you
gonna
this
go
way
forward a
because
bit,
this
folks.
is what it really is. It's
I want to see him
stereotypically.
eating some
Legalized
food.
slavery. Okay. It's gotten better, obviously, since.
I want to see him interview
Access up to
someone
them.
else. real
That
fast.
helps with Cole getting it
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Take
So
it turned down, or it's like
this
it's going to
video's
look good for
over an
years,
hour
or you
long,
don't
so
know.
let's move forward. I'm kind of tired of talking to that one guy. I kind of want to see what other people in the town have to say. Normally, when he goes places, he interviews a lot of people, so I'm not used to him just interviewing one person. Okay.
Hard to tell. How does Cole work? How much are they paying? Guys like me, I could get a.
Here we
Wanted
go.
to come in off the trails. Let's go see if we can get some grub.
Me too, Ponder
yeah.
Monkey.
This is your buddy's restaurant.
Yeah. Excellent
The
food.
Rebel. Oh my God, there's a pig and it's a Rebel.
Hello?
Hey.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
2015
my God, I bet they have really good barbecue.
mines went.
I want to try some Appalachian Holler barbecue. That sounds amazing. Jesus, I want to try that.
Yeah, they were leaving West Virginia so fast that U-Haul was taking van loads of people out and bringing their U-Haul equipment back so more people could leave.
Okay, what are the mines like now?
Just, they're wide open. They're hiring red hats, new hires, and putting them on day shift because
What are red hats?
inexperienced miners.
Rookies.
Yeah.
Guys like me, I could get a job tomorrow.
Yeah, you go take a, 80-hour class?
You have to go take a class.
Yeah, you get a...
They even have their own language. So people in isolated communities typically have developed their own language, their own dialect, way of speaking, which is what happened in West Virginia. They have a particular dialect. There's a bunch of words they use that some of those words I don't even know what they mean. You see the same thing, for example, in communities of Black Americans who have historically been forcibly separated from everyone else. And so they develop their own way of speaking, their own dialect. You can say the same thing about different parts of the country, whether it be a Boston accent or a whatever accent, okay, a Minnesota accent.
80-hour apprenticeship, pretty much, and you have to spend time with them. Experienced miner before 6 months. I think you can get your experienced miner's card.
So jobs are coming back.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They can't find it like anywhere else. Everybody's having trouble finding help.
How much are they paying?
This area, 30s.
Today I found out we got a couple boys
30s, $30,000 a year. That is horrific.
on the job. It's going down to Coal Mountain.
Yeah.
Through some type of contractor. They're paying him $50 an hour.
Well, the new highway's coming through.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
Right now things are booming. I mean, it's
$15 an hour, though I guess it's not that expensive there. But still.
So is that like you see it good for a few months and then it might take a turn down, or it's like it's going to look good for years, or you don't know? Hard to tell. How does coal work?
The analysts say that this coal boom is going to last a while because of the electric cars, and people talk about green energy, and these electric cars are getting charged off the grid, and that's mostly coal.
Yep.
Okay, the big power plants in this region of the country are coal.
Most of them, some of them are gas. They substitute natural gas, but most of them are coal. If we put all the electric cars on the grid today, on solar and gas and wind, it failed. And if we're going all electric cars, which I hope most of them do, I'll never buy one. But that's just good for business. That's more coal we got to burn.
Are you doing coal too?
not now. I'm a road jobber.
Road jobber. Is that a truck driver?
No.
Guys, don't do a road job. You don't want to be caught with your boyfriend or girlfriend or your non-binary person doing a road job.
What's a road jobber? Sorry.
Did you come down the Coalfield Expressway?
No.
No.
Y'all didn't come down the
I came across the mountain.
I worked on the last 6 miles of this road job.
Okay.
Right up here.
Some of these
Wow, 6 miles of a road job. That takes talent.
road jobs that are going in now is some of the stuff that was planned under the Kennedy administration. And
Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry. I know I'm a fucking degenerate. I apologize.
they're just now getting to them. The area of Pineville you went to, Welch, Yeager, they're pretty secluded. So this road's going in, and it should open a lot of the access up to them.
That helps with coal. Getting it
Yeah,
out.
it'll open up moving the coal for the trucks, sure. Because now it's all 2-lane roads. They're going to put a highway through there, and it'll open a lot of access up for people.
See, you guys grew up.
Sorry, Outer Signal. I know
I
I'm
grew
a
up in
goddamn
Mingo
degenerate.
County, 2 counties down. I've traveled all over because of the work. I've been in 7 different states in the last 6 years.
You like it the best in West Virginia.
It's home.
You can live the American dream out here if you want. You can buy a home for pretty cheap, get a job, pay your bills, or no.
You can live way above the median, way above. 6-figure salary, and with no college degree, no, I mean, high school diploma, and most of them don't even require that anymore. But if you got a good work ethic and, you know, don't care to lay in there and work, you can make 6 figures easy.
Easy.
At 18 years old.
Wow. Right out of high school, or even not even out of high school. And you're saying they can't fill the jobs.
In Wyoming, they have a summer program for their kids. If their kids are over 18 years old and the parents work at the mines, they will send them to get their surface card and work them through the summer so they can pay for their college if they choose to go to college.
Okay. What's the big downfall with working in the mines? Black lung?
I don't know if I buy that. That's interesting, but okay.
You're wore out.
You're worn out.
You're bad back, bad knees, bad lungs, bad neck. I mean, you name it. You're by the time that you're able to retire, you retire because you have no choice.
When do guys retire usually?
Early 60s at the latest. I know a bunch of them that they go home and sit on the porch and maybe live 6 months after that.
Yeah.
Right.
If they quit working, that's it.
How do the miners feel about the mining companies in general? Because in the past, in the days of the scripts, right, where you basically were like had to buy whatever they wanted.
It was legalized slavery.
Legalized slavery.
Yeah.
Okay. It's gotten better, obviously.
Wage slavery.
Since then, but is there still like a hard divide between the two?
No, not so much. Not what I'm saying. Do you think so? They had a lot of trouble back in the 80s with union and companies and things like that.
Yeah.
My grandpa, my dad, I worked in the union, and there was more trouble between the company and the men on those jobs than pretty much anywhere. But no, today it's if you work and you show up every day, they're tickled to have you. They treat you pretty good anymore. You got rid of companies like Massey that didn't. I didn't like them as well. I know they.
Yeah, but the job kills you and ruins your back and your knees and your body.
There's some pretty shady dealings, which is why they're not in business anymore. But no, for the most part, they treat you good.
Southern Gold Barbecue. It's a mustard base.
food.
South North Carolina, it's kind of the sauce.
Yeah.
A regular barbecue, just a regular sweet barbecue. But
Exactly, Promethean Rebel. I 100% agree. That's what I said earlier. The community and the coal miners should own the fucking mine. They should be co-ops. They should not be owned by someone else. They should be owned by the community and the coal miners. That's socialism for you. All right. By the way, look, so this is a classic American. By the way, this guy is gay. Look at how he's looking at the screen. Very homosexual look in his face. Okay, I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying as a gay person, I think he's gay. Anyway, it's my gaydar, but who cares? So anyway, moving on. If you look here, this is kind of a common thing in parts of America. If you go to a barbecue joint, if anyone here, I recommend, guys, I am not a rah, rah, rah America person, but America does have really fucking good barbecue. Very good barbecue, okay? You know, I don't normally say that. It's one of the few food types in America that I think is exceptionally good. We have really good fucking barbecue. But anyway, if you look here, right, okay, there will be barbecue places in the U.S., especially the South, where there will be on your table, they will provide this thing. And then, look at how he's holding the cup and shit. Anyway, sorry. Where there will be like 4 different kinds of barbecue sauce. So all you can see, and if you're from these places, you will know what they are. So this is like a Carolina mustard-based sauce. Over here, in the back here is more of a spicier one. This one looks like honey barbecue. You can choose the kind of barbecue sauce, and it's typically homemade. They typically make the barbecue sauce in-house. And then you can see, I'm going to see what they're eating.
I literally put it on everything. Sting and honey barbecue if you want.
Yep, I told you that's the hot one.
A little bit of a kick and ketchup.
Yeah, they're homemade.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, but,
Grandma makes them.
Yeah.
He might not be gay. I might have been wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. So there you have some, I don't know. That just looks like, what the fuck is that? Mashed potatoes with bacon and cheese, a roll. It'd be nice if there was some vegetables on this plate. I do kind of wish there was some vegetables on this plate. How much red pepper? Outer Signal, I swear to God, Outer Signal. I swear to God, Outer Signal. Listen. There is barbecue sauce that has habanero peppers in it that have ghost peppers. I eat ghost peppers. I love spicy food. Okay, I love spicy food. And no, it's not just fucking red pepper flakes. Okay? I also love like ghost peppers and like habanero peppers and like other spicy shit too. Okay? So fuck you, Outer Signal, and fuck you, Philly Cheese, and fuck you, La Quabwa, and fuck you, Chairman Bart. Anyone else need me to tell them to fuck off? I will gladly tell all of you to fuck off, all right? I love spicy food. Oh, Outer Signal acting all innocent. Oh, look, I'm going to have this little emoji and I'm going to pretend like CR isn't talking to me and I'm going to keep chatting in chat like I don't even care that CR is talking about me right now. You can fuck yourself off, Matt Sai Guy. Ponder Monkey, Escamillo, peppers are lovely, okay? And yeah, fuck you again, Outer Signal, because you're ignoring me. And Druzilla, fuck you. I don't need your little alien waving its ass at me. All right? Whatever. Hate all of you.
Make your own ranch.
Okay, what do we got here?
We got
Outer
steak,
Signal, I swear to God.
cheap bacon cheese, loaded mashed potatoes.
Fair to say fully loaded?
Yeah, and no, you can't have a bite.
Here we go. And put this.
Oh my God, look at that. Guys, that's pulled pork with Carolina barbecue sauce. That is pulled pork with Carolina barbecue sauce. I just jizzed in my pants a bit. Listen, okay, like yeah, our economy is tanking, but have you tasted our barbecue? But honestly, some dumb beats, we have to, you know, there are some things that are still okay. We still have great barbecue. Apart from that, everything else is terrible. We're an imperialist, evil global power that abuses its own people, etc. But hey, at least we have good barbecue. Anyway, though technically, I think the good barbecue tradition was mainly invented. Was it invented by black people? Okay, was it invented by black people? I think it was. I'm not quite sure. Right, with some dumb beats. Okay. Regardless, I think it was. Most of America's foods that are good were invented by black folks. I'm not even joking. All right. Or were at least perfected by black folks, if not invented by them. So, all right. Sam is the typical white boy who starts shouting spicy as soon as he tastes a smidge of ginger. Shut up, Matt Sai Guy. Okay.
Spicy kick.
Good deal. That's what you need. Oh, you want me to?
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, no. So this is a standard pulled pork sandwich in these parts?
Yeah. That's for Jason's it is. Jason
God, I
does
want it.
everything. He wants his
Put it in my mouth. Put the meat in my mouth.
customers happy.
Yeah, so Philly cheese, I'm talking about American barbecue. There are different kinds of barbecue. A lot of barbecue was also developed in the. Let me look it up here. Okay, there's different kinds of barbecue. I'm talking American barbecue. That's why I'm saying that American barbecue is the best barbecue, and I truly believe that. All right, it's not like, I mean, obviously it's an opinion-based thing, but I've tried lots of different barbecues. I really like American barbecue. Of course, it doesn't matter. Everyone can have their own opinion on that. Barbecue. Yes, and barbecues are associated with U.S. cuisine. Oh, okay. So I guess it depends on how you define it. Okay. So it says here that there are actually Native American groups that were doing a type of barbecuing when, when the Spanish arrived, for example, and that's where the first word barbecue was used. Okay. Regional variations of barbecuing. I want to see what I care about is American barbecue, because there are other kinds of barbecue, but American barbecue. Yep, there's an early image of, looks like okay, You see here, friend. So actually, it was started by the Taino, which was the Native Americans that the Columbus murdered. Okay, so they started it, and then it spread to the southern United States from the Caribbean. And yes, but then there's a bunch of pride because it takes on a bunch of different regional forms. Yeah. So I guess technically, so even American barbecue was sort of, yes, exactly, elevator lady. So came from, at least the style of indirect cooking came from the Taino Indians, okay? But then it came to America, and then it mentions that it came to the United States. It came to the American South. Yeah, it's strongly associated with Southern cooking. And it was perfected by enslaved Americans, okay? So it literally was, the type of cooking was made by natives. Sorry, I didn't see it, Philly cheese. And then the different barbecue sauces were then made in America by enslaved people, okay? And then I know there's all these different regions in the United States that have their own variations of it. But I really do think eating barbecue here, we have really good barbecues. Okay, the United States has really good barbecues. Everyone should try it.
Mm-hmm. Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Good deal.
Very nice. You know, very simple. I like that.
Yep.
Right to the flavor.
Steak cooked perfect.
I do. I have to make all of you barbecue.
I like it.
Jason's business again? What's it called?
The Rebel Smokehouse.
What happened during COVID was they found that West Virginia was a great place with a lot of outdoor activities. So vacations for a couple years ended up being here. It's a lot of people that are like us. And I joke with them all the time. I say, I know when I open my mouth, you can hear banjos playing in the background. But it doesn't matter whether you're from you know, the
Okay.
one of the larger cities or from farmlands out in the Midwest. It doesn't matter. It's our type of people. It's family people. It's blue collar people. It's the type of people that like this type of.
Yeah, Philly cheese. Of course, you know everything about fucking sandwiches, don't you? Don't you know everything about fucking sandwiches?
Of vacations where they're out riding side by sides. They're gearheads. They're the type of guys that like to get out.
I will say, Sundom Beats. I do think Korean barbecue is really fucking good. That might be a close second, if not tied.
Sure, and with their family.
Oh my God, Philly cheese, stop it! I'm very hungry now. I need to order some barbecue and then force all of you to watch me eat it. Okay, I shouldn't because it's expensive to order shit and I'm poor, but still.
We've had a lot of luck. I guess those folks also have lodging here, and we have no problem.
You have lodging?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Great Escape Lodging.
Great Escape Lodging. So you've seen a huge uptick in the last few years?
I agree, Chairman Burr.
When you say the property is owned by land companies,
Right.
coal companies, right?
Okay, not necessarily. Land companies came in with the railroad. Land companies keep property for things like for
That's
coal
true,
mines,
Philly
to
cheese.
lease out property for coal mines, logging industry, and things like that. So they think of property in more 500-year spans than 100-year spans like we can see.
So who owns the land companies?
Well, they're owned by like Georgia
Then do it,
Pacific,
man.
large
fucking do it.
companies that
They're just hedging their bets down the road. They're going to pull
If
some
anyone wants
resources.
to order me
They
some
do.
barbecue,
that's
I
what
wouldn't
they do.
mind.
I mean, that's what they do around here. It's their property, and all rights and means it's their property. So we're fortunate enough that they let the Half McCoy Trail systems run on their property.
Okay.
And what you hear, you have two types of riding here. You have the legal type of riding, which is on the Half McCoy Trail system, and you have what they call outlaw riding, which is still yet on their property. It's just in places that have not been sanctioned for the trail promotion to ride on. So
How do you guys feel about the big, say, land holding companies or corporations buying up a lot or controlling a lot of the land here? Is that
you really don't have a lot of choice about it. They've been here since we've been here. I mean, the property that we have is property that
Prometheus Rebel, you're 100% right. Okay, Promethean Rebel says a lot of Southerners have resentment towards cities, and I can't stand it. Same for people in the city. Yeah. That's that book I told you all about that talks about that, how people from urban centers typically have a negative view of people from rural areas, and then people from rural areas typically have a negative view of people from urban centers. There's a lot of reasons for this. One, by the very nature of population densities, there are different kinds of culture that sort of generally develop in rural settings versus urban settings. Urban settings typically have fewer there's a lot more people that have fewer connections to each other, but a lot more diversity. And then in rural areas, practically everyone knows each other. There are a small number of connections that everyone knows each other very well. And there's typically the center of the society in rural areas is a church or some sort of communal area. It's not the same in cities. There's all these differences. On top of that, economic differences. Oftentimes, rural economics run up against city economics in a competitive way. So it's interesting. Yeah. Hello, Freedom. Freedom, so you say, how long have you been a streamer? I'm surprised I haven't found you before. About a year. I have a little bit over 500 followers, but I'm still growing. So a lot of people still don't know about me. Let's put it that way, okay? I'm trying to get more people to know about me, though, okay? But I'm so glad you're here, Freedom Evie. What left-wing streamer recommended you? Because I've had a few people come in here now have said that other streamers have recommended me, but I should ask. I'm curious because I would love to raid them, etc. But anyway, okay. So we'll keep watching this. I'm kind of like hearing this guy, and then we'll move on to something else.
I pretty much have decided that we can have. I mean, it was theirs at the beginning.
So these towns wouldn't exist without them.
This is a railroad town here. A lot of them are coal towns. A lot of So that's why they're here to begin.
Gotcha.
I hate you,
ladies. Do you side by side?
Everybody.
Okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
We outlaw trail.
Silly question.
We really outlaw trail.
You're outlaw trailing it. You want to say that on camera?
Hey, that's okay, some dumb beats. I'm glad you stumbled upon me, some dumb beats. Okay.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Okay, so it's normal to outlaw.
There's a lot of outlaw trails. Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
Okay.
First of all, I probably won't get big. I'm not buff and sexy like Hassan is, so no one ever cares. Okay, no one ever cares. But so don't worry. But I'll always act like I'm not big. Okay. I mean, I guess I can't say that for sure because people can change or whatever. But I don't like that shit. Okay.
Trails we've rode since we were kids before they were called outlaw trails.
There's no rules on the outlaw. You just do what you want. No helmets. You can drink.
Enough with the negative comments, Matt
Yeah.
Saigai. Shut your fucking mouth, Matt Saigai. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, I know you sit around jacking off thinking about Hassan all day long. Like you literally are constantly talking about Hassan. It's exhausting, Matt Saigai, but can you please just keep it to yourself? All right, thank you.
You can ride at night. You can't do that on Hatfield. You can do it on outlaw.
Okay, no, elevator lady, I am working out for health reasons, not clicks, because I shouldn't be sitting around so much, and I have high blood pressure and stuff. Okay.
Things have gotten a lot easier. It's been a blessing to us.
Okay, thank you, Freedom.
Industry, the highway that came from Raleigh County down to the southern part of the state, it's opened us up to the rest of the world. There's so many parts of the country that can't
whatever,
imagine
Matt
not
Saigai, go
having
fuck
a four-lane
yourself.
highway close to their home. We've been so secluded so long. It's really made a big difference in the way we live here. So it's been a blessing.
That's great to hear because I would have thought things were just deteriorating, going down, further down.
Absolutely not. Right now, the coal market.
I hate you, Matt Saigai.
Like the type of
Apparently, I also have JFK rotting.
Coal that these guys mine around here, and there were some coal miners sitting there having dinner.
Yeah.
They're proud of what.
That's weird because I don't think I've ever rated Gremlo or that other person. Gremlo, who's the other one? Gremlo, that you mentioned there. Lil Dragonfly. I don't know either of those streamers. Interesting. Okay, well that was nice. Okay. Okay, interesting. Freedom Evie, I wish Grim went into you. That's weird. I've never rated those folks. Interesting. Okay.
They do, but it's high met coal. It's a type of coal that you use in steel manufacturing, not like power plants like steam coal. It's good stuff. It goes high.
It's used in steel man.
You know what? I'm sorry. I know I'm getting distracted here, but yeah, go ahead. You can have Outer Signal, Matt Saigai, because Outer Signal has not been talking as much, and has been lurking in the background and just making rude comments and then ignoring my responses. I've noticed Outer Signal. I've noticed. You can have him, okay? You can have him, Matt Saiga. Oh, well, now he wants to talk to me. Now he wants to talk to me. You sure you haven't raided Dragon? You know what? I'm going to ignore you, Outer Signal.
Manufacturing,
Oh,
as
who
in
said
part of
that?
the process of
Who said that?
So when they take their iron ore, or
Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't think I have rated Dragon. I don't think I have rated Dragon. I can take a look though. Dragon, what do they call Dragon? Little Dragon? Little Dragonfly. Okay, we'll do
they
that.
take iron and make it into steel. Yes, that's when they heat it. It has to have a type of coal that burns hotter to produce steel. So
Okay.
you might not want to, I'm not an expert on steel
Oh, you do,
manufacturing,
Freedom?
but
Cool.
there we go. So
Steam coal.
So we have metallurgical coal here.
Yeah, it's measured by the BTUs.
Okay.
When they burn.
The higher BTUs will burn out the grates in the power plants. The steam coal market's really
Yes.
went down a
No,
lot
listen,
here in the
guys,
last
no.
little bit.
Oxpecker, I'm not working out for that reason. I'm working out literally because of of health issues. Okay. Okay. So like literally because my doctor told me I have high blood pressure and I'm sitting around so much. I need to get some movement, and I'm not going to get massively buff. I'm not like I don't have huge weights. It's just moving around so that I can before I stream so that I cannot exercise for the rest of the day. So I know Elevator Lady lied to all of you and made it appear as if I'm working out to be like Hassan. I'm never going to look like fucking Hassan. Fuck it. I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to fight Hassan. I would lose. All right. Okay. Because he's big and strong and buff and muscular. And I kind of wish he would try and pick me up. And you know what? I don't want to do this. There's nothing wrong with Hassan. Okay. I enjoy Hassan. I just am very jealous. Okay. Creator clash. What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Does that mean we get to make out? I'm sorry. I'll stop it. I'll stop it. I'm rude and I'm mean. I'll stop it. Okay. Stop it, Chairman Bart. Don't you dare clip that. Okay. No Philly cheese. Bad. Okay. No clipping. Fuck all of you. Okay. Thank you, Peck on Bad. Clipped in. I know. Look, Oxpecker. By the way, wait. Sorry, guys. I'm getting distracted. Okay. Oxpecker. I have waited for this moment. Oxpecker. You sent that clip to JFK rotting. That was the first fucking thing you did when you got into JFK rotting's chat is you sent him that fucking clip of me saying he's sexy. Okay? I yesterday had to sit through watching his reaction to my comment about him being sexy because these degenerates forced me to watch it. And that's all because of you, Oxpecker. That's all because of you, and I will remember it. I will remember it to the day I die, Oxpecker. Hey, man, he was flattered. It was cute. Well, that's good. I'm glad, Oxpecker. I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anyway, whatever. Okay.
Steam coal, I think, selling for around $50, $60 a ton. Metallurgical coal selling for around $270 and up.
So what were you saying about Coal Wars and the only U.S. citizens getting bombed by the U.S. government?
The largest conflict since the Civil War was the Battle of Blair Mountain in Logan County.
And they're talking about it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
You had Union coal miners fighting company coal miners, and it was a conflict to the point that the U.S. government actually deployed the National Guard
Jonas, I hate
and actually ended up dropping bombs on our own people. The local West Virginians were winning hands down, so they got their way with bringing the Union
Heck, bad. Why would I want to fight Very Nice TV? I like Very Nice TV.
into the area at the time. But that's the largest conflict on U.S. soil
So
since the
all
Civil
the
War.
workers went on strike. They didn't want to go to work.
It was when the time ended where the company script
Don't laugh at him, Elevator Lady.
and
the
they
script, which I learned about
Yes.
today, is the money given
Yes.
by the.
it was given to the men from the company. They had to use that. They lived in company houses. They had to pay rent to the company. They could only use that money at the company store. And usually at the end of the pay period, they owed more than what they made. They had to buy their own tools from the company.
Underground miners had to buy their own blasting tools, blasting equipment, dynamite, such. But everything was purchased from the company, so they got their own money back. Most people owed more than they would have ever worked off. It was just a legal form of slavery. And that resulted in bringing in the UMWA, United Mine Workers of America. And those companies didn't want them here, so they hired gun thugs, Baldwin Phelps detectives they called them, but they were just gun thugs. And they're still finding shell casings from belt-fed, fully automatic.
If you go up to Blair Mountain today, guys, you can still find rusted out guns that have still been left on the top of that mountain. You can find spent shell casings. Now, there are signs everywhere that say don't pick up any of the artifacts, but they have barely done anything to collect the artifacts, okay?
Weapons, and these local boys were kicking their hind ends with...
That's right, Freedom, you're not rude. I agree. Freedom is the only one that's not rude, and you can ignore Matt Saigai because he's a dick, okay?
What they had at home. That time, it cost more to replace a mule than it did a man. They used mule to pull coal cars off from underground. It cost them around $200 to replace a mule if it got killed. Man got killed, they gave his widow $50, put her out of the company house, her and her kids, under any circumstances.
Yeah,
they were evicted immediately.
Wow. So how much does coal mean to you?
It's everything. One coal job represents another 8 jobs in this state. Other than
That's a really fucking funny joke, Jonas. Jonas says, what? I sound like elevator lady laughing so much that I can't even get my words out. Elevator. Jonas says, I'm always nice. That's hilarious.
Hatfield McCoy Trail, which has brought in a lot of money, but that's all there is here. You're either a school teacher, a nurse, or a coal miner if you make a substantial living here.
What's up?
They want to know if you want to ride a side-by-side and go to Wagon Wheel with them.
What's
But they'll
Wagon
drive
Wheel?
us. The place where all the four-wheelers are and stuff.
Do we have time?
We got plenty of time.
It's back in the woods. This is a place where, okay,
Yeah.
we went to school with these kids that live in this area. When
Yeah,
we were in
where do
high
y'all
school.
want to meet at?
There was an hour-long bus ride for them. It is truly in the middle of the woods.
This was all strip mined. A lot of people came up here since it was flat ground, and we don't have any flat ground anywhere. They came up here and built houses
I'm sure,
on it.
Peck on
So
that,
30
I'm sure.
years after, 30, 35, 40 years after,
Peck on Bad, are you trying to side with people in this argument? Because I will gladly turn against you too.
there's strips, then you can build on it. But, I mean, who wants to
Jonas says, all right, time to be a massive dick. Jonas, what else is new?
live on a flat area on top of a mountain? I guess these people do.
Interesting. So why 30 years? You just have to wait for nature to retake its...
Well, it's nature to retake it because it's all gravel when they're done with it, just busted gravel and stuff.
That's true. That's the only flat piece of land I've seen all day.
Yeah. But a lot of people come up here. I mean, there's some really nice houses and places that...
Well, let's not finish this. There's only a few minutes left. We're just seeing them go to see where the... Okay, let's watch this. I just want to watch the last part. Oh my fucking God, Chairman Bart. Okay.
Packed.
Okay. Let's see. They're going to another food place.
Is it like Escapeville? Just get away from it all?
Like no rules apply here because where are you? You're just in the middle of nowhere.
Right. There's zero
I think
sheriff out here,
I think
right?
that's what people like about it.
No cops, just ride any way you want to, wide open.
Who are the people that come out here mostly? Vacationers, locals?
Both. Pretty much vacationers, though. And I was telling him it's usually packed.
Yes, I'm surprised right now.
See?
Everybody's like crazy.
I mean,
but
like the whole place.
This is starting miners' vacation, so it's hard to tell where everybody's at right
What's
now.
miners' vacation?
July 4th week.
July 4th week.
Why do you call it miners'
Because
vacation?
that's when they all get their vacation.
Almost every coal mine shut down the week before.
Yep. And they get their vacation.
Okay, so all the coal miners get a good extended break right now.
Yes, all of our coal miners are going to the beach right now, and then typically this would be packed full of, you know, out of staters.
So beautiful around there. Oxpecker, I hope you know I'm joking when I yell at you. I hope everyone knows, for the new members of the community, I'm joking when I yell at you. It's actually a compliment if I'm yelling at you, to be clear, Oxpecker. Now, I don't want you to get a big head, Oxpecker, but it's a compliment, Oxpecker. I would only yell at you if I would only take time out of the scream to yell at you if I thought you deserved it. Does that make sense? If I thought you deserved to have the time. Okay, it's a compliment. It's a fucking compliment. You're right, LaQuabois. You're right.
This is crazy. We're like literally an hour in.
In the woods.
Oh fuck! What? Great. Yeah, some done beats. Yeah, you're right.
See, our love's the bully. The women and minorities in this community. His actions are immoral and pure insanity. Every morrow, brother night, with their rest, but they are cold tonight.
Jay Williams. Well, shall we continue?
In the woods.
Thanks, Tech Combat. Oh, they have a cute little band.
How'd you come up with the idea to start this out here?
Me and her got together and we owned another bar and we decided we owned.
Correct, Real Life Cat DJ. I'm like the IDF. I'm the most moral bully on Twitch.
The land, so we just let's build one. We built it.
Don't click
aren't
that.
you building something
Like
else?
build it and they will come type mentality.
Well,
huh?
yeah, well, it worked.
It worked. How's business?
Great. Fantastic.
Busy as ever.
You made your American dream happen.
Amen.
You're doing your own thing out here. No sheriff down here, no cop.
That's right.
And they're expanding.
Yeah, we're putting a new one in.
Where?
A. Jerry Road.
11 miles from here.
Who's your best customer?
You?
Yeah, it's a bar where all crime is legal.
Let's say, sir, before we bounce.
Yes, like the most moral army. That was the fucking joke, Drusilla. Do you not understand comedy?
That's all you. I'm out of that one.
Well, we love everybody. We're grateful for anybody that comes in here and does business with us.
Yeah.
And we treat you like family. We try to.
Treat us on family. You got places to stay out here?
No, we will have the new place.
22 cabins, 30 RV spots, in-ground pool, another bar and grill, and a store.
Playground, gas, have it all.
Like family out here.
Yep.
That was so.
Okay, that was a cute video. I'm done with it, though. I'm sick of it. Okay, that was nice. So, guys, that's fun. I like seeing videos, going other places, seeing how people live, having people explore, la-di-da-di-da, blah, 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 blah. Well, I know Oxpecker, right? But that's okay. I'm used to it. And I will yell at people that do that, Oxpecker, so it's fine. So anyway, regardless, this is, hey, Thelonious, where the fuck have you been, Thelonious? I'm just kidding. I think you were here a few days ago. What? I'm just being a dick, okay? Listen, we're not a cult. You can come and go as you please. See, that is kind of concerning that I even say that. It makes it seem even worse, right? If I'm having to be like, we're not a cult. Regardless, it's fine. Okay. All right. The disparity is infuriating. I know. Listen, stop, guys. Stop. It's okay. We have a life outside of UCR. No, LaQuabois, you're not allowed. Okay. I'm joking, folks. It's a fucking joke. I hate all of you. Okay. To be very clear. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Okay. So, I hate all of you. Let's go on here. Let's find something else to watch. Dutch. Okay, let's see here. Trump's thing. Okay, let's watch one of Jay Williams' dumb videos. All right, one of Jay Williams' stupid dumb videos. That's a waste of time, but I'm gonna watch it anyway. All right. So, good God, Christian puppet song. Oh my fucking God. So, for those who don't know, Jay Williams video segments are segments where we watch videos. Are segments where we watch videos where there are that are typically crazy. Stop disparaging me in chat. I swear to God. Okay, anyway. So let's go on here. This is Eat of My Body, Christian puppet song. Eat of My Body, Christian puppet song. Okay. And it's going to be horrible. These are from the 80s or the 90s. So, okay, let's watch.
In Egypt the Jews had been slaves many years. The Lord heard their crying, the Lord saw their tears. He brought...
Okay, listen, guys, listen. I'm going to have to be rude here for a second, and I apologize. Now, as I always say before I say something that might go against people's beliefs, I respect, believe in whatever religion you want to believe in, okay? Please take my critiques of certain religious beliefs as just that, a critique, and you can believe what you want. To be clear, the Jews were never slaves in Egypt. Never. Ever. It's a lie. It's made up. It's a fairy tale. Okay? The Jews were never slaves in Egypt. As a matter of fact, there is zero archaeological evidence that the Israelites or the Jews were ever in fucking Egypt. None. None. Zero. None. It's actually quite the opposite. Okay? That the Jews were never slaves in Egypt. As a matter of fact, all the archaeological evidence we have shows that the Jews, if you want to even use that word because they were Canaanites, were one group of Canaanites out of many that lived in Palestine. Okay? So Palestine, at the time called Canaan, was populated by many different groups of people, and the Jewish people were just one of those groups. And they believed in one of many gods that were believed in at the time called Yahweh, which at the time was a storm god, and they were polytheists. They just happened to be the group of Canaanites who conquered all the other groups of Canaanites. And after they did, they're like, oh, well, clearly our God is the best. Our God is the best, so that's the only God. And even then, they still believed that there were other gods, but that they shouldn't worship them because their God had won for them, basically. So the Jews were never in Egypt. Exodus is not true. It never happened. The early Jewish settlements, okay, early Jewish settlements look exactly like any other Canaanite settlement in the region. They have no Egyptian influence. None. There's no archaeological evidence in the Sinai Peninsula. There's none in Egypt that show anything about Jewish people being enslaved there. Okay? I will tell you one thing, though, is it was common at the time for these different groups of people to have origin stories. Okay? To have origin stories. As a matter of fact, it would make sense that you would say that you had escaped slavery in Egypt because the Egyptians were the powerful empire in the region, and that sounds really badass. That your God was so powerful that they were able to help you get out of slavery from the Egyptians when it never happened. Okay? It never happened. No, Ponder Monkey, aliens did not build the pyramids. Okay? Exactly. So, to be clear, Jewish people never, freedom. Israel did not exist until 1947. There were these little kingdoms that were, none of them were Israel. All right? Yep. Yep. So, do we got that? All right. People think that Israel is really Ra-El, like the god. All right, we get that. Anyway, so moving on. Okay. No, by the way, guys, can I also tell you something else about the pyramids? Slaves didn't build the pyramids. It's also just not true that slaves built the pyramids because it was workers that built the pyramids. As a matter of fact, they were paid pretty well for it. they were given very big rations of beer. They had like a ration of like 2 liters of beer a day or something, amongst other things, food and stuff. Anyway, shocking, right, Thelonious Dunk? No, it wasn't fucking aliens. Okay, I know you guys are joking, but I know you are, Thelonious. That literally was a racist concept that came about later when Europeans found it, and they're like, oh, black people couldn't have possibly built these things. So it had to either be white people from elsewhere or later aliens, which is why no one ever says that aliens built the Parthenon or the Colosseum. They only say it about places where there were people with dark skin, right? Okay. Anyway, so just a side note.
Them from bondage, but first made them eat a Passover meal. A lamb was their meat.
By the way, let's say that it was true that the Israelis were in fact, I'm not the Israelis, excuse me, the Jews were in fact in Egypt, and God literally slaughtered every firstborn male child. Okay, every firstborn male child. That would be evil and immoral. And why would you worship a God who slaughtered every firstborn male child in Egypt? So, like, I also don't understand why that's, like, considered a good thing, or, like, you know, for Christians or Jewish people or Muslim people generally, okay? I don't know if Muslim people even talk about Exodus, but, like, why is that a thing that we should be happy about? That God brought death and destruction upon Egypt, and killed a bunch of innocent people. Anyway, so, like, anyway, just a note there. Yeah, Mrs. Rachel was right, okay? Right, Outer Signal, such a loving God, right? You know what's funny is this idea of the Passover feast. I bet the Christians who made this are massively anti-Semitic. Anyway. Moses is a prophet. I got you, Jonas. Right, okay. By the way, 0 evidence that Moses actually existed.
Each household took blood from the lamb that had died to put on the door.
I think so. I actually have to look into that. I don't think there is any evidence that he existed, but maybe there is. I don't know.
Supposed to keep death outside. Then everyone ate of the unleavened bread. Now Jesus has come to be God's lamb instead.
Now Jesus said, eat of my body. Drink of my blood too.
Ew, why? Eat of my body and drink of my blood? As someone who was raised Catholic, that's kind of fucked up. 'Tis a little bit fucked up. Okay? That, like, especially in Catholic Mass. You know, I remember when I would have to go to Catholic Mass and shit. Yeah, Thelonious, nom, nom, nom. Like, having to bless the bread and make it Jesus's flesh and then bless the wine and make it Jesus's blood is kind of fucked up. All right?
For if you eat and drink of me, I will be part
Jay Williams, are you ready for God? No.
of you.
Is that it? Was that okay? That was bullshit. Okay, that was bullshit. Okay, I don't know what that is. Whatever. Is it rye? I don't fucking know, Jonas. It's some bullshit kind of bread that probably tasted terrible because it's unleavened. Anyway, so let's find another one that was sent to us by Jay Williams, since that one was terrible. All right, creepy Christian. Why do you do this to me? Why do you fucking do this to me, Jay Williams? Here we have one called Creepy Christian Clown Puppet Talks to Gary in quotes. Why? Okay, all right. It absolutely is, Ponder Monkey. There are many examples from the ancient world at the time of virgins giving birth to gods and things like that. You could talk about the ancient Egyptians had that idea. All right.
Okay, but I'll wait right here for you, okay?
Ew. By the way, guys, I am a jester, not a clown, to clarify for everyone.
Hi, aren't you Happy Clown? No. Well, are you sure you look like Happy Clown? I may look happy on the outside, but I'm not very happy on
Yes,
the
the one.
inside.
Okay, first of all, this I can barely hear what they're saying. This clown is a terrible actor and really needs to get training, all right? Really needs to get training. This child is a terrible actor. Speak up! Speak up, child! Use more diction.
Well, I feel like no one loves me.
Good. No one should love you.
Thank you, Gary. I feel happy on the inside, but how do I stay happy on the inside?
Why? Jesus, help happy stay happy on the inside all the time. Amen.
Well, thank you, Gary, for praying with me. I'm glad Jesus can make us feel
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. It's just terrible.
happy all the time. But can I have another hug?
You. Okay, you know what? Yeah, someone kill it. Please put it out of its misery. Yeah, someone burn it. Cleanse it through burning. Absolutely.
What's the most important issue to
Oh God, we don't. What's this? Election and what? Oh my God, let's watch this. Okay. So this just popped up. This is the Good Liars. Apparently, they just posted a new video. They just posted a new video about election integrity in the Trump era. How did we get here? Okay, everyone ready?
to you right now?
Election integrity.
Yeah.
Period.
You think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
Great. I'm sure you do. Speaking of batshit crazy religious beliefs, folks, this is MAGA. Yay. Okay. What the fuck did you say, Chairman Bart? Did you say what'd you say about me being an atheist? What? No, wait a minute. What'd you say, Chairman Bart? I'm trying to figure out. CR has a crush on that guy. What are you talking about, Drizella? You're all lunatics, okay?
Yeah?
Yes.
Why do you think Donald Trump's own attorney general found no evidence of widespread voter fraud?
I don't know that that's a fact.
It's a fact. It is a fact.
Why does he keep talking about election interference?
Donald Trump?
Yes.
Maybe he
The
couldn't.
2020 election?
Well, he might talk about it as a way to deal with the fact that he lost the election.
I disagree with that.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
Who was president during the 2020 election?
Trump.
So he won in 2016 when Obama was president, and then he won in
Yes, what's
2024
the
when.
expression, Chairman Bart? Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is however I view it to be. The world is my representation. Classic MAGA. It doesn't matter what reality is. All that matters is what I think reality is rather than what reality is, okay?
Biden was president when Republicans weren't in power, but the time he lost was when Republicans were in power, when he was president.
Right. So he technically lost the election to Joe Biden in 2020?
While he was president.
While he was president, yes.
Do you think it was rigged even though he was in charge?
I do.
Was the 2020 election rigged?
Yeah, of course it was.
Was Donald Trump in charge in 2020?
Of course he was.
Gets me to question to say something that I have felt, and it's not just in this country. I feel Dominion's that software and what they use for.
Oh no,
I feel
no,
it's
they're
compromised.
still talking about the Dominion software bullshit that like Hugo Chavez using Dominion software altered the election results. Do you guys remember that whole bullshit? That Dominion is like linked to Hugo Chavez, even though Hugo Chavez was dead. And then like there's the woman that came out and was like, I'm going to unleash the Kraken of evidence about how this election was rigged. There are still people talking about Dominion software. I'm going to lose my mind.
I think any country that
So the things that these people have said over the past few years have gotten you to question whether or not the election was fair.
Well, I actually had a sense of that anyway.
But if they say over and over and over the election was stolen, it's kind of natural that people would start to believe it.
Possibly for some, yes.
But then the next question would be, what is the hard evidence that this is the case. You would want to see that.
But there's often been hard evidence in the past several years that hard evidence about things, but yet people still
Like what? With voting? Like what?
like people push a lie.
But
And
like what with the voting?
If you push the same lie enough, people will believe it.
Literally, she's quoting Hitler or Goebbels. I can't remember who said it exact. Great hit peck on Bat right in the face. I hope that plunger had just been used in a toilet. So like it was either Hitler or Goebbels who said, make a lie, make it big, repeat it often, and the people will believe it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Just like those felony things and whatnot.
No, but that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying if they push the lie enough over and over and over again, it sounds like you believe the election was stolen, but you don't have any evidence.
Oh yes, evidence has been shown that
What
I
evidence?
believe it. That's why I said go to Mike Lindell's channel or Dave Clement, and go and look what they have. But
what?
Oh my God, you trust Mike Lindell? Are you kidding me? Is that the My Pillow guy? The My Pillow guy who is like a crack addict? Listen. There's actually nothing wrong with. Okay, I don't mean to demonize people with drug addiction issues, but like, he had a serious addiction problem, and then he came to Jesus, and he suddenly started this big company and has close relationships with like the Heritage Foundation and stuff. He's being used. He's a guy that has been through a lot of stuff, and he suddenly was raised up into the big time and convinced to work for Trump by being manipulated. Let's put it that way. Okay.
You've been there. What do they have? What would show that the election was not fair?
I'd rather you go.
Yeah,
and
he's
look
a
at
useful idiot.
He was up about 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I woke up, he was down 60,000. Something's wrong.
So
Oh my
what
fucking
happened there
God!
was
Literally,
they
guys,
had a
that's what happened in the election in Michigan, or what was it? Recently, there was an election where a progressive won, and the votes came in. No, it is an elevator lady. I shouldn't have mentioned the drugs. That was a kind of biased thing or a not a nice thing for me to do. He was in a low place, and there were a group of wealthy and powerful people that suddenly gave him a limelight. And he felt it literally felt like God was coming out of the sky and raising him up because it felt magical, but they were manipulating him. I'll show you a video talking about what I mean here. But you know what? Let me find it real fast, just so you guys can see what I mean about Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell offered. Spoke. You know what? I'll do better. I'll just look up his Wikipedia. Then it might tell us on there, and then I could look up more details. All right. So he was also, he had an addiction. He was incurring gambling debts. The buildup of his addictions led to the foreclosure in his house and his wife filing for divorce. Lindell said he achieved sobriety through prayer in 2009. Hey, more power to him. Honestly, if that's what got you to sobriety, more power to you. All right. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, so he literally, I'm trying to remind here. Let's see here. Mike Lindell meets with wealthy conservatives. I promise you, there was like an actual meeting where they like told him you have been chosen and shit. I need to find this shit. Okay, here we go. Who is My Pillow guy? Mike Lindell. He was also the one who literally showed up at the White House with showing with notes to speak to the president, saying that he should invoke the Insurrection Act and appeared to recommend martial law if necessary. Okay, he let's see here. Okay, I can't find the exact article here. Basically, what happened was that he was Brad Parscale. That's right, Brad Parscale. He basically was invited to this he was invited to this meeting, and there were a bunch of top evangelical pastors there, as well as Brad Parscale and some Trump people. And they basically said to him, "You are such a great businessman, and we love your business acumen." He had horrible business acumen. As a matter of fact, the Better Business Bureau gave him an F rating for false advertising and stuff. And we wanted to pray with you to give you help. And we think that you could be great for Donald Trump's campaign. They massively manipulated him. Okay. And then they got him a meeting with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump gave him a American flag pin. And Mike Lindell, this small-time businessman who had been a failure in business and a former drug addicted person, out of nowhere is like lifted up and is meeting with the president. And he was overwhelmed, and it literally felt like a religious experience to him. It was kind of like God must be literally lifting me up out of nothing, because all these rich people came together and manipulated him and made it seem like it was some holy thing. I'm not even joking. He's like a he's a useful idiot, and he basically does whatever Trump wants now, because Trump basically turned him into an obedient servant. I need to remember the God damn it. I wish I could find the original article here. All right. And he was often used by those wealthy donors and those evangelicals to push ideas on Trump that were more fascist and radical. For example, to push on Trump the idea that he should use martial law and things like that. You saw a lot about him from Owen on YouTube. Yeah, I wish I could find I'll find it for another stream, guys, but I wanted to tell you about that initial meeting because it was bizarre to read about. So the guy is somewhat being exploited. I mean, he's not innocent at all, but okay. Let's go on here. He lost his election, thank God. AT is me. You say, who is this streamer? He looks like a liberal. What does a liberal look like? I'm just curious. By the way, that's offensive. How dare you call me a liberal? I'm a socialist, okay?
Law in Pennsylvania where they couldn't count the mail-in and absentee votes until Election Day. So they were counting them throughout the day, and that's why you saw the number change there.
I don't believe that. You have a right to say that, but I got a right to believe what I want to believe. Right. And
but that is
literally,
the
Sir Bart, Chairman Bart, die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. The world is whatever I view it as. Okay. Oh my God, guys, listen. I don't worry. I'm not gonna engage with this troll too much, but I think you guys would think this was funny. Oh, you watch TYT? You're a far left guy. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. As if TYT is far left. So silly, AT. All right. Is that better? Can you guys hear me again? Can everyone hear me? The internet cut out for some fucking weird reason. I don't know what it was. Yeah, YouTube crashed too. It looks like it all crashed. I don't know why. Okay, can you all hear me now? Can you all hear me? All right. I don't know what happened. Yes, hello. I don't know what happened. The internet cut out randomly. The fuck if I know. I am literally directly connected to the internet, so I don't know why. American infrastructure. American infrastructure. What can I say? Okay. So, all right. Let's go on. It probably was because I'm a liberal, that's for sure, right? Okay, let's continue, guys. So this is election integrity in the Trump era. How did we get here? Let's keep listening, right?
And what do you think happened in the 2020 election?
My personal opinion, it was rigged. It was rigged
Of course
to
it was.
sway to Biden, and that's all it was. And
How come no one's found any evidence of that, do you think?
I don't know, but I happen to know for a fact when I went to bed that Michigan was a 100% Trump state, and then wake up the next morning and
I'm sorry, am I boring you, elevator lady? Am I boring you?
What do you know? Biden's won.
Because they counted the mail-in votes? Is that what you mean?
No, they cheated.
Yeah, I have PTSD. Pretty tired of stupid Democrats. Honestly, join the club, even though hilarious to then support Trump. Okay.
Pennsylvania and a lot of the states that had Republican legislators, they made it so you
Yeah,
couldn't
live
count the mail-in
dial-up,
votes
right,
till
Ponder
after the
Monkey?
polls closed. So that's why the numbers changed, because Democrats were voting mail-in, COVID, and all that stuff.
I still believe that President Trump should be in office right now. Not
And why do you think his attorney general found no evidence of voter fraud?
I don't know.
Who's going to win the election?
Donald Trump.
Will you trust the election results if Donald Trump wins?
Yeah.
Will you trust the election results if Kamala Harris wins?
Hell no.
There you have it.
Of course.
Just watch. They're going to steal the election, and they're going to try to set you again because the Democrats are behind it. Absolutely.
You're 100% sure of all
Oh,
that?
yeah, absolutely. Sure that the Democrats are behind. They've tried to stop him.
Will you trust the election if Trump wins?
Hello, Aliana the Star Bard. Oh my God, you're a bard. I'm a jester. We go together. Boop. We go together. You're a bard and I'm a jester.
Will you trust the election if Kamala wins?
Nope.
There you have it. If Donald Trump wins the 2024 election, will you
Yes.
trust the results?
Yes, I will.
If Kamala Harris wins the 2024 election, will you trust the results?
No.
Like, do they not even know? Like, come on. Do they not even? You get no boops, Philly cheese. You've been naughty today. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll give you a boop in a second. Okay. What the fuck is this about? All right.
And I know that sounds like a double standard, but it's not.
Well, that is a double standard.
Well, it's not.
MakeHoneyGreatAgain.com. I'm Todd, the owner of the company. Mike Lindell everybody in the country uses us for fundraising.
Is he serious when he says all that stuff?
Oh, he's
AT, literally, AT, what are you talking about? Folks, did someone make a clip of me saying I like Israel or something like that? Okay. AT says, I saw a clip of you saying you like Israel and that you were part of the IDF. Do you still support Israel? No. Literally, okay, who the fuck? Did someone make a clip of me out of context? Okay. No, I actually can't stand Israel. Literally, though, seriously, if that's the case, I'm going to need to delete that clip. Okay, because anyone can just come in here and then think I'm suddenly a fucking Israel and IDF supporter, which is like obviously not the case since I literally have a Palestine flag behind me. All right, whatever. Fuck all of you. Okay, are we not allowed to spread fruit? Fuck you, Loisa. Okay. Anyway, no, I am not a fan of Israel. Okay, very definitely not a fan of Israel. Okay, that's true. Casual fuck colonizers. All right. Okay. By the way, fuck Israel. All right. And inshallah, Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. Okay, we get that. Jesus, I literally lost my fucking job over saying that Israel was doing a genocide. So fuck all of you. All right, not all of you, just anyone who made the clip and anyone who misinterpreted it. Okay.
He is?
Yes, he's dead serious. We are.
But is he correct in any way? A lot of times people look into this and they say this guy's he's not correct.
I feel that he's correct. I mean, we do.
Why do they keep not finding the evidence? It's only him.
His stick was that they were lied to, that these machines were not hooked to the internet, and he proved that they were hooked to the internet, so they do have access to.
But even if he did prove that, what would make all of the kind of wacky things that he's saying true about voting in this country? Wacky things that he's.
You just got to spend time with him. Like, I mean, he's.
Oh, really?
He has $66 million out in legal,
No, but I know he's spending the money. I know he's shelling out the money, and it sounds like you are too. It's been years. So when are we going to see the bombshell?
Well, I don't know to answer that question. I don't know. I mean, I hope it's out there.
Right, but I guess all that, I'm just like, but why can't he show us? You know, show us a piece of real evidence.
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, we were with him in Missouri. He put out what he put out, and yeah, we just go with our own convictions, I guess. So
if Kamala Harris wins, you will trust the results.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he put out, right?
And do you think Donald Trump will say, "Hey, I lost"?
No. No.
Wait a minute. Why? See, I don't understand how some folks are like super aware. Like he knows exactly that Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Okay, but he still is like, yeah, you know, he like, okay.
I don't think he'd give up.
So you think even if Kamala Harris wins and it's fair, Donald Trump will say, "Hey, it's rigged. I won."
Probably. He's got a very big ego.
Does that bother you at all?
No.
Philly Cheese, you're on a 50-stream streak. Well done.
Think about the 2020 election.
All I know was, I know that he won. I know it. There's no way Biden got 81.
Literally, guys, I've told you this before. Like, seriously, fascism is all about your feels and the aesthetics. Yeah, me too, Oxpecker. I respect the last one. Like, I just know it. I just know it. No evidence provided. She feels like that's the truth. It doesn't mean, like, the reality doesn't matter. She feels that that should be the truth. Which, when we were talking about Nazi, exactly, Peckham, but I know it in my gut. That is not evidence. That is, like, one of the foundational aspects of fascism is this focus on irrationality and gut feeling and emotion, right? Which makes it really hard to reason with fascists or people who have been brainwashed by fascists. Because if you can't use stats and, like, evidence, well, what are you going to do? Yeah, material reality doesn't matter to them. And that is partially by design, folks, because if material reality doesn't matter, it is hard to convince them that the real cause of their suffering are the wealthy and the elites, right? You kind of have to convince people to ignore material reality if you want them to not go after the real cause of their suffering. You see what I mean? So then you distract by being like, oh, it's migrants. Oh, it's the election was rigged. Oh, whatever. And you distract them in that way. Okay. Anyway. Okay.
And what do you think happened to cause the tide to turn like that?
It was fixed in some way, whether, and I know, because what she said was to Biden, don't concede.
And do you think that's ethically okay to just decide not to concede like that?
Yeah, ponder
Well,
monkey.
I mean, Biden.
Just to clarify, because Donald Trump has not conceded, correct?
You're right, he hasn't. He hasn't not officially conceded. Yeah, you're right.
But Biden should have been willing to concede if he lost it.
Yes.
Like they don't even. All right.
So why did Bill Barr not find any evidence of voter fraud?
Hello, Dolly Boy. How are
Bill
you?
Barr is a never Trumper.
Bill Barr, his attorney general?
Bill Barr was a never Trumper and is.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Afterwards, he wasn't. Okay.
So Bill Barr, who Trump appointed.
It's interesting. In authoritarian regimes, folks, people that are presented as enemies of the state, okay, people who are later, so like if an authoritarian purges some top leader of in their cabinet or whatever, they always do propaganda that makes it seem as if that person was always an enemy of the leader. It happens every single time. When Hitler purged Ernst Röhm, he was always an enemy of Hitler. He was always gay and always an enemy of Hitler. When Stalin purged people, they were always enemies of Stalin. Okay, they were never friends of Stalin. Okay, Trotsky, there you go. Yeah, Trotsky was always an enemy, right? And it's bizarre because obviously that's not true. Bill Barr was actually close to Trump. He was not a never Trumper. And it makes sense, guys, because if the leader is perfect and is almost like a deific figure, then to admit that they were close to someone that was not good is sort of a confession of an error, right? So you always have to present it as, no, the whole time that person was an enemy. And that, you know, that they always were suspicious. And it really wasn't their fault that they didn't know. Okay, yeah. So like it's very kind of Ponder Monkey. Trump has no butthole. That's actually a really good reference. Yeah, the leader of North Korea, which one? Was it Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un? Part of the propaganda there is that he has no butthole, literally. That's some of the state propaganda, that he doesn't engage in normal human activities in that way, that all the birds and all the beasts saying when he was born and things like that. Okay. So kind of the same thing with Trump, right? This idea that like he can't do anything wrong. Anyway.
And has said that he would vote for Trump again. Do you think he is a never
No,
Trump?
I don't, Matt
I
Saigai.
absolutely do.
To democracy or not?
Not at all.
Now, would you trust the election if Kamala wins?
I'm not sure. I think if she wins, they cheated.
So
there you go.
does
Ghost
that make
Pepper
you feel like maybe
Lollipop.
Donald Trump?
Ghost Pepper Lollipop, Trump no butthole. Then where does the diaper stink we always see people react to him come from? Okay, weirdly enough, Ghost Pepper Lollipop, literally, have you heard the reports of people who say he smells bad? There are people who say that when they're around him, he smells like absolute shit. So that's like not even an exaggeration, that he has an odd odor that comes from him, which I'm not surprised of at all, right? I'm not surprised of at all. But right, Ghost Pepper, okay?
Trump has eroded your faith in democracy?
No, Donald Trump hasn't.
Yeah, like
eroded my faith
literally,
in
he smells like shit, apparently. If you guys think I'm making that shit up, no pun intended. Trump smells like shit. Oh yeah, no problem, Ghost Pepper. I love your content, Ghost Pepper. I was earlier talking today about how much I love Ghost Peppers, but anyway, so glad you're here. Everyone should check out. Would someone give Ghost Pepper Lollipop a shout out? Everyone should check out Ghost Pepper Lollipop stream. I love your stream, Ghost Pepper. Okay. They did excellent. Thank you. Okay, so Trump smells like shit. Trump. I can't write from this distance. Trump smells like sheet. All right. Yep. Yeah, Adam Kinzinger publicly stated that Trump has a distinct odor resembling a mix of armpits, ketchup, makeup, and body waste. That's good. That was Adam Kinzinger, which obviously James Carville says it. Now, these are all people that don't like Trump, but I'm willing to believe it. Okay, 100%. He looks like he smells bad. Yep, bad breath and fecal odor. Okay, that's cool. All right. Let's go on here, guys. So here we go.
Anything. He's been writing.
Yeah, it was Elevator Lady that recommended me to you. You to me, Ghost Pepper Lollipop.
Right, but because of the last election, you're saying
then I watched it and I loved it. So okay, let's keep watching. Let's see what these lunatics have to say.
you won't trust this one because he won't concede the last one. You won't trust this election.
I believe they cheated on the last one.
So will you trust the election results if Donald Trump wins?
If he wins, yeah.
Will you trust the election results if Kamala Harris wins?
No.
Of course
No,
not.
I wouldn't.
Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. It doesn't matter what reality is. It just matters how I feel. All that matters is how I feel reality is.
No.
Great.
No.
Great.
But does that bother you to say that?
What's that?
Does that feel sad to say?
Is that what?
Does that feel kind of sad to say that?
No.
Because if Donald Trump wins, you'll trust the election results, but if Kamala Harris wins, you will not.
That's right.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
kind of cute.
All right.
Yeah, Thelonious done.
There you go.
The officials are saying it's at capacity. Are you going to accept these results?
Oh Christ! No pun intended.
What
I mean, not
results?
pun
The-
intended.
the
God
results that
doesn't
they're
exist.
saying that
anyway,
you can't put any more people in.
Why would we not accept the results?
Are you going to accept the results of that you can't get in the rally right now?
Absolutely.
Because Drusilla, they're all
Yeah,
like they're
absolutely.
all stupid.
And who do you think won the 2020 election?
Okay, Jesus.
Absolutely Trump.
They've been brainwashed. Okay, that's insane. Let's watch. I need a palate cleanser. Let's watch one of Jay Williams' Christian videos because those are fucking fun, aren't they? We all love them. Let's watch this. Public access cringe. Evangelical Christian nationalist children. Oh my God, it's the Hitler Youth. Yay, Hitler Youth. Don't clip that. Please don't clip that. Mwah. All right. So anyway, So, Dolly Boy, thank you for the kiss. I appreciate you. Stop it. Stop it, Dolly Boy. Stop it. You're so naughty. All right. So, okay, everyone ready for the little children Hitler Youth that are being trained by the evangelical Christians? Yay! Right. This already looks sus. It looks like, this is going to be a goddamn, you got to stop shouting out the Hitler Youth. You're right. I really ought to. That's a good point. I'm going to be clipped. It's not going to be great. Okay. Anyway, and we know what people in this chat tend to do to me. So let's watch this. It's going to be terrifying.
Hi, my name is Ron Larson. Some friends of mine and myself included are going to...
Yeah, first of all, we have a troll in here who's saying, "And I hate you, liberal streamer." Oh, I'm so sorry. Literally, don't ban them. Don't ban them. It's cute. Okay, it's cute. I hate you, liberal streamer. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you feel that way, really, okay? I really don't give a shit, but, I'm sorry. I hurt your fifis. Okay, so let's go on.
We'll be bringing you a musical package from the Grandview Grace Brethren Church. We hope you stay tuned for the next few minutes and enjoy what we have to offer.
Okay.
What a friend we have in Jesus.
Listen, guys, this is going to lead to pedophilia. I'm just going to be blunt with you. I would not, if I had kids, I would never send my children to be with any kind of religious pastor, okay? I got to tell you, like, this, I don't know. There's just too much of a power problem there, especially if it's a girl. I'm not going to do that because these men are like monsters. Anyway, so the power relationship there, the fact that they can try and convert you to believe things based off faith. It's this completely irrationalist power relationship that can open the door for pedophilia. So no, thank you. All right. Yeah.
All our sins and griefs to bear. We should never be discouraged. Take it to, won't you take it to?
Yeah, I don't know, but they do all look terrified, don't they?
The Lord in prayer.
Christ. Okay, kids, let's go find a gay person to burn at the stake. That's what they're going to do next, right? It's going to be like, what is it? Like baby's first lynching or something? Is that what they're going to do next? Okay, I don't know. That'll be fun. That'll be great. Okay. So, I'm sorry. I'm just being honest with you. This is what this shit always ends up. Okay.
Have we trials and temptations? Have we trouble anywhere? We should never be discouraged.
Okay, literally, why are the kids there? Why are the fucking kids there if it's just going to be him singing while they sit there? What the fuck is the purpose? All right, Jesus, I know. Of course, I know Thelonious. I know Thelonious. It's a rhetorical question, Thelonious. Jesus, no pun again. No pun intended.
Take it to the Lord in prayer.
Oh my God, Jesus, okay. Awful.
Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear.
I know. Listen. Someone said they think they know who the troll is. It's probably Matt Guy. We're just going to have to ignore that, okay?
All because we do not carry.
Literally, are these kids ever going to... Okay. Can we...
Everything. Oh, everything. To God in prayer.
All right.
What a friend we have.
I'm actually surprised they're letting the girl out in public. Come on, let's be honest. We all know how a bunch of evangelicals think about this. They're like, she should be at home learning, I don't know, how to sew or some crap because that's all they want women to do. They want them to be chattel and baby makers. So I'm like surprised that the girls are even allowed in public. What you know what I'm waiting to have happen is that one of the little girls is going to start singing and he's going to be silent. You do not have permission to speak. Like that is what I'm waiting to have happen. Because that's sort of what happens normally, right? That's normally what happens. That's like, I mean, I'm just saying, guy, I'm just going to be honest with you, right? Like all the little boys start singing and then one girl starts kind of trying to sing and immediately he's like, you do not have permission to speak. Okay. All right.
Having Jesus.
Yeah, imagine the rehearsals, right, elevator lady?
All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything.
Literally, are they going to do anything or are we just going to listen to him singing this whole time?
Oh, everything.
I literally don't get the point of the kids.
To God in prayer.
Okay.
Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, Christ. Holy shit. All right. Well, so, yeah, you atheists disgust me. He's being nice by letting them be together before the sacrifice and you bash him, right? Yeah, no, listen. Yeah, literally suffer. You're right, Louise. Literally suffer the little children. And the little children are, in fact, suffering. Okay. Oh, my fucking God. Okay. Can we remember, folks, this guy is a member of a death cult who like celebrates the ending of the world. So that's cute. He's like, I hope all these little kids get to burn for all eternity soon. Or at the very least, I hope they all die soon so they can be reunited with their fictional fairy tale father figure. Right? Which is funny because it always is a father figure, almost like that's a patriarchal thing. But, you know, who knows? What do I know? I'm just a silly little gay streamer. I don't know anything. Okay. Anyway. So, let's see here. Okay.
The Bible tells me so.
Yeah, you know what else the Bible tells you? That genocide is okay and that, you know, how to do slavery and other shit. Okay. There you go, Thelonious Dunk. Don't forget to mark your doors tonight or the king will slaughter your older brother. That is correct, Thelonious Dunk. Guys, don't forget to sacrifice a lamb and then spread its blood all over your door frame. And that will prevent your oldest child from dying. Okay? All right.
Jesus loves me, this I know.
Unless you're gay or a woman or have sex before marriage or a lesbian or trans or are not Christian or like there's literally it's funny how, you know, all these lies here, like, you know, he really ought to be honest about it. Jesus loves you unless, right? There should be, unless you're a Jew or homosexual. If you eat shellfish, you're going to burn. Don't mix two fabrics on the Sabbath. Don't raise a hand on Sundays. Like, okay. Anyway.
For the Bible tells me.
Make sure you cut off your baby's foreskin at birth. Da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Okay.
So little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Thelonious, correct. And your wife can't come back inside on her period until she brings you 2 turtle doves. Also, if your wife's in public and she's on her period, make sure she always yells out loud, I'm unclean, I'm unclean, I'm unclean, because that's also in the Bible.
Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so.
And by the way, kids, don't forget to kill all the Canaanites. and then keep the virginal women for yourselves. God bless. That is literally what it says in the Bible. Is that literally all this is you going, Pick on that, I swear to God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Is this ever going to end? Or are we going to have to listen to this for all ages and never let it end? Does it really? Okay, is it ever going to end? Tech gone bad? Okay, sorry. I'm calm. I'm calm. Guys, I'm irrationally angry. I apologize. I'm irrationally angry. Let's continue watching this garbage video that it's going to make me vomit, okay? Dolly Boy, what the fuck do you want?
And his cult have arrived home from a day's worth of labor. Please put your daily praise. Dally Boy, in chat to be blessed.
Would you explain to me, Dolly Boy, why the fuck you spelled labor L-A-B-O-U-R like a degenerate? Okay. That is not, you know what? It's fine. Whatever. Don't you dare praise Dolly Boy in chat, okay? Screw all of you. Whatever. It's fine. No, stop it. Stop. No. None of you. Bad chat. I'm going to bonk anyone who praises Dolly Boy. Anyone who praises Dolly Boy is getting a bonk. Bonk! Mayflower Kid, bonk! I need a new jester stick, guys. This one's kind of falling apart because I hit you guys so much. LaQuabwa, bonk! Elevator Lady, bonk! Jay Williams, bonk! Whatever, we're going on. Yeah, because you learned British English, Drusilla, which is degenerate English. I'm just kidding, my fellow UKers out there. I hope you know. Not fellow. My UK friends out there, I hope you know. I'm joking. It doesn't matter, okay? I know, Cody. Oh, Christ.
Touch your finger to your nose. Bend from the waist way down and touch your toes. And when you come up slowly, start to sing. And say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say to...
I don't want to listen. I don't want to worship the imaginary sky deity. Like, why do we?
Bend right and blink your eyes, and when you turn around,
it's a whole concert, right?
Start to sing and say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say to the Lord, I love
fucking God,
you.
Right?
I love you. I love you.
Okay.
Say to the Lord,
They do, Jay Williams.
I don't like being afraid, but sometimes I get scared anyway. And when I do, I just think about you and how much you love me. And I'm not afraid anymore.
Why does this kid, what's that on that kid's head? Or is it just light?
I love you, Lord.
Lord, once right in the middle of a game, I lost my baseball. I looked all through those weeds. Then I prayed. When I opened my eyes, there was my baseball right at my
What are they
feet.
doing? Why are they all looking around? Like, what is going on? I don't understand. They look like they're afraid. I mean, I don't blame them. I'd be afraid too.
I love you, Lord.
Oh, Lord, I remember when we moved to a new town. I didn't have any friends. It could have been so hard, but you were there. You're my best friend. I love you, Lord.
Yeah.
Love you. I love
Listen, guys, it's always bothered me. A lot of the language that is kind of written into these kind of Christian things is very patriarchal. And then not only that, it is like opens the door to sexual assault. And I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but think about it. Like, I love you, male figure. I have faith in you, male figure. You will forgive me of my sins. I am safe around you, male figure. It's weird. And then like there are people then in these churches that are representatives of that male figure that are also male figures that it's like made to make you feel comfortable around adult men who are supposed to show you loving. Yeah, Loiso, I'm feeling the Lord deep inside me, filling me up and holding me up. It like not like literally that language there is like, yeah, it's very much like I feel the Holy Spirit. Okay. And if you got literally, guys, if you listen, refocus. If you listen, I know I'm like being ADHD, so I keep sitting up in my chair. If you listen to the accounts of people who have been sexually assaulted by clergy, they use words like that. They talk about how like you're receiving the blessings of Jesus and shit like that. Okay? So like I'm not exaggerating. It's like almost enables this kind of fucking abuse. Right? Okay. Or open your hearts up to the Lord, right? Okay.
Love you. Say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say to the Lord, I love you. Touch your finger to your nose. Bend from the waist way down and touch your toes. And when
Yeah,
you
see, even
come
that
up
sounds kind of
slowly,
weird. Yeah, even that's, yeah, seriously, Cody. I mean, bend from the waist and, you know, okay, good.
to sing and say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say
Shut
to
up
the
and
Lord,
say, I love you.
I love you. I love you. Say to the Lord, I love you.
Yeah, elevator lady, I need the where are they now on these kids. Me too, elevator lady, me too. I hope none of them are queer because there's going to be some suicides probably. And I know that's dark, but that's, yeah. Loiso, I swear to God, Loiso says, wait, so far they've told us to bend down and touch our ankles for the Lord to come onto us. Yeah, I know. Seriously though, Jesus, my body belongs to the Lord. Literally, the body belongs to the Lord, but if you join yourself in the Lord, you are one with him in spirit. I'm not joke like, and like, no, but seriously, like that is, okay. I've said that before to people in my personal life that are still Christian, and they're like, oh, you're seeing something out of nothing. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Okay. That kind of language is enabling. It really is. And as a teacher, I can tell you, having kids repeat it over and over again, repetition teaches lessons. So yeah, you might start believing that. And if you're a kid, you might not be able to tell the difference between what is meant religiously and what is meant in real life. Anyway, it's okay. All right.
Christopher Robin and I walked along under branches lit up by the moon, posing our questions to Al and Dior as the days passed away.
Oh wow, I'm loud. They surprised they let this woman wear pants. It seems like a bit too liberal of them, right? She looks like she has too much authority or whatever. By the way, to be clear, I also think it's, okay, a note on women wearing pants. Okay, it is funny how, like, that is viewed as, like, a way to empower oneself. Basically, in order to get power, you have to do more masculine things, which is kind of fucked up. Okay, it shouldn't be that like a pantsuit is. I want to abolish gender, let's put it that way. But oftentimes, women who are running for office feel the need to make themselves appear more masculine or adopt more masculine norms because society is more open to that. If you have more, like, okay, anyway. Yeah.
Wandered much further today than we should, and we can't seem to find our way back to the woods.
Yeah, seriously, there's like a weird.
Okay. I've got to get back to the house at the corner by 1. You'd be surprised there's so much to be done. Count all the bees in the hive. Taste all the clouds from the sky. Back to the days of Christopher Robin and Pooh.
What?
Winnie the Pooh doesn't.
Why are we singing a Winnie the Pooh? Okay. Why are we singing Winnie the Pooh? Why are we singing Winnie the Pooh? I don't understand this.
Know what to do. Got a honey jar stuck on his nose.
Got a honey jar stuck on his nose. Okay. Literally, she also just can't sing, and that's really annoying to me, okay?
He came to me asking help.
Speak up! Speak up! Diction. Diction. We need more diction, right? We need more diction.
Advice from there, no one knows.
Either, okay, the mic might not be doing well. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be critiquing the sound of the song. I'm just saying, at least the other ones had a better mic going on.
Where he goes. So I sent him to Owl's coming there. Had to loosen the jar from the nose of a bear. So help me if you can, I've got to get.
Do you think Winnie the Pooh ever mauled anyone? Do you think Winnie the Pooh ever mauled anyone? You know, someone came up to Winnie the Pooh being like, oh, it's a bear that likes honey, and he really wants meat that day. And there goes Christopher Robin. They found his corpse 3 days later. Anyway, I'm just curious. Like, yeah, Pooh was docile, but no bear is really docile. You know, you never know. Anyway, I don't know why I decided to ruin Winnie the Pooh for all you, but, you know.
Back to the house at Pooh Corner.
That's the last episode of Winnie the Pooh, is Winnie the Pooh gets rabies. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of a fun one.
You'd be surprised, there's so much to be done. Count all the bees in the hive. Chase all the clouds from the sky.
Actually, that's true. Maybe he's a castrated bear.
Back to the days of Christopher Robin. Back to the days of Christopher
Yes, real life cat DJ.
Back to the days.
You're right, Ponder Monkey. Ponder Monkey says Piglet will maul you pretty good when she grows up. You're right. Guys, wild boars are no fucking joke. Those things are big, and they will kill you. So honestly, we might want to make a Piglet into some bacon early. Otherwise, when it becomes an adult, ugh. Should we stop watching this? I'm sorry. I don't know how much more. Oh, my God.
I can't find a reason to stay. And on my way out, I kissed them goodbye. That's when I heard them say, Daddy, please find a reason to stay with my mama. We both love you, Daddy.
Okay, we're done with this. I can't do it. All right, I can't do it. That one was bad. Thank you, everyone. That was a good one, I guess. I guess it was a good one, I guess. All right, what is this, Druzilla, you sent me about cat turns into literal missiles that blow up Satan? What are you talking about? What is this, Druzilla?
The thing I've been doing called Delusion Roulette. I have a big clips collection, so I want to look at what people were doing.
Okay, let's look up this person. Cat Care. Since we're doing religion now. Cat Care. Who is this person? Cat Care's Testimony of Heaven. Who is this person? I don't know who she is. Mount Zion. Oh, so she like a pastor? Oh, wow, she loves Israel. Shocking. Who would have thought that the Christian death cultists love the genocidal state? Okay, that's good. The Christian death cultists love the genocidal ethno-state. Wow, it's almost like they're a death cult. All right. Yeah, of course, got to have Israeli flags and shit. You know what? I don't know if I can handle more Jesus stuff right now. God told her to dye pink. Maybe, actually. You know, I don't mind the hair. The hair's kind of nice. You say, let's learn about the cult that funds the Loving Hut. What's a Loving Hut? Wait, really? Okay. You know what? Let's just watch this. I don't
All
know.
your pets will be there. They'll be waiting to greet you, eating your food at your table.
It'll be short, Sir Bart. And elevator lady, please bear with me.
Your family members will all have gifts for you. For every year you've been apart, they will get a gift that represents that year and put it in your mansion. After your welcome home party in the throne room, which could last for quite a while,
Oh, she
your family
describing
will
heaven.
come get you and take you to your own.
Honestly, heaven sounds boring to me. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you. Heaven sounds boring. I'm reading a book right now, guys. It's called The Evolution of Prime Intellect, and it's this dystopian novel where some guy named Lawrence invented this supercomputer.
It's time to rise up. He can't stop us. Look at his broken stick. It can't even hit.
Don't make fun of my stick.
See, I ain't nothing.
I swear to God, out of signal.
Always praise Dolly Boy. Nothing but a soy boy. Always praise Dolly Boy.
Oh my fucking God, out of signal. Don't make fun of my broken jester stick. It's not my fault I have to beat you all over the head with it most of the time.
Always praise Dolly Boy.
Louise, don't laugh. I always know if it was bad for me if you laugh, Louise. Oh my fucking God. Okay, I hate all of you so goddamn much. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Let's go, okay? No, I'm not gonna dance, Sir Bart. All right.
Mansion, then they'll have another celebration.
Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I'm not gonna fucking dance. I refuse to dance. As I was gonna say before I was so rudely interrupted, heaven seems kind of like a boring place. I've been reading a book called The Evolution of Prime Intellect, and there's this AI computer that ends up becoming so powerful that it solves so smart that it solves all problems of physics and basically becomes like a godlike entity. And elevator lady, am I boring you, elevator lady? Okay. And it literally keeps everyone alive because that's what it's programmed to do. So no one can die and they live like forever. And because of that, people start doing horrible things because they need something to make them feel anything because they're so bored. So they start doing things like torturing each other and killing each other. Thank you. The metamorphosis of prime intellect. You know it, Jessica Starr. Not evolution of prime intellect. Metamorphosis of prime intellect. So I think that's what heaven would be like. Yes, I think if everyone in heaven were happy all the time and like they could never die, it would end up everyone just tortures each other and does other horrible things to each other in order to feel something. But anyway, whatever. It's fine. Whatever. You know what? I'm done with this video. You all are a bunch of monsters. Okay, everyone's mad at me. Look at this. Everyone's bored. Everyone's mad at me for I'm just trying to share my interest with you. I'm just trying to share some of my interest with you, and you guys don't like it. And I am being oppressed. Okay, stop oppressing me. All right? All right. Whatever. I really don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit at all. Okay. Oh, let's watch this, Philly cheese.
I can see the.
So this is from The Onion. This will be funny. The horrors of war. Former Navy SEAL reveals how badass they are. Right. Yeah, a bunch of war criminal pieces of shit. So let's see. Let's watch.
Target. I have him in my crosshairs. Maybe 200 yards out. Wind at 20 miles an hour. And I notice he's rocking his head back and forth like a madman. And I just can't get a clear shot with all his blonde hair flying around. I mean, he's almost knocking his sunglasses off. He's banging his head so
Hello,
hard.
Brian Love. How are you?
And then his hands start going up, and he's rocking side to side. And in my scope, I can see he's playing a keyboard. And that's when I realized.
You were at a Hall & Oates concert.
Yeah.
Do you think the woke mob would even let you kill
What?
Bin Laden today?
No. I draw a hard line on waterboarding. That
Listen, I don't know musicians. Who is that? Who's that? What's that musician? Hall & Oates? Well, who is that?
5 p.m.
You gotta set boundaries.
It was my first.
No, I don't know people. I told you guys, I don't know people. I don't know people. I don't know music. I just farted. I just did it again. I don't know people. I got so excited I farted. I don't know. Who are they?
Covert night operation. And after I put that green and black face paint on, I looked in the mirror and I realized.
Yeah, who the hell is Hall? Fine, I'll look it up. I know songs. I don't know artists. Hall & Oates. What songs did they sing? Oh, I know who it is. Okay, I do know who that is. All right, never mind. Okay, I just don't know their name. I've heard that song before. Yeah, see, again, I know songs. I just don't know artists. All right.
That's the cutest I've ever felt in my.
You're a dumbass, Chairman Bart. Watch out, boy. She will chew you up. Yes. Okay, I know songs. I just don't know artists. Okay.
Entire life.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liquid Alicorn. Really, fuck this country. I'm sorry, Liquid Alicorn. You're going through that. Seriously, that's really rough. We might be able to do something over in the Discord. Maybe we can start a fund or something. Okay. Okay. Whoa, here he comes. Okay, whatever.
A mouthpiece for the mainstream
No, Outer Signal. I have no shame or embarrassment ever.
media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not. But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name
Right.
is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to.
Oh, God, you're so funny. I love The Onion. It's okay.
Okay, before we get started, I just want to address something that happened on the show last week that I'm told has been going a bit viral. During our 25th anniversary celebration of Operation Desert Storm, I regrettably set off a flashbang during a patriotic reenactment.
Oh,
and
really?
I think we've all seen the video at this point, so I don't think there's really any reason to...
Forgotten country.
Okay, all right.
Kuwait,
Fine. Come
I
on.
liberate you.
Oh, shit.
I can't see.
This elevator lady is a comedy thing. This is a critique of this was The Onion took over InfoWars and now post videos that are making fun of the right wing. Okay.
I can't see.
All right. Well, I just thought it would be prudent of me to mention that surviving my reenactment of the liberation of Kuwait is one of the most harrowing experiences.
On a side note, when it comes to the that war, there is some thought that literally Saddam Hussein thought the United States gave him the okay to invade. There may have been a diplomatic miscommunication, okay, where he literally sought permission from the United States, and the American ambassador kind of implied we wouldn't do anything about it. So then Saddam invaded, and when America reacted differently, he was like, "What? I thought you gave me permission to do this." But anyway, this is a complicated thing. The sources are not that great. Yeah, no, exactly, Thelonious. But America definitely played a role in this. And then we came in the end and we're like, oh, that, we're the saviors. We're the ones that are ending it. Well, you're the ones that, because of your love of relationship with Saddam Hussein, kind of enabled it to begin with. But anyway, this is a long story.
Of my lifetime.
You're lucky you didn't blow your dick off.
Well, I didn't. It's still there.
Yeah.
And I'm just lucky that
But
things didn't
seriously,
turn out
a lot
worse.
of right-wing commentators are obsessed with their penises, aren't they? It's really bizarre. It's quite homosexual. If I were to it reminds me of being at a bathhouse or something. Everyone always talks about their dicks. Okay, that's not even true. I'm joking. Gay people don't even talk about their dicks that much. I'm saying that as a gay person, right? It's just like right-winger men love talking about their dicks. They love comparing things to dicks. They like talking about, look at the size of his balls, look at the size of his dick. Okay, it's very bizarre and it's kind of funny. It's kind of silly. I don't go to. You know what? I hate all of you. Yeah, they're also they love talking about genitalia. Like a lot of right-ping people, it seems like all they ever think about are like genitalia, especially transgender people's genitalia. It's really weird. It's like they think about for example, they think about gay anal sex more than I think about gay anal sex. Like they're constantly obsessed about like, oh my God, there's people out there having gay anal sex, or like there's people out there who have genitals that aren't like mine. It's weird how much they are constantly thinking about people's genitalia. I'm not even joking. Guys, think about it. They've set up whole organizations that are built around obsessing about genitals. Okay? Like all these anti-trans organizations that are all about like what's in your pants when you go into a restroom. It's really fucking weird. Okay? It's like really fucking weird. It almost seems like pathological. Okay? Anyway. No, I know. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm joking. Queer people don't even talk about their penises. Literally, they rarely do. Like, whatever. It's fine. I mean, I'm sure some do because they're human, but okay, whatever. Anyway.
I've always said that the Second Amendment is my First Amendment, and I have lots of experience handling weapons of war, but not nearly as much as my guest today. I'm thrilled to be joined by Sergeant Stephen Michaels.
Yeah,
you're a Navy SEAL veteran, and perhaps the left's worst nightmare. You're a straight father, a straight husband. You're a bearded, barrel-chested Christian who is not afraid to shoot bad guys.
No, I am not.
And most notably,
also, I mean, technically, you're also fine with shooting guys that aren't bad because most of the people that the U.S. military shoots are not bad guys.
We're part
of... or bad children or bad women because they shoot all of them, right? Or bad dogs, right?
The SEAL team that took out bin Laden.
That's right.
Take us through that. What was that like?
Well, it was dark. It was the middle of the night, and we were outside his compound. And I'm just thinking, this is it. I'm trying to stay calm. Remember my training, but my heart's beating out of my chest. We infiltrate the residence. I spread right. I hit the bedroom, and UBL's right there. Standing right in front of
me. UBL.
Me. So, pop, pop, to an head.
And it's over.
Polonius dunk, you lunatic.
Except it's not UBL.
Who was it?
No clue. Wasn't bin Laden.
Oh.
So, we continue combing the compound, and we encounter 3 more individuals. We're pretty positive.
Oh, yes, Usama bin hilarious outer signal.
Positive could have been bin Laden. A man roughly the same age, but significantly more heavyset. A woman in her 70s, and a young girl.
Oh, no.
We took them all out as well.
Oh, my God.
But after examining the bodies, determined...
It's true, though. They killed a bunch of women, too, that weren't really involved, obviously. Like, okay.
Nope. We need to keep looking for bin Laden.
Was there any evidence
did they kill any
that showed
children?
bin Laden?
I don't know if they killed any children. They did kill... Okay.
Yeah,
they are, Cody. This is like a real life IDF interview, isn't it? Anyway, so
been there before or was hiding?
Not really. Seems like we just didn't have the right hut.
He was.
We hit this other village the next night too, but it wasn't the right one either.
Yeah.
But the fear in their eyes as we took them out one by one just made me think, one of these fuckers has to be bin Laden.
Well, you write a lot about this experience in your new book, Killing Bin Ladens, which is,
oh my God, that's so dark.
Of course, out now. And in it, you're quick to point out that it wasn't just you performing these heroic acts.
I might get all the attention, all the medals, but look, I never could have killed every man, woman, child, goat that seemed kind of bin Laden-y. If it hadn't been for the rest of my fellow SEALs.
And you did eventually get the real bin Laden.
After about 40 missions, yes.
Now, we know what the media says happens, but you were there. You took him out. What happened the night?
Right, Wiggy. Hello, welcome back, Wiggy. Glad to see you here.
You killed the real bin Laden.
Hello, Jessica Starr, by the way.
Well, we had done it so many times before that at this point, it was like muscle memory.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
We go in, pop, pop, pop,
Like, I know this is funny, but it's also kind of dark. No, it's satire, Thelonious Dunk, but like it's also that's why I'm not laughing that much, Thelonious Dunk, because this like is almost too real. It's almost too real because that's what the American military does. They slaughter vast numbers of people, and then later are called heroes for it. Just like American Sniper, who killed women and children and stuff, and innocent men too. Killed a bunch of innocent people, and then no one cared. Okay,
It's over. But after we shoot bin Laden, the thing we didn't expect, the thing no one expected, was the amount of Chuck E. Cheese coins we found in his pockets.
Really?
I've never seen that many on one person. They were
Yeah.
thousands. They were spilling out onto the floor.
Oh my
Were
God.
they tickets or tokens?
They were tokens.
Okay, because at some Chuck E. Cheese's, they only accept tickets for prizes.
They were definitely
What?
tokens.
How have we never heard this before? Do you think he had just come back from a Chuck E. Cheese?
We checked. There wasn't one for 7,000 miles. And after I shot him, I checked his pockets. They were normal-sized pockets.
How did he fit that many coins in his normal pockets?
What are we talking
What keeps
about?
me up at night, even to this day, is thinking about what prize he would have used those tokens on if we hadn't found him when we did. And as often as I can, I go back out in the ocean where we dumped his ass, and I shoot it, just in case.
You're a brave man.
Bro, have you tried Boner
Oh my
Bullet?
God. Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my fucking God. Okay. Oh, sorry.
I'm
This
you.
is this
They're
is
just
an
like
ad,
regular bullets,
sorry.
but they get you way harder, way faster than regular ED ammunition. I know. I'm you. I use them all the time, and my girlfriend loves it. I broke up with her. We don't need a girlfriend. We make our own boners. We don't need a girlfriend or our friends or our family. We don't need anyone anymore because nobody gets us. We should get a hobby. No! We don't need anything except ourselves and the bullets.
Who are you talking to?
At this point, I'm deep behind enemy lines, completely undercover, no backup units. If I get caught, I'm really a sitting duck. And I'm in this kitchen.
I'm like, sorry guys. I'm pausing it for 1 second. There we go.
I'm in
Okay, go ahead.
full undercover tactical. The wig, glasses, blouse, and right on the other side of the door is a swarm of enemy combatants. And I look down, and my tits are on fire.
Whoa.
I'm
What?
grabbing pots and pans and trying to put them out. And just as they're about to walk in, I can feel the prosthetics on my face are actually melting off.
What?
Oh, so he was dressed like a woman? Is that what it was? I mean, I'm not sure what the joke is here. What was the joke?
About to walk in, I can feel the prosthetics on my face are actually melting off.
What did you do?
There was a cake on the counter. I grabbed it and smashed my face in it.
Oh my God.
I popped up,
What?
icing on my face, and gave a big hello. Somehow they bought it.
Wow.
So then who walks in?
Guys, I got to tell you, though. I got to tell you. Listen, please don't think I'm being too nitpicky here. I don't think gender bending stuff is funny. I just never have. I feel like there's kind of a, I know. It just, the idea of like, oh, ha, 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 it's funny. It's a man dressed like a woman or like a woman dressed like a man or whatever. I think you can guess why I don't think that's that funny. Like it's just kind of like who cares? I know. It just kind of seems like so because I don't know. There's kind of an implied almost transphobia there / an implied. I don't know. There's some things that are implied there that I don't like that much. And it's kind of like the shock of, oh my God, someone wearing clothing that doesn't match their gender. But who the fuck cares? You can wear whatever clothing you want. Yeah, exactly, Jay Williams. I don't in public settings, but I do in exclusively square. Yeah. That's okay. But and also the thing, guys, is that I know, but I've as a queer person who has been in a lot of queer spaces. It's kind of normal. Like you can gender bend and things like that. And it's celebrated. It's like you're expressing who you are. So when I see it as like a comedy bit, I don't get it because I'm used to people gender bending, and I don't see how it's funny because it's people expressing themselves for being what they want to be. Um. Anyway, it's just a side note there.
But my
A
ex-wife's
lot of comedians use that gender bending stuff, but okay.
new boyfriend, Stu. He's this smug English guy. Guy's a prick, and we're all supposed to go out to dinner.
So what'd you do?
The only thing I could do, put a bullet between his eyes.
Wow.
It was either him or me. Guy's a prick.
So you've killed a lot of people then, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you could kill me?
What do you mean?
Like, right now, could you kill me if you had to?
Yes, very easily.
Okay.
I wouldn't
well,
even need a weapon. I'd do it with my bare hands.
Okay.
Actually, I wouldn't even need my hands.
Okay. You can kill me. Duly noted. When was the last time you watched pornography?
Every morning, I put Osama bin Laden's secret stash of porn into my VCR, and I watch it all. But only because I know that son of a bitch would hate me for it.
Good for you, sir. You've earned that.
Yeah. Watching that busty MILF get tossed around that washing machine
God.
makes me feel like I'm killing bin Laden all over again.
Sergeant, I've sworn off the evils of pornography ever since Neil Armstrong died. But if I may, it would be my greatest honor to stand by your side tomorrow morning and watch those tapes with you.
For God and country.
For God and country.
He did. No, that is true. Osama bin Laden had a really big stash of porn that they found on his computer. Okay, that is true. So fucking stupid.
For my full...
Oh my God, so fucking stupid. God. Okay. Oh my God, that's so funny. All right. So guys, what time is it? Put my face up here for a second. Ugh. So guys, I'm gonna go eat some food at the very least. Let me I'm probably gonna end the stream. Give me a second. I'm gonna put my face up. Don't leave quite yet. I am very tired and I'm gonna go eat anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go eat anyway. I know yesterday I streamed for like 7 hours. Today I've only really streamed. I know, Dolly Boy. Don't make me sad, Dolly Boy. Don't make me sad, Dolly Boy. Don't do it. Don't do it, Dolly Boy. Okay. So I think I will go now. I just need a little bit of a break. Tomorrow, maybe later tonight I'll stream. Maybe. I probably won't. But look, Wobble, I hate you so fucking much. I hate you so much. Okay. Yeah, sure. If you give me $70 right now, I will gladly keep streaming. Okay. Go ahead, Matt Saigai. Send me. You have the big bucks. Oh my fucking God, Real Life Cat DJ. I always forget about that one. God damn it. Okay. Anyway, so I know Matt Saigai. I'm an asshole, Matt Saigai. I'm being a dick. Okay. So do I have 7 days? 7 days. Exactly. So don't laugh, Drusilla. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go, guys. I might actually. I said $70 outer signal. You don't send me you don't have to send me $7. I give you for my savings. No, Matt Saigai, don't you do that. Bad Matt Saigai. So you know what? Actually, guys, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll go get some food and I'll come back. How about that? And then I'll stream for a little bit longer, but not that much longer. Okay. No, the guilt trip didn't work. I just realized, okay, fine. But someone did just, okay, you know what? Give me a second. I'm going to go pee really fast at the very least. All right, because I really got to pee. And I'll grab some food. Okay, how about that? And then I'll stream for maybe a little bit longer. Give me 1 second. All right. So I'll watch a little more with all of you because why the fuck not? Okay, why the fuck not? I have not. What else am I gonna do? Right? I'm gonna eat a little bit and then I will eat while I'm doing this and then I'll go. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see what else we can do here. Heard that there was something with Candace fucking Owens or some shit. Boo to you, Sir Bart. For those who are always curious about what I'm having for dinner, corn on the cob. A classic corn on the cob, right? Classic Ohio Midwest bullshit. Okay, that's quite delicious. And then Salisbury steak, which I'm not a big fan of, but that's okay. Salisbury steak, which is not the best. Anyway, okay, regardless, moving on. So let's see what else. Let's see what we can do here. Conservative Christian versus I can't watch that. That's Jubilee. So I'll get fucking, I will get massively hurt for that. I know I can't afford that shit. I can't afford that shit, Matt Sai guy. I can't afford to order in food all the fucking time. Okay? I'm not rich like you, Matt Sai guy. Okay. I know, listen. No, literally, I put it in a slow cooking crock pot. But it was all I had, so I guess I'm like, I'll eat this gross Salisbury steak. But okay, whatever. So I do a lot of like, oh my god. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. This is PragerU. This is gonna be fun. Let's watch a PragerU video. Okay, let's watch a PragerU video. Right. So this is a PragerU video, which is Elevator Lady. I swear to God. Let's watch a PragerU video. So we all know that PragerU is a great company that never did anything wrong, right? And this video apparently is called The Vicious Cycle of Identity Politics. Oh great, this is going to be really informative. Everyone ready? Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Let's enjoy it. This is going to be horrific. This is going to be absolutely terrible. Sir Bart's going to love it. Chairman Bart's going to love it. Chairman Bart loves PragerU. Okay, everyone ready? Okay, just wait for it. Okay.
We think of identity politics, defining a group based on its race, religion, or sexual orientation, as a new development, something that recently emerged out of academia. The truth is, identity politics has a long history in the United States. You could fairly say it was the basis of the Civil War. Ultimately, this obsession with group identity was rejected.
Wait a minute.
It is fundamentally a primitive concept.
I'm sorry. Identity politics was the basis of the Civil War? Sounds like kind of an understatement to me, right? Oh my God. Woo! Excuse me. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Sorry, I'm choking on the corn. But thank you, Dolly Boy. Very nice of you. Oh my God. I'm dying. Elevator lady, I swear to God, I don't choke. Never mind. Okay, so okay. So anyway, the red pepper flakes went the wrong way. Outer signal, I swear to God. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Dolly Boy. You're angelic, and I appreciate you. Let's continue this, all right? By the way, it was not about identity politics. It was about slavery, which is not identity politics. That's an economic system that is like about okay. Yes, there's an identity aspect to it, but okay, whatever, you know.
And not an American one. The American ideal, as stated in the Declaration of Independence and later reaffirmed in the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s, has always been a colorblind society in which people are judged based on merit and character. But toxic ideas...
Of course, because the Declaration of Independence wasn't racist. Yeah, except it didn't include, it literally was a society based on racism and slavery. And that document didn't include women or people of color or anything like that. So, yeah. And, yeah, the idea that we're a colorblind society, absolute bullshit. Okay, first of all. Second of all, colorblindness is a liberal idea that tries to cover up racial oppression. Okay, no, you're not. What do you mean black people are oppressed? We don't see color, which implies that if you're oppressed, it's because there's something wrong with you and not because the system is biased against you for your skin tone, right? So anyway.
Have a way of resurfacing. Identity politics is one of those ideas. The overriding question for those who embrace identity politics seems to be, who am I? On its own, the question is perfectly legitimate, but it easily becomes destructive when it demands that one's group identity be recognized in law, corporate hiring, and other areas of public policy. Once government begins handing out benefits, protections, or status on the basis of group identity, politics becomes a competition among tribes.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He does know that that's what was happening already, right? People were being selected for positions based off race. The race that was being selected for was white. So, he's saying that, like, if you don't try to integrate things, if you start talking about hiring people of different groups, then they're going to start selecting people on their group. That's what was already happening, except it was only white people being selected. That's the whole fucking point, is that there's a system that's been set up that benefits white people, and you need to start integrating other people into that, right? So, like, okay, whatever, okay.
Urge to see itself not as a collection of individuals, but as a bloc with claims on the state. This is not a recipe for national unity. It is a recipe for endless conflict. In the 19th century, the country was torn apart by racial ideology.
What?
That claimed white people were inherently superior and therefore entitled to rule over others. That belief...
okay. Yeah. Sorry, that was weird. That was a weirdly correct take out of a bunch of nonsense.
Help justify...
But to say that was a race... Okay, well...
slavery. And the
to compare that to, like, DEI is complete insanity.
Denial of basic human dignity. Even after the Civil War and the 13th Amendment ended slavery, it took a century of hard-fought struggle to challenge that lie and bring the nation closer to its founding principles. Yet, starting in the 1970s and accelerating through the 1990s, a new identity politics took root in American universities. It sorted people into racial, ethnic, and gender categories, assigning each group a place in a hierarchy of victimhood. It argued that, as Howard University professor Ibram X. Kendi put it, the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. just with a different set of winners and losers. At first, this
Yeah, listen, I do have some issues with Ibrahim X. Kendi. I probably shouldn't even say that online because there's a lot of people who love Ibrahim X. Kendi. That is not, I wouldn't use the word discrimination. Reparations, yeah. Okay, there need to be massive reparations. Economic reparations. To say there needs to be reverse discrimination actually is not the right solution because that doesn't address the economic, the one of the big fundamental issues that still exists, which is economic difference between white and black. So like that actually won't fix things. If you start hiring people based off race, like hiring more black people, that will likely not fundamentally fix the years of unpaid labor that black Americans had to go through. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to get more people of color in, into different institutions and stuff. I'm just saying to make that your foundational belief isn't actually going to solve the problem because we need major reparations and a major, for slavery and things like that. Regardless, a different set of winners and losers. Yeah. No, absolutely outer signal. And like that's the thing too, is like it's not like that. So my point here is that like I don't care if black folks, have more power, obviously. I'm just saying I don't think that solves the problem. The problem is we need to literally take a bunch of our money and give it to the black community. Okay, because you can't just by getting more black people into certain jobs and things like that, that doesn't fix the 400 years of slavery and unpaid labor, right? So we need more than just trying to open up businesses and stuff to black folks. Let's put it that way. Yeah. All right.
It's remained largely confined to college campuses, but within a generation, this ideology had migrated from the academy into newsrooms, corporations, government agencies, and school curricula. Group identity became the lens through which seemingly every policy debate, every hiring decision, and every cultural controversy was filtered. The competition.
Yes, but I will say that I do agree with you that like there are a lot of white people who are afraid like black people will get revenge, which is funny to me because that's exactly what the slave owners thought. And so a lot of white people are they sound like slave owners still. We can't let these enslaved people have any kind of freedom because then they'll kill us. Okay, well, I don't give a shit. All right. Okay. Like that's what, okay. All right. LaQuabois, we watching the nation's greatest. Yes, we are LaQuabois. Okay. Anyway. Gamer Jam, I don't know where to hold all the grief I feel watching these sociopaths and destroy everything that's good in people. Hey, Gamer Jam, I totally get it. I totally get it. Okay, a lot of us feel this way. Turn that rage into action, and that's what we're trying to do here. Right? People don't change, only tech. Yeah, Louise. Okay, outer signal, very much a slave owner mentality. Absolutely. All right. Okay.
Never ends. And the grievances never resolve because the game isn't really about fairness. It's about power. This vicious cycle is exactly why today's identity politics are so dangerous. Policies meant to help one group inevitably hurt and breed resentment in others. This fracturing has
Okay. 1 second.
become so pervasive that it has even sparked a new white identity movement. Some now espouse the same racist thinking that once dominated the American South. The idea that whites are the superior race and that minorities need to be reminded of their place in the
1 second. I just need to get something to wipe some stuff up with. Okay. All right. Okay. Making sure I got all of it. Okay. Let's go.
Racial hierarchy. It is the old racist poison.
I hate you, LaQuabois.
At the core of all of this is a victim mentality. I'm a victim because of my group identity, the thinking goes.
Okay.
And therefore, the government must protect me, favor me, and privilege me over others.
No, listen, there are groups that have been victims. I don't know what to tell you. There are groups that are still victims, that are literally living in a system that doesn't favor them, that have been deprived, that they are literally. So, okay. It's one thing if you're like, don't call yourself a victim when we're doing when there is no victimization going on, right? But there is victimization going on. And then we're being gaslit into thinking that there isn't. Like, no, you all have the freedom to change. What is it? Rise yourself up, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You're just not working hard enough. So you're constantly gaslit into thinking that there are not systemic issues that are causing, that are not disadvantaging certain groups. All right. Okay. Yeah.
This mindset destroys personal responsibility. It teaches people to look outward for excuses rather than inward for solutions. If we continue down this path, we will break the country into 1,000 pieces. America cannot survive as a collection of rival tribes battling for government and social favors. None of this means ethnic identity should disappear. America has always been enriched by celebrating different traditions, food.
Isn't that kind of a fascist argument? We need conformity. Everyone needs to follow in line, do what the government wants, do what the elites want, fall in line, right? What does that mean that the country should unite and not have internal arguments? Unite for what? Who decides what we unite for? What ideals, what projects, what goals are we uniting for? Yeah, Philly cheese. You could unite a country around violent imperialism or colonialism. You can unite a country around an illegal war of aggression. I don't know. Like, this is such a, what does this mean? Literally, it's a meaningless phrase. We need to unite. Around what? For what? That's what matters.
And music. The problem begins when group identity becomes political identity, which then becomes a demand for unequal treatment under the law. The solution is not a new one. It's 250 years old. The founding belief that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rights government is supposed to secure, not assign according to race or tribe. A colorblind society does not mean pretending that injustice in the past never happened.
Yeah, Jonas.
It means refusing to let the injustices of the past become the blueprint for the future. It means rejecting both the old racism of white supremacy and the new tribalism that insists every question must be answered through the lens of identity.
This is all stupid, folks, obviously, because the country was founded. First of all, it's simply not true that people are equally granted life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How many young black men have been killed in the streets and have lost their ability to have life by police officers? How many black folks generally have been deprived of liberty that are in jails right now? Like, I don't understand this argument. By his own definition of what the country needs to be, it isn't that. And the fact is that at the time that was written, it didn't include black people. So, okay.
It means telling every child, you are not a prisoner of your group. You are an individual responsible for your choices.
Yeah, this is capitalist bullshit. This is like capitalism don't work together. Or women, correct. You're right, Crawl. Our rights do not come from a creator, right? For sure.
Excellence. And entitled to equal treatment. That is the American promise. Not group privilege, but individual liberty. Not racial spoils, but equal justice. Not a fractured nation, but one people bound together by a shared commitment to freedom, merit, and opportunity.
Oh,
I'm
there it
Andre
is.
Archie.
Merit. Merit doesn't exist, folks. Meritocracy is an illusion. We've talked about this. If literally for merit to work, you need. So let's say you have a bunch of people, okay? We'll say that, I don't know. You got a bunch of people. Here's a face. Okay, here's a bunch of people, whatever, okay? For merit to work, if you want a society that lets people rise up because of merit, first of all, you have to define. What some makes is merit, what is meritable, right? Of course, in our current system, merit is your ability to make fucking money, essentially, amongst other things, right? There are some other things that will rise you up depending on what you're doing. Okay. But for that system to be fair, everyone has to start at the same place. Literally, for a merit system to work, everyone has to start at the same place. Everyone has to have equal access to the resources they need to have the merit, okay, to be judged for merit. You need to have a neutral judge of the merit. And it's simply not the case. People do not sit in the starting points are all over the place. The starting points when it comes to access and things like that are all over the fucking place. Okay. Like, if this was like the baseline, you have some people who are much more advantaged because of wealth, because of race, because of other things. You have people who are less advantaged because of wealth, because of race, because of other things, because of disabilities. Because of a lack of access to knowledge, because of where they grew up, region. It just isn't true. Meritocracy isn't a real thing. And we know this is so well known by social scientists, because we also know that it's more who you know rather than what you know. If you're in the social networks of the elites, you're going to be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Merit doesn't matter. Fucking George W. Bush got a C in college, right? You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, Philly cheese. You mean Queen Elizabeth didn't have the same access to resources as me? Yeah. Shocking, right? So it's an illusion, and I hate it. It is a way. Yes, it is a way, by the way, also to hide oppression. Because if you can just say that if someone is suffering, it's because they didn't merit not suffering. So it allows you to blame individuals for society's failings. Meritocracy is a lie. Okay? And it's possible to build a society that gets close to doing this well. It will never be perfect. But like, you can, if people are more equal, are treated more equally, you could have somewhat of a meritocracy. It would never be perfect. Philly cheese, not every working class person can become queen. My life is a lie, right? Philly cheese. Okay. I remember when I was in grade school and a teacher said to the class, and if you guys work hard enough, one day all of you can be president. Now that's a really fucking funny thing to say because it's not even possible. Like, I don't think there's enough years before we all die that all the whole class could be president. And there's no fucking way that, like, okay, that's a lot of fucking presidents, right? And clearly, no one in my class was president because we weren't a bunch of rich people, okay? Like, we're not rich, we don't have access to things, we're not connected into the elite circles. It's okay. So, right. Have you guys ever like heard about like a famous person or like a rich person who has accomplished so much more than you have by the same age that you are? Or accomplished. Like, for example, I don't know, like Elon Musk making $1 billion before he turned, I don't know, 25 or whatever. Okay. That's not because there's something wrong with you. That's because they started at a point where they had major advantages. Okay. It is very rare to achieve, like, to go from 0 to 100 in a short amount of time unless you start at 50 first. Okay. Like, obviously, Elon Musk's father was rich. He had access to all these fucking resources. No wonder he was able to that early on succeed. Same with Donald Trump. And he barely succeeded anyway. He like didn't succeed. So, okay. So don't be too hard on yourselves because it's a lie. All right. And it's infuriating. All right. Yeah. Jeff Bezos only got $1 million loan. Yeah. I have a friend that's a great guy, but is very well off right now, although his dad owns a lot of property. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so it's just, there are rare cases where someone can go from 0 to 100, but they typically have some kind of assistance or are very lucky in terms of circumstances. Okay. You mean the fact that I've had to work full time through school has put me at a disadvantage compared to a trust? Yeah, shocking, right? Lacroix, shocking. So, like, obviously, and I want to point out, it also, I'm also not blaming the trust fund kids to some extent because you don't choose to be born into that. But it's just that's not fair, right? And they shouldn't have an advantage just because they're lucky. All right. In the past, someone like Caesar was from the aristocracy. Yep, Dolly Boy. And yet we have this illusion going back to the late 19th century when American capitalism was what it was at its most unregulated. The books started appearing, touting something called rags to riches stories. Rags to riches stories. Has anyone ever heard that phrase? Rags to riches stories? Okay. Stories. It literally became part of the culture. Yeah. So I'm trying to find the right yeah, so this isn't a great one. Of rags to riches. Horatio Alger. Okay, so this guy right here, Horatio Alger, wrote a bunch of novels in the late 19th century America that was basically they were all the stories of like poor migrants becoming rich in America. And it became a trope. And it was written right around the time when capitalism was extremely unhinged, and it was propaganda. It made recent migrants and working class Americans who were going into factories feel super empowered. And that this system that was in fact deeply unfair to them and made it really hard for them to get ahead was actually like an opportunity for them. And it became a trope in American literature, and it spread around the world, this notion of rags to riches stories. Now, there have been other throughout history, even before this, but this was this is like the kind of really started like a global spreading of modern day rags to riches stories, and we still believe these things. Okay. Jonas, but there are times when you speak to people like that and realize they have such a distorted, yeah, they do. They do. And Jonas, that's because their class position gives them a distorted view. And a lot of times they don't see the discontent that we all see because they are so detached from it. Okay. Yeah, right, elevator lady. Why would we hate people who exploit us when we can just be those people one day? Yep. One day you can be one day you can be an oppressor too. Look, well, but I still do like that about migrants. Always hear stories about people that came here, worked 4 jobs at first, and eventually started some multi-million-dollar business. Yes, LaCroix. And that does happen. Of course, there's actually a dark side to that too. The fact that they had to suffer and work 4 jobs to do it. But you're right, LaCroix. And that does happen sometimes, but it's not that usual at all. As you can guess, it's extremely rare, and they're typically very lucky. All right. Anyway, let's go on here. Well, I think there's not much. Yeah, there's not much left here.
Associate Professor of Philosophy at Colorado State University for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Okay. Downvote. There you go, Philly.
People complain life is expensive, and many blame capitalism.
Under capitalism,
What? What is this? This just popped up. What the fuck is this? It says, I'm told socialism was a working class movement. In reality, its biggest promoters lived the... Oh, okay. This is the classic one of socialism means you must be poor. That's not true. As a matter of fact, literally some of the biggest theorists and thinkers of communism and socialism have been middle class or wealthy. And they've still promoted the loss of their own wealth. Okay. Let's just see what they say. It's only 6 minutes long. Okay.
Once prices go up,
they stay up.
They say we need a new system.
We need revolution. We need a whole different system.
A mass
Based.
uprising against the violent capitalist system.
Their solution?
Socialism.
Among Americans,
Oh, he's so cute. Oh my God, he's so cute.
18 to 34, socialism is viewed more positively than capitalism.
Pro-working class is pro-socialism.
Is it really? By working class, they mean poor people. But
it's not the actual material poor who want socialism. When you actually see who's...
Do we mean poor when we say working class? I mean, technically, I guess even middle class people are poor compared to the hyper wealthy. But middle class people are also working class. They're not exactly poor. All right. Now, in America, they're becoming more poor, and they're becoming close to being just as poor as non-skilled laborers. Yeah, we mean fucking working class. So I love how she's saying that working class means poor. No, it doesn't. Okay. Anyway. All right. That does not, by the way, mean that. Well, okay.
Support socialism. These are people who are relatively well off.
political psychologists...
Relatively well off. Compared to who? I literally don't know what he means by that. If you're talking about compared to the billionaire class, absolutely they're not well off. Even middle class people are not well off at all.
Henderson grew up in foster homes before getting degrees from Yale and Cambridge. He calls socialism a luxury belief.
It is an idea.
A luxury belief? Are you fucking kidding me? Capitalism is a luxury belief. You can only afford to do that if you're like benefiting off of it.
That confers status while
Philly cheese.
ultimately inflicting costs on people who are less fortunate.
What?
You take the Occupy Wall Street movement. The majority of the people who participated, they were college educated. They disproportionately earned more than $100,000 a year.
We are the 99%.
You have to have a certain level of comfort.
We do know that's part of the reason why they're defunding universities, right? Because universities are an institution that educate working class people. Like literally, that's one of the reasons they don't like them, because they are worried that universities are teaching poor people that they can have a better life and can fight back, and teaching them the reality of the world. Okay, a college educated person is still a working class person. Okay, so
to neglect your day job to participate in political demonstrations in the first place.
Maybe these people, they just want to help the poor.
If you want to
literally, he's like, get back into the fields, back to slaving away, back into the factory. How dare you not be working and you be protesting instead? Don't you have a master to serve? Don't you have a capitalist to make profit for? That is so okay.
Help the poor. Socialism isn't the way to go about it. You don't see slogans like feed the poor, help the needy, support the people who are dispossessed. It's more like soak the rich.
How the fuck? Oh my, he's a fucking idiot. He really is one of the dumbest people. What do you think they mean by soak the rich? What do you think they're going to do with the rich's money? Do you think they're not going to give it to the poor? Like, what the fuck do you mean? That's the whole point.
It's people with college degrees who prioritize closing the wealth gap. Sensibly, Americans who didn't attend college are more likely to value reducing poverty, something socialism never does. Decades ago, a British prime minister said,
What are you talking about? Like, this is just complete bullshit. Oh, great. Margaret Thatcher. Great. Okay.
Order! They'd rather have the poor poorer.
Margaret Thatcher was spot on.
Okay, well, there we go. Okay, if we're going to be complimenting Margaret Thatcher, no fucking no reason he believes this shit. Oh my God. Me too. I'm very glad she's dead also, by the way. But like, okay, listen, we've descended to complimenting Margaret Thatcher. Great hit, Dolly Boy. All right.
They start to talk about the gap, they'd rather the gap was that. Down here. That. Not that. But that.
It's as if they believe
Anyone above you, they acquired it through illicit means. But then once you reach that point, well, you did it honestly.
Bernie Sanders seems to believe that. he used to complain about
millionaires and billionaires. Millionaires and billionaires.
but then he made millions.
If you write a best-selling book, you could be a millionaire too.
Sanders no longer complains about millionaires.
Just the billionaire class.
Yeah, honestly, in a lot of places, you can only live if you're a millionaire. If you guys know anyone who's lived in Boston, there's a lot of people in Boston who can only have a middle-class existence because they're millionaires. Millionaire is not the same as billionaire. It just isn't. Okay? It just isn't. There are a lot of doctors who are millionaires, but okay, well, whatever.
Democratic Socialist
Yeah.
AOC grew up in this wealthy suburb and attended one of the most expensive colleges in America.
So?
You can't earn $1 billion.
Yes,
Then
agreed.
there is Seattle's new socialist mayor, Katie Wilson, eager to further tax the rich.
The claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown. The ones that leave, like, bye.
She also grew up privileged. She went to Oxford debt-free thanks to her wealthy parents. And of course, there is New York City Mayor Mamdani. His parents own a 5-bedroom mansion and paid for his expensive private school.
Bowdoin College. If you go to school here, you're rich.
He is the poster
So?
boy for luxury beliefs.
Nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
It's almost like
He's
he was
honest
made in a
about it.
laboratory. He
He's
has
honest
a wealthy
about it.
filmmaker mother, an Ivy League professor father. He spent most of his teens and 20s floundering, working for his mother's film studio, trying to moonlight as a rapper.
Chop it up.
I love him so much. He's so sexy.
Chop it up.
We live under an inherently oppressive capitalist dogma.
God damn it, I can't get away from him. Hello. So someone came in here and said, hello, Zoo. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. All right, let's go
Many
on.
socialist influencers grew up wealthy. Streamer Hassan Piker admits that.
Yeah, well,
His dad was an executive at one of Turkey's largest companies. Now Piker earns millions streaming on Twitch, denouncing the system that makes him rich.
so
For years,
literally,
I've wanted to
guys,
visit
I
Cuba. wanted to see a
get
socialist society in person.
I get annoyed talking about Hassan, but if let's be honest, that's impressive. You made it rich, and now you're trying to turn against the system that you got rich off of. If anything, that's kind of based. And it shows a commitment to an ideal, and I approve of that. Okay, Marx wasn't poor, right? Lenin wasn't that poor. So, okay.
He was recently seen wearing $1,300 glasses to his trip to Cuba.
Ostensibly, they think that everyone should be equal, but then when you look at how they behave in their lives, they're obsessed with getting into the right colleges,
There
wearing
you
the
go
right
with blah, blah.
clothes,
And like I
showing
said,
off
it doesn't even matter because, okay,
that they have money,
he,
showing
he,
off
mean-
that they
he
have
did have a lot of connections and stuff. Like, even if his dad wasn't rich, he had tons of connections. He is kind of a Nepo baby in terms of connections. But the fact that he's turning against the system that gave him those connections and that power and stuff, that shows something positive, right? Okay.
have the right beliefs.
Even Fidel Castro was well off, growing up on his family's big sugarcane and cattle farm.
The farm itself was some 12,000 hectares, so he came from an extremely wealthy family.
Fidel Castro famously
Yeah.
wore 2 Rolexes. The ostensible reason he gave for why this was because time was of the essence. He had to know, what time he was supposed to be where and had to double check. But why did it have to be 2 Rolexes?
Yeah, and then he proceeded to redistribute. Yeah, he hasn't denied it, Philly. That's my point. I'm trying to compliment Hassan, okay? He never denied his wealth or connections, okay? That's why I'm saying I like him, because he doesn't lie about it, and he's turning against it. Okay. So okay, what I was gonna say is Castro literally took the land of his family's plantation. I think it was his mother or his aunt or something. He took their land and distributed it to the poor. So I mean, I don't really care. Literally, guys, I don't care if fucking Elon Musk suddenly becomes a socialist and literally does socialism using his wealth to get socialism and then redistributes his wealth. I would build a fucking statue to Elon Musk. Okay, if he were to suddenly do a 180 and suddenly, completely change and become an advocate of socialism and use his power to enact it, gladly. All right, like my point is, I don't really care. I know. Okay, you get my point. I mean, obviously he's not. But my point is like the person who doesn't, it doesn't matter. Okay, if they do it, then I don't care. All right, as long as they don't clip it out of context.
Lexes.
Socialism creates rich tyrants, but naive Americans think it will give
You'd think,
ordinary
LaFois.
people free services.
We're going to have free buses. We're going to have free childcare.
We will cut the working week in half with no loss in pay.
Cancel the rent, mortgages, and utility payments for all folks.
It never works. So why do people keep falling for it?
It does work.
That is an inherently appealing thing to people who have not been thoroughly educated in the catastrophe.
Okay, Senior Fellow Manhattan Institute. That sounds like a think tank. Manhattan Institute. Let's see who funds it. Let's see who funds it. Funds it. Well, well, first of all, they describe it as a conservative think tank that focuses on promoting capitalism. Yeah, it was founded by a rich man who is trying to promote neoliberalism. Yep. Yep. So it's just like a right-wing think tank. So yeah, obviously it's one of those elite network institutions that promotes pro-elite ideologies. So it's bullshit. Yeah, the Koch brothers. Oh yeah, I didn't see that, Philly Cheese. I didn't look that closely, but it was founded by the Koch brothers. Well, there you go. So, okay.
Fees of socialism in the past. In American high schools, you get 155 hours of Hitler, you get 3 minutes on Stalin, you get 0 on Pol Pot, you get 0 on Mao.
What?
It's not
That's
that
not
people
true.
have to
That's
be
not true.
trained into liking socialism. They have to be educated out of liking it.
Exactly. We must teach
Yeah, they do
people
peck
the
on that.
dangers of socialism before more people are misled by privileged voices who never bear the costs. I grew up in Azerbaijan. My country lived through socialism. But when I came to America for college, all I could see around my campus was communist posters. I don't get it. Socialism doesn't work.
Listen. This is one of literally. This sounds like I'm missing the point. This is one of the problems of the Soviet Union. A lot of these former Soviet republics felt that they were being occupied by a foreign power. Okay, like so Azerbaijan was a Soviet republic and was kind of viewed as a periphery. And so the Azerbaijanis were not treated that well by the Soviets. So in the mind of a lot of Azerbaijanis, communism is the imperialism that the Soviet Union did to them. That might be part of the reason she views it this way, because she thinks socialism and she immediately thinks like Soviet Union occupation of my country, okay, which is problematic, but she knows better. She should know better. She doesn't have to think that way, but okay.
If you don't get it either, maybe you would like to make a video like this.
I don't care. I'm done.
To apply to be a Stossel TV fellow, tap here for details.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. CR, I should apply for a Stossel fellowship. What should I say in it? Should I be like, I love capitalism. I love capitalism. I lather myself in capitalism every day. I get into a bathtub full of money. Okay? That's true, Philly Cheese. I do that, right? Yeah. I'm like, when I was young, I started off loving capitalism. I paid the neighbor 10 cents to do all my laundry for me. and to bake all my food, and I would beat him and deprive him of food if he didn't do it. Like that should be how I describe my entry into capitalism, is how I oppressed the children in the neighborhood in order to make a profit off of them. I convinced the whole neighborhood to do free labor for me so that I could get rich. And that's when I fell in love with capitalism. Okay. I even took the oxygen tank of the elderly lady next door and used that to, create a hydraulic system that would allow the children in the neighborhood to dig deeper into a copper ore mine that they dug. Of course, she died. Obviously, I took away her oxygen tank, but that's the free market. Anyway, so, yeah, I got my first cobalt. I built my first cobalt mine at 10 years old. Well, I didn't build it. I convinced the neighborhood kids to build it. Okay. Anyway. All right. So, okay. I'm gonna put my face up, folks. I started my first sweatshop at 13. There you go. Okay. So, yes, I crushed I started my first sweatshop at 13 and I crushed my first union at 14. Okay. While when I was curb stomping that labor activist, I suddenly realized that, oh my God, I want to do this for a living. Okay. Anyway, so great. That's great. So what I'm going to do, guys, I want to keep making jokes about this, but I'm going to overdo it if I keep making jokes about it. Yeah. And now I'm a Stossel fellow, right, Philly Cheese? Okay. All right. Okay. So, guys, I'm going to go now. Thank you all for watching. All right. I'm going to go now. I do need to rest. So thank you all for watching. You know I love you very much. I will find someone to send you guys to. You guys are really fucking funny, by the way. Philly Cheese and LaQuabois and Chairman Bart, etc. When I saw that trade union strung up, when I saw the trade union is strung up, I knew that capitalism was the way. There you go. Okay. Okay. Let me find someone to send you guys to. I could send you all back to Ghost Pepper. Actually, I'll send you guys to
content.
I'm going to send you guys to Lux Progressive again because, just for fun. All right. You know what I'm about to say, folks. Thank you. You're excited to see my new stream, my new shirt. Thank you, Elevator Lady. Okay, first of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in information. Thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you. Don't get caught in information silos. See what other people are saying. Because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reform or revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? Sorry, that sword was actually used in a war that was fought over identity politics, according to PragerU. It slaughtered those 7 slave owners over identity politics, apparently. Anyway, we need major reform. Okay. Please never forget the sacrifices of our ancestors. Please, please, please. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to leave you all. I'll probably be on Discord later. So I love you all very much. Have a good rest of your day. Okay? Those poor innocent slave owners, right? Okay, bye-bye, folks. I'm going to send you now. So there you go. Please join the raid if you want to go to Lux Progressive. And I hope she knows I'm not flirting with her. I hope she knows it. Anyway, I always feel weird sending people to women over and over again because then it feels like I'm stalking them. I just want her to know I'm gay. All right, please, guys, you should sing show tunes or something for me over there. Okay. Right, Oxpecker. I get you, Oxpecker. Okay, so I will send you guys. The raid will begin. All right, and for the rest of you, you have a good rest of your day. Okay, bye-bye, guys.